Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 101, Southern Water Tribe 5. The weather was cool, the skies were white with a thick layer of clouds, and it would have been the perfect day for penguin sledding, Aang thought, if only they weren't busy fishing instead. Surely he should have been doing something more productive, like practicing his waterbending forms with Katara, who became more skilled at the art every day. But for the time being, fishing it was. He couldn't help but think of his waterbending instructor, almost hearing Toki's voice reprimanding him for loafing around instead of working hard to polish his skills. The middle-aged waterbender's heavy frown could be a little scary whenever he told Aang he had to remember his role in the world instead of playing around so much. The Avatar had no trouble imagining what Toki might say if he could see him now, sitting around a small fire with two other people, a few feet away from a crack in the ice that had been carved for the purpose of fishing. He smiled, knowing Toki wouldn't approve. This sort of reckless behavior wasn't advisable, especially the part that included bonding with a Fire Nation enemy, but there was no way to obtain information from their ally if not through these fishing trips. It wasn't the first time they had taken Kino on a fishing trip, for they'd spent several months doing it by now, but it was the first time in over 2 weeks that they had a chance for it. The Fire Nation soldier had been elated about it, as he always was, yet after sitting for hours hopelessly, failing to ensnare a single fish, he always grew a lot less enthusiastic. Fishing with fishhooks is actually just a very boring exercise in patience, huh? Kino growled, with a small pout. I warned you about it plenty of times before, replied Katara, simply, staring into their small fire with displeasure. But you kept insisting this was what you wanted to do, didn't you? Well, come on, I have every right to try and eat something decent for once, while I'm in this wasteland of yours. Kino complained, earning himself a glare from Katara that Aang quickly identified as a very bad omen. Say, Kino, did you get more information for us today or not? He asked, with a weak grin, and the Fire Nation soldier pouted. Maybe I did, but until I catch a fish, you're not going to hear. Ugh. Quit being an idiot or I'll freeze you for it. Katara snapped, and Kino gulped. Either you talk now, or we'll just call it quits and... No. Geez, no need to be so drastic. Kino squeaked, gulping. I can tell you, then, but, I just really want to catch one. At least for once. Katara rolled her eyes and looked at him skeptically. Kino sighed and nodded, setting down the fishing rod as he realized he wasn't going to get his way. Protesting further wouldn't be too helpful. It wasn't wise to anger this particular waterbender, after all. I'm sure you'll get one eventually, Katara said. But in case you forgot, the deal was that we'd take you fishing for information. Whether you would fish successfully or not wasn't part of the deal at all. I know. Geez, you're cranky today, he whispered, and Aang cleared his throat. So? He said, and Kino nodded. Well, I went to our new headquarters in Whaletail Island, which is actually our old headquarters, but it's new for our squad because we'll be positioned there starting tomorrow. Tomorrow already? Said Aang, raising his eyebrows. Time flew, huh? Then you really will be transferred. Yeah, it's happening at last. But anyways, I got sidetracked here. Said Kino, lifting a finger and frowning for a moment as he focused on what he'd been saying. We reached the island, and there we were, and that was cool, but as usual, they didn't pay any attention to me and didn't give me any tasks, so I had a chance to sneak out to the Southern Coliseum. The Southern what, now? Aang asked, confused, and Kino smiled. It's the professional gladiator arena in the island, he said, proudly. Katara stiffened. Wait, so did you finally confirm my brother is actually a gladiator? She asked, and Kino gulped and shrugged. I confirmed the princess's gladiator is, in fact, from the Water Tribe, he said, with a dry grin. But they don't have enough information about him in the Colosseum. It seems the princess has never taken him to fight there. They might one day, though, it seems the princess travels for fights often. But then, this is as good as nothing. Said Katara, and Kino pouted. Hey, it's not as good as nothing. He said, folding his arms over his chest. I can list you the weapons he has used in battle. I was granted that much information, thank you very much. His weapons, then? Aang asked, surprised. Well, then, let's hear it. There's a sword, said Kino, frowning as he counted with his fingers. A black Jian. Ring any bells? Not at all, said Katara, raising an eyebrow. Kino grimaced. I think there was another sword, yeah, he whispered, softly. One he's only used in one fight so far, a white. My brother didn't fight with swords, she growled. We don't have Jian swords in the water tribe. Well, there was, a club. He said, and Katara frowned also. What's the name of those thingies? Those things that you throw, and they come back, and you. Karma. Aang asked, smiling, and earning himself a pout from Kino as well. Hey, you're the one who's supposed to be nice, remember? He grumbled as Aang laughed. Katara frowned, though. A boomerang, you mean? Oh, yes. That. Kino shouted, nodding affirmatively. Katara gritted her teeth. That, and I think a knife too. And, bombs. I think. What kind of? Oh, never mind, it's got to be him, or if anything it's someone who took his weapons, said Katara, flexing her legs and surrounding her knees with her arms. Aang looked at her worriedly. You think so because of that boomerang? He asked, and she nodded. It was one of his favorite weapons. Granted, other water tribe slaves might have boomerangs too, but how many of them would there be? I mean, it's likely him. It's him, and he's sponsored by the princess. Of all horrible things that could have happened to him. Now, he can't be that badly off, said Kino, lifting a finger. She may not have the nicest reputation, but if anything, she has made a pretty great fighter out of him. He's one of the best non-benders in the league, you know? That's not something any random someone could achieve, Katara. Oh, nonsense. There should be no such league and he shouldn't be fighting in it at all. She growled, punching the ice with anger. Yet you said that the princess might come to Whaletail Island? Really? Maybe. I don't know, said Kino, insecure. If she ever schedules a fight there I might be able to give you guys a heads up about it. You probably should see the Gladiator yourselves to know if it's your brother or not, right? Right. And if it is, we're going to take him with us, Katara declared, and Kino's jaw dropped as Aang looked at Katara in confusion. Whoa, do you think it'd be that easy? He asked, blinking blankly, as Katara shrugged. Why not? If we snatch him away in the middle of a fight and take him home on Appa, she won't be able to do anything. I'm not so sure about that, said Kino, biting his lower lip. Word is she has tamed a dragon, you know. So even if that weird shaggy beast of yours could lift him, she would catch up to you and set you all on fire if she wants the Gladiator back. Well, why would she want him back that badly? He may have done well, or whatever, in that disgusting league, but I'm sure she could find someone better than my brother if she just tries, Katara grunted, lowering her legs again. Maybe, but she is a princess. She might not like it when people take away what she thinks is hers. Said Kino, and Katara scowled. Hers, like he could belong to her. He's his own person, and she's reduced him to a slave. Hell, she's likely tortured him in unimaginable ways and we're all here, just sitting and waiting for fish to bite a hook. This is a waste of time. And going to the Fire Nation to rescue Sokka might only be trouble. On the other hand, Aang whispered, gritting his teeth. We should help him, but your first plan is likely the best so far. We should wait until she brings him to fight in the Southern Colosseum, and once she does we'll take him away as soon as we have a chance. And what if she never does? Katara asked, looking at Aang skeptically. He sighed. Then we'll have to think of something else. Maybe an arena in the Earth Kingdom would be a little more secure, but we'd need a backup plan. You guys are serious? Said Kino, looking at them in disbelief. You really want to take away the princess's gladiator? I mean, really. What's the problem? We could take her on, Aang and I, said Katara, proudly. We're both waterbenders, and everyone knows water beats fire, so. Yeah, but she's only the best firebender alive, if the rumors are true, anyways, said Kino, and Aang's eyebrows rose. Is that for real? The best firebender alive? She makes fire of different colors and all, said Kino, raising his eyebrows and nodding. Or at least that's what the rumors say. Well, Katon and Haka did say she fought with blue fire, but that makes no difference either way, said Katara, rolling her eyes. I don't care how strong she is, not even she would hold her own against two of us. So yeah, we really think we can take her. Heh, fine then. If you die then that's too bad, said Kino, shrugging carelessly before actually looking sad at the thought. It actually will be. You two are as good as my only friends, so, would be a pity to lose you. We're your friends? Katara asked, surprised. Kino blushed a little and laughed. Well, why not? He said, grinning. You don't ignore me, you take me on fishing trips and you are eager to hear what I might have to say. So yeah, I think we're friends after all, right? Right, said Aang, smiling too. Katara didn't imitate them. The idea of being friends with a Fire Nation soldier didn't sit too well with her, despite their frequent encounters and the fact that she doubted Kino meant to harm them in any way. Her prejudices against his nation still ran a little too deeply. So yeah, I'd rather you don't die in some crazy suicide mission, he said, focusing on his fishing rod again. He was busy attaching new bait on it. I wouldn't be able to stop you if you tried, but don't you think it'd be a waste? You're the last waterbenders down here, so if just for your tribe's sake you should just stay safe and out of, oh, hey. I only noticed that now, no wonder you two are together. Did you get set up for marriage or something because you're both waterbenders? Wait, what? Said Katara, her eyes widening as Aang blushed deeply. Well, it's something they always do in the Fire Nation. Said Kino, smiling, they set up marriages between people of powerful lineages or something, in hopes an even more powerful firebender will be born. Does that ever work? Aang asked, puzzled, and Kino shrugged. I dunno. Maybe. He said, smiling awkwardly. I've heard rumors of some marriages that were made to produce powerful firebenders, though then they had non-benders and their lives fell apart. Sad stuff, of course. But I mean, the odds are that having a strong bender as your parent would have something to do with inheriting the skills, right? You think bending is inherited? Katara asked, confused. Did any Fire Nation studies prove that? Not that I know of, said Kino, shrugging. But maybe it's more likely for benders to have bending children than for them to have non-benders, right? I'd agree, but there were no benders in my family before me, said Katara, frowning. The air nomads were all airbenders. Aang said, but a sharp glare from Katara silenced him as he noticed his mistake. Fortunately, Kino was too busy with his fishhook to pay them enough attention. Or at least, that's what I've heard, haha. Yeah. They were, very spiritual, apparently. Heh, really? Said Kino, looking up in surprise. If it's a matter of spirituality, then the fire sages should be airbenders too. What sort of logic is that? Said Katara, grimacing. If they're fire sages, they should be firebenders. Exactly. Said Kino, grinning. People are born with the ability to bend, and the element they bend depends on what their heritage is. You can't just become an airbender because you start praying a lot. Airbenders would meditate, Aang said, and Kino looked at him in surprise. Aang gulped. I think as much, anyways. Oh, well, whatever it is they did, you can't just be an airbender out of nowhere just because you feel like it, he said, smiling. Else anyone could become, I don't know, avatars just because they want to. And that's not possible, is it? No. Not a chance there's an avatar anywhere, whatsoever. Aang said, nodding. Katara rolled her eyes before giving him another significant, disapproving glare. Aang shrugged and grimaced. I know, right? It's almost sad, really, said Kino, with a sigh, as he moved towards the fishing hole in the ice, placing the fishhook inside and sitting to wait patiently, the rod in his gloved hands. The idea of some super entity that keeps balance is kind of neat, isn't it? Aren't you Fire Nation? Don't you people want the Avatar dead? Katara asked, and Kino blinked blankly. Well, we are ordered, as soldiers, to capture the Avatar on sight, but it's kind of hard to do that when there's been no sign of the Avatar for ages, right? He said, shrugging. I'm just saying, it would be pretty interesting to meet someone who can bend every element. I can't even bend a single one myself, so benders always have been really impressive for me. Is that why you think so highly of that princess? Katara asked spitefully, and Kino smiled. Well, that and many other things. She sounds terrifying, but at the same time there are so many cool rumors about her. I mean, as I told you just now, they say she has tamed a dragon, no less. I admit that's pretty unusual, Aang said, smiling with interest. I remember that in old books, dragons were said to be pretty hard to tame. I don't even know how it's done, said Kino, with a weak grin. But it's awesome because nobody had seen dragons for, I don't know, over 30 years. I thought they were extinct or so, I'd heard as much, but I guess not. Are you sure she tamed it? Katara asked, raising an eyebrow. Maybe she beat it up and tied it down so it would become her slave. Hey, said Kino, looking at Katara doubtfully. I don't know anything for certain, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, hey? I think I got a bite. Wait, you did what? Katara asked and Aang grimaced. Oh, I did. He exclaimed, beaming wildly until the fishing rod jolted him violently towards the crack in the ice. Hey. Quit that. Kino, let it go. Aang said, standing up and staring at the Fire Nation soldier warily. He had never told Kino as much, but he had been responsible for the lack of fish biting the young man's fishhook during all this time. While Kino got distracted, he would bend the water inconspicuously, redirecting any fish that might be approaching his hook. The idea of fishing didn't really sit well with him, and he didn't want to see these creatures suffer because this was Kino's idea of fun. What? Let it go. Right now. It's the first time I get one of these. He cried out, pouting. Not a chance, Aang. Help me here. Kino, please. But Kino didn't listen. He clutched his rod with all his might, standing up and leaning back, and with a loud cracking noise, a tiger seal tore through the ice and hovered above them briefly, clutching the fishhook tightly between its jaws. Kino's eyes flew open in the brief moments as the tiger seal came flying towards him. He had expected an actual fish, not a tiger seal. He let go of the rod and screamed, covering his face with his hands as gravity did its job to make the angry creature fall atop him. But the tiger seal didn't come crashing on Kino. The soldier continued to scream and shrink in his frame, terrified of what the creature would do to him, until he noticed that, by all logic, the tiger seal should have already done its worst after a couple of seconds. Why hadn't it? He blinked blankly before turning to see the creature was suspended in midair for no plausible reason, still biting on the fishhook. When its eyes met Kino's, it attempted to attack him, identifying him as the fisherman who had tricked it into taking his bait. Kino flinched and dropped back, afraid the claws might reach him, but the tiger seal started to hover away against its will, looked like. Kino glanced behind him when he noticed one of his companions was moving behind him. Aang's arms were performing circular motions as the tiger seal hovered in the air. Sorry about that. He shouted to the creature, using a little gust of air to remove the fishhook from the creature's jaws, but allowing it to keep the bait as a treat. We won't bother you anymore. The tiger seal growled as a response, but once Aang had lowered it into the water it simply swam away. Aang sighed and looked at Kino with irritation as the Fire Nation soldier gulped guiltily. I told you to just let it go, didn't I? Aang snapped, and Kino smiled and scratched the back of his head. I'm sorry, but it was my first catch. You couldn't just expect me to. Aang. Aang frowned upon hearing Katara call him hoarsely. Her eyes were wide as she looked at him in disbelief. Had he not noticed what he'd done just now? I have to say I'm surprised you could bend the water in the air like that, though, said Kino, startling them. It was only then that Aang realized his mistake. I'd never heard of something like that. The color drained from Aang's face as Kino eyed him with curiosity and confusion. Was he really too thick to realize Aang had just used his airbending? Aang turned to Katara, apologetic. She only responded with a ruthless glare. There was nothing to be done by now. Even if Kino was too naive to understand things, he might tell his fellow guards of what he'd seen. And if the Fire Nation heard that the Avatar was hiding in the South Pole, all commands to evacuate the settlement would disappear as suddenly as they had appeared. They would come after Aang immediately, and there would be no place to hide. Kino, said Aang, looking at him warily. Maybe they could convince him that what he had seen wasn't at all what he had thought it was. I've heard there's water in the air before, but this was kind of strange anyways. I guess you're that good a waterbender, huh? He said, but it was then that he noticed the expressions on his friends' faces. Guys? What's the matter? We can't just, we have to do something, Aang, said Katara, looking at Aang meaningfully. Aang gritted his teeth and looked at her sternly. Like what? Katara. Aang, this is serious. She exclaimed. This is precisely what we should have known would happen if we kept doing this, and... Katara, I'm sorry. It just came out of me by instinct. I didn't mean to, said Aang, and Katara huffed. You're not the problem, Aang, the problem is... she said, looking at Kino warily. To find realization was dawning in his eyes now. As his gaze shifted back and forth between Aang and Katara, Kino started to frown and to step backwards warily. Why you weren't bending the water in the air, were you? He asked. Aang's stomach sank. Kino. You're a vegetarian, right? And you have weird name that doesn't sound water tribe at all. Why Yuri, oh, spirits, you're... he said, as he reached a hand out towards his spear, the weapon he had been assigned for his rounds in the settlement. Katara glared at him. Don't you dare! She shouted, unleashing a water whip towards Kino and slapping his hand hard. Kino flinched and whimpered, gritting his teeth at the pain, yet he still looked at Aang and Katara in confusion and terror. Stay back! He shouted, trembling as he pulled out a pocket knife now. Katara's glare only grew fiercer. Katara, calm down. Just, let's talk this through. Aang said, pleadingly, before turning to Kino. Kino, please, this isn't what it looks like. So you're not an airbender, then? He asked, holding the knife at the level of his shoulders. You're not, the Avatar. Aang gritted his teeth. So much for hoping to salvage the situation. Granted, he and Katara weren't the best liars, but if only she hadn't reacted as she had, maybe they could have still misled Kino. As it was, though, the situation was hopeless. The Fire Nation soldier was fully aware of who he was now, and he seemed beyond horrified by the discovery. Makes perfect sense now that you'd know so much about air nomads, he said, swallowing hard. And that creature, that shaggy one you jumped down from when we were attacking your tribe, it was some airbender creature, wasn't it? Kino, please, you have to listen. Aang exclaimed, we're not your enemies, you don't have to. You're not my enemies. Heck, that's what you've always been. Said Kino, gritting his teeth. And even then, I figured we could be friends, but you're the Avatar. Aang, this is useless. We have to restrain him, or he'll run back to his people and give you away. We can't just sit around a fire and try to settle things by talking. Katara snapped, pulling forth another stream of water out of the piled snow near them. Aang gasped. Katara, no. Kino jumped back as the water lunged towards him. He had no idea how to avoid it, knowing all too well that the waterbender had an advantage over him in this situation. Katara was in her element, and even if Aang didn't want to fight alongside her, she alone would have a nigh-guaranteed victory against a single, almost disarmed soldier. Things only got worse for Kino when, in his attempt to evade Katara's attacks, he stumbled into the hole in which he had been fishing. He cringed as he fell into the freezing water, and to no surprise, Katara used the opportunity to freeze him and keep him place. Kino screamed, the ice seeming to burn into his skin. Katara, stop it! Aang shouted, desperate, as Katara pulled Kino towards them, a fierce snarl on her face. Let me go. Kino growled, grimacing as he squirmed. It hurts. Katara. Aang looked at the waterbender in despair, making her resolve weaken for a moment. Aang, we can't let him go now. Things were fine as long as he didn't realize who you were, but now. Then, because he realized who I am, you're going to freeze him to death. Aang exclaimed, and Katara gritted her teeth before letting the ice melt around Kino. He fell on the ice, shivering violently as he rubbed his arms while he struggled to regain his warmth. Aang, please, stop thinking with your heart for a minute and use your head. Katara snapped. If he gets away you might be killed. The entire tribe might end up dead. We knew we were taking a risk with this, and now we have to do something about it. I can't just. You can't just hurt him and expect him to cooperate with us. You can't take him captive for no reason and think the Fire Nation will take that well. Said Aang. You might doom your tribe all the same if you capture one of their soldiers for no apparent reason. So Katara, just. Aang, I'm doing this for your own good. Well, you're not going to hurt him just because of me. Aang replied, as Kino gritted his teeth and stood up. Oh, so then you're going to fight me because I'm trying to. Katara started, but she fell quiet when she noticed Kino had turned on his heels and was now stumbling his way down the ice plain. Damn it, you're not getting away. Katara, cut it out. Aang shouted, but the waterbender had already began to bend the nearby snow, using it to catapult herself forward fast enough to reach Kino, who was shuddering as he tried to run away. Kino heard her coming, knowing she would not let him go now, knowing she might really freeze him alive this time around. There was no escape from his discovery, he wouldn't walk away from this without retribution. He should have known. All along he had been growing too friendly towards the enemy, long before understanding which enemy he was dealing with, exactly. The Fire Lord needed the Avatar to be caught. Kino knew that was the mission that was given to the banished prince, so he could regain his honor. The Fire Lord wanted the Avatar behind bars, or even dead, to prevent him from getting in the way of the Fire Nation's expansion. And Kino was obligated, by his loyalty to his people and the vows he had sworn, to deliver the Avatar to the Fire Lord if he were to find him. He gritted his teeth and turned his head, knowing that sort of thing would be folly. Not only was Aang too powerful for him to capture, but there was Katara as well, who wouldn't stand for it. Aang and Katara. The very two people he had just referred to as his only friends barely instants earlier. And one of those two people seemed to be about to kill him. Katara, stop. Aang shouted again, as Kino turned with a panicked look on his face. Katara was coming towards him, propelled by the avalanche-like wave of snow she had built to reach him. One of her hands reached out to him just as Kino turned around, his knife held tight on his right hand still. It was Katara who screamed now as the blade cut the palm of her hand sharply. The wave of snow crumbled behind her, but not before it could bury Kino waist deep inside of it. Katara collapsed only a few feet ahead of him, droplets of red staining the pristine snow. Katara! Aang said, his eyes wide as Kino dropped the knife, aghast by the thin line of blood that trickled on it. Katara! Aang rushed towards them as Kino dug himself out of the snow, his eyes still wide with panic. He wasn't even sure of what he'd done to her, but he could still see the blood that was dripping on the snow. Katara? Are you? He asked, reaching out to her as he finally got out of the snow, but his attempt to reach a hand towards her was slapped away. But not by Katara. By the Avatar. Stay away from her. Aang roared now, angrily, as he surrounded Katara with an arm and pulled her closer to him, fear glowing in his eyes alongside the fury. Are you okay? Katara. I am fine. I'm fine, she said, breathing heavily as the pain stung her palm. She gritted her teeth as she removed her cut mitten with difficulty to find a deep gash in her hand. Aang cringed when he saw the wound. He turned to Kino, who jumped back with fear and looked at Aang apologetically. I didn't mean to hurt. I wasn't trying to harm her. He exclaimed, but Aang's fierce scowl was enough to make him pull back. Kino, just. He said, breathing in slowly and shaking his head before glaring at him. Just stay away from us. Aang. He said, but the Avatar didn't look at him anymore. Katara shivered in his arms, and Aang grimaced as she tried to cleanse the wound with loose snow. "I'm sorry." Kino turned away and started back to the settlement, almost hoping now that one of the two benders would come after him, yet knowing neither would. Aang was no killer, but the anger in his eyes just now had been far more terrifying than Katara's previous attacks. He gulped as he switched to a sprint, shivering violently. How he had gotten caught up in such a mess. He had achieved the unthinkable for a Fire Nation soldier. He had found the Avatar, and he had lost his only friends ever as a consequence. "Katara, I'm sorry, I'm really..." Aang said, as she cringed and cleansed the wound. "Don't, you have nothing to be sorry for," she said, as she pressed some snow to her palm. "This wound is my fault. I shouldn't have acted so erratically. I know I can end up hurting myself for being so reckless, but I got carried away. But I'm the reason he even had a chance to do this to you," said Aang, grimacing. "If I hadn't forced him to meet us, and if I had just understood." "Understood what?" Katara asked, as Aang lowered his head. That you were probably right about the Fire Nation. I thought maybe Kino wouldn't want to deliver me to the Fire Lord, but you saw how he acted. It's probably the only thought in his mind now. And then he hurt you, and I can't believe I let him do this to you. I'm so sorry, Katara. Stop feeling so bad about it, I kind of brought it on myself, said Katara, grinding her teeth as the melting snow seeped into the wound. I lashed out at him. He only hurt me by mistake, which, well, is pretty sad if you think abo dash. Katara stopped mid-sentence when her hands became a sudden, unexpected source of bluish light. Aang frowned and looked at her in confusion as Katara felt a strange, tingling sensation in her palm, where the water touched her wounded skin. "What on earth?" she said, as the glow disappeared, and she studied her palm. There was no wound anymore. Her hand was back in perfect shape. She turned to Aang in confusion. She found recognition in his eyes, to her utmost surprise. I'd heard of the Northern Waterbender's healing skills, he said, taking Katara's hand in his. But I never heard of anyone having such skills in the South Pole. I mean, it has to be that, right? I have no idea, said Katara, looking at Aang with confusion. I've never healed myself like this, or anyone else, for that matter. Have you ever healed? No. I'd heard of it, but I never managed to do it, he said, as they rose back to their feet somewhat clumsily. We should go after him, Aang, said Katara, gulping. And talk things through, as you wanted us to. Maybe if we're not as rash as I was, he won't tell his people about you. Or do you think? I don't know what to think anymore, said Aang, sighing. Maybe it's time they find out what they're dealing with, after all. But if they do, I'll have to leave the South Pole. I can't put your tribe in danger. Well, then, if you go, I'm coming with you, Katara said, with determination. I don't care where, but you're not going alone. And if we're going to save my brother one day, then we'll have to fight the Fire Nation one way or another anyhow, he said, gulping. Even if I don't like it, we have no choice. He might still not betray us. But he does see us as the enemy either way. We can't stay sitting around doing nothing. It's what I've always told you, said Katara, frowning. It's time we do something. We can't stand by forever and wait for a signal from the spirits or so. Unless we take a stand, nothing will change. And who's better to make things change than me, said Aang, nodding weakly. Katara could see the hesitation in his eyes. He was scared, and rightfully so. If Kino informed his fellow soldiers that the Avatar was alive, there was no telling what sort of havoc would be wreaked on the tribe. Was Aang powerful enough to keep the Fire Nation's forces at bay? He was a prodigious bender in both the elements he could wield, but Katara wasn't sure that would be enough. Granted, the environment would be favorable for him, but even the Avatar might be outmatched if the Fire Nation Navy brought all their forces to find him. Shouldn't we try to stop Kino anyways? Asked Katara, as Aang gazed in the direction their friend had left. I shouldn't have let him go. I'm sorry, I kind of lost it when he hurt you, he said, his jaw clenched as he saw the white clouds above had darkened suddenly. But going after him now isn't a good idea. It looks like a storm is coming. Katara had to concede Aang was right, the grey clouds were shifting dangerously. A snowstorm would be upon them in no time. You think he'll be in his settlement before the storm hits? For his sake, let's hope so, said Aang. Katara swallowed hard as a dark thought materialized in her mind. For their sake, and for Aang's sake, maybe it would be better if the storm stopped Kino from returning to his people. We should go too. Yes, said Katara, nodding. Let's go home. Hakata frowned as he saw the clouds swirling in the distance. It was the telltale omen of blizzard, as he knew too well, and while everyone in the tribe was already safely tucked inside their homes, 2 people were still outside the village. One of them, of course, was his own daughter. As a last desperate resort, he climbed the village's watchtower in hopes to spot them in the horizon somewhere. It wasn't easy to find them in the dark, though. The thick clouds helped little in his task of finding the 2 young adults who had taken up the duty of watching the settlement today. They should have known better than to keep watch when the weather was this bleak, Hakata thought, as he scanned the landscape with difficulty, and finally, he saw something. 2 figures approaching the tribe's walls, it had to be them. He rushed to meet them, hoping to usher them inside right away, but he didn't miss the troubled looks on their faces as they entered the town. Katara's right hand was uncovered, too. For some reason. Are you both all right? He asked. You should have noticed the blizzard was almost upon you hours ago. You shouldn't have kept watch in those conditions. We were just, said Katara, as Hakata looked at them questioningly. Dad, I think, we need to talk. Do we? He said, frowning. The look of dread on their faces brought 1,000 potential possibilities to his mind. Yet he hoped none of the strange scenarios he was imagining would turn out to be true. What happened to your mitten, Katara? It's part of what we need to talk about, she said, looking at Aang guiltily as he swallowed hard and nodded. This sounds worse by the minute. Let's get inside quickly, said Hakata, glancing up at the sky. It's already starting to snow. An hour later, Hakata's questions had been answered as they shared dinner in the tribal chief's igloo. Yet now that everything made sense, Hakata found he would much rather have remained in complete ignorance of the folly Katara and Aang had committed. So you had a Fire Nation soldier acting as your informant, said Hakata, frowning as Aang and Katara finished their tale. You were meeting him in secret, fully aware of how much danger you were getting yourselves into. We made a mistake. I made a mistake, said Aang, swallowing hard and lowering his head. I thought Kino could be trusted. He seemed a good person, but even good people can be Fire Nation soldiers. I thought he wouldn't hurt Katara, but he's an enemy, said Hakata, sternly. And as good a person as he may have seemed to be, he has a job to do, and he swears loyalty to the Fire Lord. If he didn't kill you on sight, it's merely because he knew he wouldn't be strong enough to overpower you on his own. The next thing we know, there will be a battalion of Fire Nation forces ready to take our tribe by storm. And that will only grow worse once the Fire Lord hears of who you are and where you're hiding. I know, said Aang, nodding. And I'm sorry. I never meant to put your people in danger, let alone Katara. I know what I must do now, though, and It's not only about my people and Katara, Aang, said Hakata, and his eyes softened now. You've been with us for a year now, shared our home, our meals, our lifestyle. I speak out of concern for your well-being as well as that of everyone else. You're the world's only hope against the Fire Nation, it's true, but I never wanted to sacrifice you in some poorly executed military attempt to dethrone the Fire Lord. You are as good as part of our tribe now. And I had meant to protect all of my tribe. So did I, said Aang, looking at Hakata remorsefully. But my decisions, they led to Katara being hurt, and I'm fine now, Aang, she said, her eyes set as she tried to focus on her meal. You don't have to worry about me. Even so, Katara, said Aang, glancing at her hand worriedly. Healing abilities aren't too common amongst waterbenders, especially in the South Pole, said Hakata, but Kunna smiled. They are far more common in the North Pole, Hakata, she said, reaching out to touch Katara's hand with one of hers. It seems your healing skills must have been passed down through my side of the family somehow. Katara found it in her to smile at her grandmother, despite herself. She squeezed her hand before turning her questioning gaze on her father. I know you are mad about this, and you have every right to be, she said. But Kino actually gave us important information, Dad. He told us that they had stopped attacking the settlement under the Fire Lord's orders, though they had no idea why he gave that order. And not just this, but... Katara was choked up for a moment as she steeled herself to say the next words. Hakata frowned, looking at his daughter with confusion. But what, Katara? I asked him about Sokka, she said, and Hakata's eyes widened. He had no information about him at first, but he asked in the settlement afterwards, and he told us that the princess didn't kill him. That she took him to the Fire Nation, to make him a slave. Eh? Katara, is this why you two kept meeting this soldier? He asked, his eyes wide. Katara, for all you know he was lying about all this. He could have simply been feeding you false information to distract you both while the rest of his squad readied themselves to attack our tribe. But, that never happened. There were no attacks, said Aang, and Hakata glared at him. For all you knew, there could have been, he said, and Aang shook his head. Kino isn't like that at all, Hakata, He started, but he fell silent again as he remembered, once more, that the soldier was likely to have sold him out to the Fire Lord by now. Dad, he wasn't half as clever or capable of cruel things as we could have thought, said Katara, swallowing hard. We have no evidence that his information on Sokka is real, that's true, but he's a lot less dangerous than you think You say this after he harmed you. It was a mistake. I lashed out precisely because I kept acting the way you are right now. Katara exclaimed. I was angry, and I kept attacking him, and all he wanted was to get away from me because he was scared of what I might do to him. When he hurt me, it was, well, some sort of wake-up call. He didn't want to hurt me, Dad. And, he might not want to hurt Aang either. He'd told us we were his only friends just minutes before, and you truly believe everything this soldier told you? Hakata asked, skeptical. If you knew him, you'd understand, said Aang. He's not the lying type. At least, he doesn't look to be. If he's not a liar, what guarantees that those he asked about Sokka weren't lying too? How do you know if? He said, breathing out and shaking his head. You can't believe this sort of mad talk blindly, Katara. It doesn't matter how much you want your brother to be alive. Is it so bad to hope he might still be, Dad? She asked, looking at him in disbelief. Or is it just so much easier to think he's not because that way you don't have to feel bad over having left him in the clutches of that Fire Nation bitch for 3 years? Katara. Dad, he might have been lying, but what if it's true? She asked, looking at him intensely. What if Sokka is still out there? Should we just sit here forever and hope he'll come back to us miraculously instead of taking his fate into our own hands? Katara, if he's still alive, he wouldn't want you putting yourself in the line of fire in some attempt to steal him away from the Fire Nation princess. That would likely only result in both of you dying. Hakata bellowed. Dad, I know you're afraid of losing me, but you can't just. If Sokka were alive, Katara, said Hakata, gritting his teeth. If he's still alive after all this time, then maybe he really will return to us one day. If he has endured slavery for so long, it could only be with one purpose in mind. But if he's dead, you'll throw yourself at the Fire Nation chasing a ghost. You'll achieve the same as I would have if I'd attempted to take revenge against the bastard that killed your mother, as I wanted to at first. It's different, Dad, said Katara, lowering her gaze. Because, you couldn't get Mom back no matter what. But if there's a chance Sokka is still alive, shouldn't we try to do something? At least to communicate with him somehow. How, then? Said Hakata, looking at Katara questioningly. What's your best idea, Katara? I'm the best idea we've got, said Aang, and Hakata sighed. Not this again. Hakata, if the Fire Nation finds out I'm here, I have to leave to keep you all safe, said Aang. I won't have their forces storming your tribe because I made a stupid mistake. So, I'll leave, and if I can find a way to send a message to him, from his family, then I will. Or perhaps you'll be caught and enslaved just as he was, said Hakata. That is, if they don't want you dead. Ain, this is. Yes, it's not ideal, but it's the only way to keep you all safe by now, said Ain, swallowing hard. And it's the only way to find out if Kino told us the truth about Sokka. Hakata's brow was deeply furrowed as he pondered the airbender's words. After a moment of silence, the chief shook his head and ran a hand over his hair, fearing this entire situation had rendered his hair far grayer in a matter of minutes. We'll know if the Fire Nation means to attack our village when the storm lets down, said Hakata, standing up from the table. If they do attack, you will leave, Ain. If they don't, we'll have to build our defenses further if just as a precaution. But as long as that soldier knows who you are, Ain, chances are Fire Nation troops will storm our tribe whenever they see fit to do so. You need to learn from this. You can't trust everyone blindly just because you think they might be good people. Appearances are deceiving, and you can't forget we're still at war. Aang swallowed and nodded, relieved that at least he might be able to stay a little longer. Granted, he had the feeling he needed to leave, because he wasn't achieving much by staying in the South Pole, but at the same time, there was stability here. He felt welcome. He knew he wouldn't find that same stability easily anywhere else. Hakata retired to his room, and Kun Na soon followed his lead. The two benders remained seating at the table, though. Katara reached for Aang's hand and rubbed his knuckles gently, fixing him with a determined stare. If you're leaving, I'm going with you, she said. Aang took a deep breath and nodded, knowing he wouldn't be able to dissuade her about that. And knowing, also, that Hakata would never approve of this. Yet he had said so himself, as long as Kino knew the truth, Aang was putting everyone in jeopardy. And if that was what it took to keep everyone safe from the Fire Nation. Stupid storm. It had to start snowing just as we're about to leave, the settlement's squad captain growled, rolling his eyes as he stepped away from the window. And so, we have to waste one more day in this freezing hell. Just our luck. Kino ate dinner quietly in the boisterous dining room within the settlement. Normally, he was eager to start conversations with anyone, hoping to catch someone's eye for long enough for them to at least learn his name, if nothing else. But not today. Today he was buried deep in his own thoughts as he debated internally between what he should do and what he wanted to do. It's not going to stop today, Cap, said one of the lieutenants, sighing. We've been here long enough to see how the weather sucks in this wretched place. We have, but even so. Whatever, I guess you're right. If we set out in the middle of the storm we're probably just going to die, he said, throwing his hands in the air and storming off to the quarters he had vacated earlier. Get some sleep, everyone. We're setting out as soon as the storm is through, and if you're not ready by then, you're staying behind alone in this hellhole. Kino sighed and nodded as the others replied affirmatively to the captain's orders. They would sleep for a few hours, and then wake as soon as the captain shouted at them to get up. It was how it had been throughout Kino's time as a soldier in the settlement. He had overslept a few times and found himself out of breakfast for it, but this time, the price for oversleeping would be much steeper. The thought of staying all alone in the cold settlement made Kino shiver unpleasantly. He didn't want to be alone, yet, he had been alone anyhow. Ever since he had been sent here he had been lonely. Always ignored by the rest of his comrades, never seen, never heard, he had gotten used to it, undeniably, but he had started to feel much better about himself after Katara and Aang had entered his life. And now they thought he would sell them out. It was what he had to do, no doubt. It was what everyone expected of a soldier who discovered where the Avatar had been hiding for so long. Yet his entire body rejected the notion of giving his friend away to his death. Because no doubt that was what would await Aang if Fire Lord Oze knew he was alive, if Fire Lord Oze ever had the Avatar in his clutches. Kino had nothing to gain from it but glory for himself. He didn't even have a family to share that glory with, having been raised in an orphanage. He wouldn't help anyone by doing what was expected of him. Because it's not like Aang was hurting anyone, was he? He had been trying to stop Katara from hurting Kino, even, and he had only reacted against him when he had cut Katara by mistake. Aang was so gentle-mannered, the nicest guy he knew. How could Kino possibly cause him this much strife? how could he ever turn him into Fire Nation authorities? But he had no choice. If he didn't reveal the truth to the Fire Lord, he was as good as a traitor. And if he was a traitor, it would be his head in a pike. If only, though. Kino frowned, watching how everyone filed into their sleeping bunks, leaving him behind in the dining room. The truth was that they didn't notice him. He was as good as a ghost. Could a ghost be a traitor? Could an invisible man be executed for withholding information? He snorted at the thought. The Avatar is alive, he whispered. Nobody heard him, of course. He cleared his throat and now exclaimed. The Avatar is alive. No reaction again. He took a deep breath and yelled as loudly as he could. The Avatar is alive. Shut up, you idiot, we're trying to sleep here. Kino gulped and lowered his head. That was the first time in a few weeks someone had talked to him directly, and he had only been told to be quiet. Nobody cared for what he had to say. It was beyond absurd to expect the Fire Lord to stop and listen to his claim that he had met and befriended the Avatar, wasn't it? Not even his fellow soldiers cared for what he had to say, so why would Oze? He wondered about that as he tucked in, sighing frequently, nestled in the bottom bed in his bunk. He had claimed the top bed on his first day, but another soldier had knocked his bag off, and by the time Kino returned he found his fellow soldier fast asleep in the bed that should have been his. His complaints were ignored, and the captain, the only one who listened to him once in a while, told him to get over it and stick to the lower bunk, that it made no difference either way. He slipped under the covers, his eyes wide open. He was a nobody amongst his peers, and the only way to become somebody was to turn in the very people who had made him feel worth something for the first time in years. The very people who had become his friends. Hours later, the captain shouted at everyone to wake up and get their gear immediately. The blizzard had settled down, and it was time to move out. Whaletail Island's station awaited, and none of the soldiers wanted to spend another second in the South Pole if they could help it. Is everyone aboard? The captain called out, and he made a head count as the soldiers settled on the ship. He nodded when he finished counting, satisfied, and turned to the ship's captain. Get us moving, then. It's about time we left this blasted wasteland. And with that, the Fire Nation relinquished the settlement they had fought many battles for. The settlement where the Water Tribe's chief's son had been dragged away from his home, where soldiers and warriors had died in a struggle to defend what each culture believed was rightfully theirs. They're gone. That's their last ship, Dad. They really left. Hakata couldn't believe his eyes as him, Aang, Katara, Haka and Katon watched the ship drifting away through white mist. Aang swallowed hard, uncertain if the sight was a good omen or if it only meant that the Fire Nation would leave the pole in order to bring proper reinforcements. Your source told you that they would be leaving today? Hakata asked, and Katara nodded. He mentioned that they were headed to the Whaletail Island outpost. I guess we forgot about that, though, she whispered, looking at Aang, who frowned. Might be they want reinforcements, this time for certain. Well, that is, unless Kino didn't tell them anything, he said, and Katara bit her lip. Maybe we should check the settlement, suggested Haka. Back when Sokka led us, we learned the place's layout well enough. We should check in case that soldier left any messages for you two or something, right? Do you think he would have had a chance to do that without raising any suspicions? Hakata asked, and Katara snorted. Actually, yes. If someone could do that without being noticed, it's Kino, she said, as the group moved out, headed towards the settlement. Is he that stealthy? Katon asked, looking at Aang in surprise. Your contact sounds pretty intimidating. Oh, that's the last thing he was, said Aang, smiling. If you'd known him, well, he was actually not stealthy at all. It's just that, for some reason his fellow soldiers didn't take him into account often. At least, that's what he told us. That most likely changed when he told them he'd found you, though, said Hakata, frowning heavily. Talk of this soldier only served to make his hair stand on end. He had a very hard time imagining the innocent soldier his daughter had described as anything but a fake persona. They reached the settlement's outer gates, finding them closed but not locked. Haka and Katon filed inside first, warily, with their boomerangs held firmly in their hands, just in case they found something dangerous within the building. You don't think they would have left bombs of some sort to blow up this place or something, do you? Katara asked Aang, looking around herself warily as well. Aang bit his lip. I wish I knew, but I don't. At least, I don't think so. Hey! Hey, who goes there? Katon shouted suddenly, alerting everyone else as he lifted his boomerang and threw it at the central building's door. Wait, don't hurt me. A familiar voice squeaked as the door closed again promptly, causing the boomerang to rebound against the metal. I mean no harm. Seriously. What? Said Katara, her eyes widening. Kino. Aang exclaimed, and the door opened a little again. Aang. Said a weak voice now. A head with curly black hair and large brown eyes appeared at the ajar door. Is it really? Hey, it's you, Aang. Katara. Kino, how? Katara said, as the soldier stumbled clumsily past the door and into the snow. He grimaced at the cold before rushing his way towards the Water Tribe group, a relieved smile on his face until he remembered the events from the previous day. He slowed down as he approached, looking at Katara warily and apologetically. Is your hand okay? I didn't mean to hurt you, but... I'm fine, Kino. Completely fine, she said, smiling. There's nothing to worry about. Huh, really? He said, sighing with relief, before noticing there were 3 other people in this group, complete strangers that were regarding him with dangerous glowers. You hey, Water Tribesman. How's it going? Is this the informant, Katara? Hakata asked, regarding Kino with a frown as he looked him up and down. He doesn't look like soldier material. He's not soldier material, it's true, but still. Hey. Kino said, pouting a little, but Aang stepped towards him, a worried look on his face. I'm sorry about yesterday, Kino, he said. I got a little emotional back then, but... Kino, did you say anything to your people about me? Did they leave for reinforcements or something? No, they left because they were scheduled to, as I told you guys, he said, with a smile. And, truth is, so was I, but... But you stayed for no reason. Katara asked. All alone in this dreadful place. I always felt alone here, so it didn't make much of a difference, he said, smiling at her. I actually hoped to go to your tribe, and tell you I was sorry for hurting you, and for worrying you both. I didn't mean to mess things up like that. We're the ones who messed up, I think, said Katara, swallowing hard. You weren't in an easy position, said Aang, gritting his teeth. But you stayed behind just to say you were sorry? Moreover, Kino, did you tell them about me? Oh, that you're the Avatar? Said Kino, with a weak smile. Not really. I mean, I did say that the Avatar was alive at random just to see if any of them reacted, but you know just how often they pay attention to me. Wait, what? Said Haka, his eyes wide. You tried to sell Aang out after all? Hey, I was only testing if they'd listen to me or not. Said Kino, inching away from the aggressive warrior. And of course, they didn't listen at all. They never do, and heck, Aang and Katara always did. It just wasn't right to do this. I couldn't do it. If someone had actually listened to me this one time when I said what I said, I would have likely told them I was just joking around. Really? Said Haka, glaring at Kino, who grimaced. This one doesn't like me, he said, as Aang smiled. Well, maybe he doesn't, but I'm really grateful, Kino, he said, placing a hand on his shoulder. If you'd actually done everything in your power to tell on me, well, things would have gotten really ugly. It's fine, Aang. I didn't want to report on you anyways, he said, grinning. You and Katara are my friends. And I'd already hurt you enough yesterday, so... I just didn't want to do it. It was wrong, and I wouldn't have succeeded at it anyways. So... Heh. I don't buy it, said Haka, as Katon chuckled. Yeah, this guy's kind of weird, he said, and Kino pouted. Well, what do you propose we do if we can't trust him? Katara asked, amused, as she looked at Haka. The younger warrior scratched the back of his head. We should, take him prisoner, he said, nodding. And keep him under surveillance. That way we'll make sure he won't betray Aang to the Fire Nation. Heh? Wait, does that mean you'll take me to your tribe? Kino asked, smiling. Hey, that should be cool. I've heard you have ice and snow buildings, but they're all warm and cozy. I want to see them. Oh, dear, said Katara, chuckling before turning to her father. Do you think he can stay? I mean, this situation made you really uneasy when we told you about it, after all. Is it okay, then, if he... Huh? Said Hakata, raising an eyebrow and eyeing Kino judgmentally. He seems awfully harmless, can't be denied, but he knows too much. So, we can either kill him or take him with us, I suppose. Kill him. Aang said, horrified, and the blood drained from Kino's face. When Hakata laughed, they both breathed out in relief. Perhaps not, then. But we can't leave him here, for enough reasons. He does know too much, and it's better to keep him on check. Also, if he stays alone in this freezing settlement, he's likely to die all by himself. So, I suppose he will be our captive. A willing one, looks like. I'll behave myself, sir, I promise. Kino exclaimed, grinning. I'll help around the town, feed the babies, play with them, build fires, anything you need, I'd gladly help. And he's overly enthusiastic about it too, clearly. Said Hakata, with a crooked smile. Well, it looks like I was wrong about this soldier. Maybe you two really knew him better than I realized. See, Dad, you can trust my judgment once in a while, said Katara, smiling, and Hakata grinned at her as Kino gaped at them. Whoa, this is your dad. And tribal chief as well, mind you, said Hakata, proudly, and Kino's jaw dropped. Oh okay. That's way too cool, but okay, he said, as Katara and Aang chuckled. There's nobody else in this settlement, then? Hakata asked, and Kino shook his head. Haka pouted. I think we should check anyhow. Just in case he's lying, he said, and Hakata shrugged. Be my guest. I only hope the place isn't booby-trapped, he said, and Kino shook his head. They didn't bother setting anything up, the place is as good as new, he said. But feel free to check if you must. For Haka's peace of mind, they did check the entire building thoroughly, proving that there was nothing important left behind other than Kino. Aang and Katara stayed outside with him as Hakata checked the building with the other warriors. Why did you stay behind, though? Asked Katara. You could have just left. You don't like it here, so. Heh, I've gotten used to it, sort of, said Kino, smiling. And? I just didn't think it was right to leave in bad terms with you two. As I'd said, you were my only friends and it didn't sit right with me to do that. And well, since you're my friends, making up my mind to stay behind instead of following the rest of the soldiers wasn't that hard. I'm pretty sure they didn't even notice I stayed in bed when the captain told us to get up. Don't you think they might notice and come find you, though? Aang asked, and Kino snorted. Right. The captain told us that if we didn't get up, we'd be left behind, he said. He's not going to come back here if he can help it, let alone for a soldier he barely ever took notice of, so, yeah. Despite it all, I think things didn't turn out that badly, right? In fact, they turned out way better than expected, said Aang, smiling. I guess I won't have to make a run for it to lead the Fire Nation away from the pole just yet, huh? You already sent most of them away, said Kino, shrugging. The Fire Lord wanted us to leave, so we've left. You've had your way, Avatar. Looks like it, said Aang, patting Kino's shoulder. Thanks, Kino. Truly. No need. Thanks for the fishing trips, he said, grinning goofily. Katara chuckled. After the inspection of the settlement was done, and they had proved there was indeed nothing else left inside the metal building, they readied themselves to return to the tribe. And as they started on their way home, Kino showered Aang with endless questions about his airbending skills, his traditions, how he'd ended up in the South Pole when he clearly wasn't from around here, and many more. Katara couldn't hold back a smile as Aang struggled to reply, and she sighed in relief. A potential catastrophe had been averted. Kino was an idiot, clearly, but he meant well. He was Fire Nation indeed, but as she watched him smiling expectantly while Aang told him about his glider, Katara surprised herself by accepting for the first time that, despite her previous beliefs, it seemed not all Fire Nation people were inherently bad, after all. Chapter 102, Northern Air Temple 1. The ocean was dark and quiet at night, a pure reflection of the sky above. The only sound to be heard was that of the barge breaking the waves as it progressed through the open sea, across the northern Earth Kingdom. The princess gazed out from the window of her quarters, the cool breeze brushing against her bare shoulders softly. The sheet she held wrapped around her body didn't do much to keep her warm, but she had meant to check how much progress her ship had made through the night. Depending on how close they were to port, either she would have to send her Gladiator back to his cabin right away, or they might still enjoy each other's company for a little longer, as long as their destination was still several miles away. He lay in bed, breathing out slowly now that the excitement had cooled down. His dark brown hair was ruffled and messy after the princess's hands had slipped between his tresses in the midst of their passionate exchanges. His skin had a few marks she had left on it, but he had made certain to leave quite a few on her as well. His back, as usual, stung a little after she had scratched him with her long nails, but he was growing accustomed to the pain by now. He virtually relished in it. "Well?" he asked, looking at her questioningly as she rested against the windowsill, squinting through the pavilion tower's large windows. "It's the middle of the night, I really can't tell if we're close to the northern shores or not," she replied, shrugging. "But we're probably not there just yet. We're still going too fast, we're probably not near our destination just yet." "Good, then," he said, beaming. "If that's how it is, you should just come back to bed and stop worrying." "I would stop worrying if I could," said the princess, smiling. "But as per usual, our fun times will come at a steep price if we're not careful. It's better to be cautious, Sokka." "Granted it is, but it's also good to make the most of the time we can spend together, right?" he said, smirking, and sliding his hands to the back of his head. Azula rolled her eyes and regarded her opportunist lover with undisguised skepticism. He grinned mischievously in turn. His dark-skinned body was fully exposed to her as he lay comfortably stretched across her bed. "Besides, aren't you cold standing over there like that?" he said. "The temperatures are quite low around here, after all, and I'm not sure you can handle it, tropical girl." "Oh, you think I can't take a little cold?" Azula asked, as he smirked. "It would seem after all this time you really don't know me so well, Snow Savage. Or maybe I'm just that eager to have you in my arms again," he suggested. Azula rolled her eyes once more but smiled now. To his delight, she moved away from the window and approached the bed, removing the sheet around her body and dropping it atop Sokka's. "Or maybe the one who was cold was you," she said, smirking as she sat on the bed again. Sokka chuckled. "Well, if you wanted to warm me up, I'd much rather have you atop me than a sheet. It's a lot more effective to heat up through bodily warmth, as you might have noticed by now," he said, smirking as he caressed her waist with a hand. Azula smiled and dropped beside him, pulling the sheet over her body as well and settling against Sokka. "Wouldn't you like that, Savage?" she whispered, kissing his shoulder softly. "I seem to remember you were very interested in warming up at the expenses of my naked body once before. It looks like you have a knack for it, don't you?" "Huh? When did I try that?" he asked, and Azula smirked before looking at him teasingly. "You're going to forget your daring suggestion back when we were lost in the forest, by any chance?" she asked. "After we were soaked by the rain and the river, you were most eager to take off your clothes." Sokka's slow smile broke into full laughter as he finally recalled that occasion. Azula's smirk widened. With a judgmental stare directed straight into his eyes, she propped herself up with her elbows as Sokka smiled guiltily at her. "I think you said back then that, was it over your dead body? Or, not in this life?" "I can't remember anymore," he said, chuckling. Azula shrugged. "Either way, I'm not dead, let alone have I reincarnated, so you'll gain no warmth at my expenses, Gladiator," she said, proudly, and Sokka raised an eyebrow. "Are you certain I won't, princess?" he asked, and Azula shivered. To this day, the way he uttered her title was enough to push her over the edge. Add to that the shameless smirk he gave her, and she felt completely helpless against him. She was growing much fonder of being helpless against him than she had ever meant to be. I promise I'll make it fun for you too, you know. I am a woman of my word, Gladiator. What will it look like if I take back my promises just because you believe you can please me? She said, as he surrounded her waist with an arm and licked his lips. It will look like you've given matters some thought and concluded that taking back your promise. He said, reaching up to kiss her lips softly before finishing his sentence, is worth it. Angela rolled her eyes but she dropped atop him anyways, a delighted smile on her face. She could hear his heartbeat, bask in his hands' loving caresses, his lips pressing to the top of her head occasionally. She felt fully comfortable lying in bed with him like this, their bodies pressed together intimately. Angela had never been too given to physical contact, or so she had thought, but when it came to Sokka, she craved it. She barely knew how to keep proper distance between them whenever they met outside her room these days. All she wanted was to feel his body next to hers and, seeing how desperate he was to keep her close to him, the feeling had to be mutual. It's been getting colder indeed, though, she said. Not as bad as in your pole, granted, but it's still not comfortable. That's because living in a tropical island has rendered you unappreciative of the cycle of the seasons, said Sokka, smirking. Yeah, like living in a frozen pole gave you a better grasp of the seasons than what I had, Angela snorted, and Sokka chuckled. All right, granted we only had 2 periods, but still. He said, smiling. You guys have it worse. It's like, summer and hotter summer. That's not good for anyone's health, you know. We deal with it just fine, thank you very much, said Angela, smiling. It's better than freezing your toes off all year, if anything. I beg to differ, said Sokka. You can dress up thickly if you want to fight the cold, you can stay in your igloo, you can build a fire, there's nothing you can do to fight the extreme heat, on the other hand. Of course there is, said Angela, smirking. When you're cold, you put on more clothes. When you're hot, you take them off. Since when do you think it's better to wear more clothes than less clothes, I wonder? I was under the impression you liked it the other way around. Sokka laughed and shook his head, as Angela smiled proudly. Okay, you got me there. The less clothes you wear, you specifically, Angela, the happier I will be. Your tropical hell wins. Tropical hell, give me a break, said Angela, looking at him skeptically. You've gotten used to it well enough, haven't you? I suppose, but I did miss feeling chilly at night, he said, smiling. Angela smirked. If that's so, then fine. I'll take the sheets for myself, since you clearly won't need them, she stated, rolling off him and into the sheets before Sokka could protest against her decision. Hey. That's not what Angela. He pouted, as she surrounded herself again in the warm fabric, a mischievous grin in her face. Come on, you missed feeling chilly, didn't you? She said mockingly, as Sokka looked at her with playful determination. You're not getting away with this, princess. He declared, pushing himself up before lunging at her, struggling to unwrap the covers from around her as she attempted to shove him off her, between laughs. They rolled on the bed for a while, the sheets wrinkling as they fought over them in a spirited struggle. Angela rolled atop him again, her legs straddling his hips as she held him down forcefully, her fingers laced with his as she pushed him against the mattress. Angela. Sokka said, readying himself to slip his legs between hers and swap their positions again, but that was when she leaned down to kiss him deeply, and with that alone his fight for the sheet was forgotten as he hummed in approval. He definitely liked this better than fighting. Once it was clear Sokka wouldn't struggle against her anymore, his hands now slipping out of hers gently, so he could embrace her by the waist, Angela smirked and pulled away, looking at him mischievously once more. Looks like I got away with it all right, she whispered, and he sighed in defeat. You'd think I'd learn the first time, huh? He said, as she laughed, her forehead pressed against his before she kissed him again. For such a quick learner, you don't seem to learn your ways around me all that easily, she said, dropping atop him once again, as his fingers slid through her smooth dark hair. Funny how you couldn't say the same thing 10 minutes ago, princess, he said, smirking. I've learned my way around your body no problem, haven't I? It looks like that doesn't make you any less weak against me, though, she whispered, pressing her lips to his cheek. Sokka chuckled and looked at her gently. You know you're too much for me, Azula. All I can do is accept it and love you more with every day that passes us by. He said, smirking as she groaned and rolled her eyes once he said words he knew would embarrass her. Can you try not to be sickeningly sweet for one night, damn it? She asked, as he laughed again. Things were just fine and then you had to start with the mushiness. I'm afraid that's my only weapon against you, Azula, he said, nuzzling her neck. I have to wield it whenever you're getting the better of me. So then, until I get used to the mushiness to the point that it doesn't affect me, you'll continue to use it to your benefit whenever you see fit to do so? She asked, looking at him questioningly, and Sokka grinned goofily. And even when it doesn't affect you, I'm going to keep doing it. Because I need to tell you all those things or I'll explode, as you already know, he said, chuckling, and turning on the bed again, so that she would lie below him now. She was rolling her eyes for the umpteenth time when he finished moving, and he couldn't help but laugh as he kissed her neck, prompting her to groan a little. You're the worst, damn it, she whispered. And you're the best, of course, he replied, his lips pressing against her skin soft and pleasantly. We shouldn't get started again, it'll be dawn soon and you'll have to go to your cabin before then, she whispered, and Sokka groaned. You know, I think I've spent so much time in yours on this trip that I'm having trouble thinking of my alleged quarters as mine, he said, and Azula smiled. I've ended up in here every night, after all. And there's nothing wrong with that, now, is there? She whispered, and he grinned as well. Not a single thing, he whispered. Well, aside from the fact that it makes it increasingly difficult to spend time without you. All I've done these weeks is wait for it to be nighttime. So I can be with you again, you know. I'm impressed. To think that what you most look forward to is being with me instead of breakfast, or lunch, or dinner, or a midnight snack. You really must love me, Azula said, sarcastically, and Sokka was the one rolling his eyes now. Like you didn't know I do, he said, kissing her jawline now. She closed her eyes and breathed out slowly. Still. I feel obligated to warn you that we might have to change our procedure once we reach land, she said, a hand sliding over his back in a gentle caress. Granted, this has been amazing, but there's no way of knowing what things will be like in the Northern Air Temple. Chances are that sneaking around undetected won't be too easy in a new environment. No chance they'll let us share rooms, then, said Sokka, teasingly, before sighing in defeat. We'll figure something out anyways. They can't keep us apart forever, can they? Well, not forever, but if things get difficult, we shouldn't push our luck, Azula said, eyeing Sokka meaningfully. So, no sneaking into my room in a guard's uniform for the time being, okay? Heh? Are you sure you don't want me to? Sokka asked, pouting. At least I can try that after we've assessed the situation properly, can't I? I'll think about it, Azula said, pointedly, and Sokka sighed. I suppose you're not giving in that easily, huh? He said, moving lower and kissing her collarbone now. Still, how do things work over there? Is this guy living as a recluse in the temple? Because if that's how it is. He isn't, from my understanding. I think the temple has become some sort of unofficial colony, said Azula. So it won't be just us and the guards, for certain. He's also, apparently quite quirky. I can't say I know much about the man, but what little has been discussed about him during war meetings has implied as much, so be aware that you'll have a rather strange partner this time around. He can't be that bad, said Sokka, smiling as he traced circles on Azula's abdomen with his fingers. What will you be up to while I'm working, though? Azula nearly snorted. She had no illusions regarding how hard he'd be working, but it seemed Sokka hadn't noticed that just yet. Either she was truly that much harder to read than he was, or he was no good at reading others at all. I'm not entirely sure, she lied. I thought I might spend some time with Xin Long, likely. He's thrilled about exploring the Earth Kingdom for a month, so I might join him in his travels if I'm too bored. Oh, said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. Will you look for other dragons? We might, but it's not a sure thing that we'll find any, Angela said, dismissively. I guess not, but, you won't take a long trip, though? I mean, you won't be gone overnight, said Sokka, and Angela laughed. I just told you not to expect us to keep up with this, and here you are, worrying that I might not spend the night with you, she said, looking at him in disbelief. He smiled guiltily. What can I say? My days will be spent with some weird quirky guy, and I probably won't see you often because you'll be traveling with Xin Long. I need to know if I'll have a chance to at least kiss you once in a while, Angela. Why? You can't function if I don't kiss you on a daily basis, she asked, smirking, and he nodded enthusiastically, prompting her to laugh softly. Oh, you're an idiot. I'm in love with you, is what I am, he said, grinning, and hugging her tightly. Angela sighed against him, her eyes closed as she relaxed in his arms. Sokka dropped on his side, pulling her closer to him as she smiled in his embrace. There's another thing you need to keep in mind, by the way. Something you're not likely to take well, actually, she said, eyeing him with uncertainty. Sokka raised an eyebrow. What's that? Well, you see, the air temples are located in some very steep mountains, right? Yes. Which means farming is, complicated, to say the least, said Angela, and Sokka frowned slowly, uneasy. Therefore, it's unlikely that they'll have a lot of meat on their tables, she finished, and his eyes widened in horror. And no meat? No meat, he exclaimed, and Angela shrugged. I'm not sure if there will be none altogether, but the air nomads never really cared to make their homes suitable for cattle. They were vegetarians, as you might know. Vegetarians? Hell, why would anyone choose to be a vegetarian when meat tastes so good? He said, grimacing. The air nomads were crazy. What did they eat, if not meat? From my understanding, mostly foods based on fruits. Perhaps a few vegetables, said Angela, and Sokka's jaw dropped. How am I supposed to eat enough if it's just fruit? That's never going to fill my stomach. Sokka, I'm afraid nothing will ever fill your stomach. Whether it's meat or fruit is irrelevant, said Angela, smirking, as Sokka dropped on the bed, his face contorted in horror as he ran a hand over his hair. If his reaction was to be judged for what it was, Angela had just informed him of the most disturbing news imaginable. G got to make bombs for the Fire Lord and then turns out I can't even eat meat. If I can't meet up with you at night either, I might as well just have signed up for the most horrible trip ever, he groaned, as Angela chuckled softly and curled against him. You're being ridiculous, she whispered. Which isn't all that rare coming from you, granted, but still. Angela, he whined, pouting at her as she caressed his chest. Just bear with it, and it'll be over before you know it, she told him. We'll be back here in no time, and then back home, and you'll be fighting in the arena again. That last part's not so encouraging, he said, with a raised eyebrow as Angela chuckled. I guess not, she said, kissing his cheek. But just deal with it all one thing at a time. Right now, your most pressing problem is that you should go to your cabin and stop frolicking with me for a couple of hours, so resolve that first and worry about meat or lack thereof later, will you? Meh, said Sokka, pouting. If this is the last chance I'll have to be with you for around a month, for all I know, then I want to take my time to enjoy the moment properly. Why did I know you were going to say something ridiculous like that? Because you know me so well, said Sokka, smiling now. Angela smiled and nodded, kissing his shoulder softly. Perhaps I shouldn't know you all that well, if you think about it, she said, as Sokka chuckled and hugged her with one arm. Probably, but we like to live life dangerously, I guess. Oh, not we, you do. I was perfectly fine living my life as comfortably as I could. And then you showed up and made a mess of everything without barely even trying, Angela growled, and Sokka chuckled. You've enjoyed most of it, though, whether you want to admit it or not. And you've enjoyed yourself well enough too, so you'll have to make the sacrifice to stop eating meat for a month or so, said Angela, smiling. If you manage to endure the vegetarian diet without whining too much, I might try and sneak into your room for a change, well, if it proves any easier than for you to sneak into mine, of course. But you'll likely get the better room, said Sokka. You're the princess after all, so your bed should be nicer than mine. Your room is always better for escapades. Azula rolled her eyes as Sokka grinned. She placed her head on the hollow of his shoulder, an arm surrounding his chest as he played with her hair. She breathed slowly against him, basking in the closeness between them before kissing his cheek once more. You really should go by now, she whispered, and Sokka sighed. Must I? He pouted, and she nodded. Get some rest, you know you'll get none if you stay here, she said, smiling. I need it too, having bags under my eyes wouldn't befit me. Especially if those bags are caused by spending the night with some shameless savage who keeps doing as he pleases with me. Hey, you're doing as you please with me too, he pointed out, smiling. Or is it I need to let you lead once in a while so things can be more balanced between us? Let me lead. Azula said, raising an eyebrow. I beg to differ, but I will not have you letting me do anything. I will take what is mine by my own hand, Gladiator. Remember, I call the shots here, and I always will. Heh, you do in many regards, but... he said, smirking mischievously. Oh, so you call the shots in the bedroom, then? She asked. My. Someone is getting a little cocky all of a sudden, isn't he? I don't think, pfft. Please tell me that pun was not intentional, he said, chuckling. Azula raised her eyebrows and smirked. What if it was? He roared with laughter now, and Azula couldn't help but chuckle too, dropping on his chest and kissing him softly as he stopped laughing, wiping tears off his eyes with the back of his hand. I swear, you are too amazing for me. I don't know how you do it, but... he said, chuckling a little all the same. I've learned how to coax all the reactions I love out of you, that's all there is to it, she said, grinning. Sokka froze at those words, raising an eyebrow slowly. You said you, what, now? You love, my reactions. No, I didn't, said Azula, paling a little. Had she really just said that word without thinking? What on earth had gotten into her? You said that, girl. He exclaimed, grinning and looking at her enthusiastically. Hey, come on, why are you denying it? If you love my reactions, then that means you. It means I hate you. I do. Completely. Now get lost, you have accomplished what was required of you, said Azula, blushing deeply now as she rolled off Sokka's body. She waved her hand towards the door, trying to lift up her walls again before she said something stupid once more. But Azula, said Sokka, laughing as she turned her back on him. He chuckled and shook his head, pressing against her back and kissing the nape of her neck. Fine. You hate me, then. Good to know you get it, she stated, proudly, and Sokka chuckled. Well, even if you hate me, I love you, he said, pushing himself up and making Azula roll on her back so he could kiss her lips now. Azula felt the blood still rushing through her body, concentrating on her face despite she willed it not to. She kissed Sokka back despite her embarrassment, but she could barely believe she had let such a phrase slip out so carelessly. It wasn't something to say lightly, without thinking it through. Granted she hadn't flat out claimed to love him, but still, that word meant too much for her as it was. Throwing it around at random didn't make any sense, but then again, Sokka was quite an expert at messing with her mind by making her feel at ease. He knew just how to shatter her defenses, and he genuinely accepted her for everything she was once she was fully bare before him. It wasn't all that weird that she would be swayed by the moment as she had been, but she needed to be more careful. Especially around that topic. You okay? He asked her, and she hummed softly. He smiled and pressed his forehead against hers. All right. I'm going now, I'm going. But keep in mind that I really don't want to, K. Azula actually smiled a little, but she rolled her eyes all the same. Sokka grinned and kissed her lips again before climbing off the bed, taking care to cover her with the sheet afterwards. Azula sighed as she wrapped the fabric around herself, watching as Sokka gathered his clothes and the guard uniform he had worn to slip less suspiciously into her room. Before dressing up he picked up the thick blanket they had kicked off the bed in the midst of their tryst, and just as he had with the sheet, he covered Azula with it. Can't let my princess go cold, now, can I? he asked, smiling, and kissing the top of her head. Angela smiled a little, but her cheeks remained flushed as she watched Sokka getting dressed. The skies were growing a little lighter already, as he noticed by glancing out the window. He finished buckling the guard uniform and leaned on Angela to kiss her one last time. To his relief, she cupped his face and returned his affections fully now. "I'll see you later," he whispered, choosing to keep their farewell at a minimum without repeating the word that had caused her to shut down on him just now. She would likely appreciate it if he didn't make her more uncomfortable than she already was. She nodded and kissed him softly again before he pulled away. "Bye," she said, as he smiled happily at her, waving almost shyly when he reached the door. He left her room stealthily, knowing her eyes would be on him until he was out of sight. He kept smiling as he made his way to his cabin, moving slowly and carefully through the shadowy areas of the ship to evade anyone who might be awake at the moment. He never passed anywhere near the engine room, knowing that people were working hard there at all hours of the day and night, but the rest of the ship was usually deserted at the early hours of the morning, save for a few guards tasked with patrolling the ship's deck. Sneaking back into his cabin had never proved complicated, despite he had feared it would be. As he closed the door behind him, his mind was full of thoughts of Angela, as had been the norm for well over a year now. Yet he couldn't help but think of what she had let slip this time around. She had closed down immediately afterwards as a defensive mechanism. He knew that was all there was to it, but still, that she had genuinely uttered the word love towards him, while being at complete leisure with herself, was as thrilling as it could be. He didn't feel deserving of it, he doubted he ever would, but that was probably the very reason why it meant so much to him in the first place. He finished folding the guard uniform and tucking it into his pack safely, along with the helmet. He did the same thing systematically every night, hoping to avoid trouble if any random someone walked into his cabin to find a guard's uniform lying around for no reason. They took enough risks as it was, so once his head was clear, which only happened whenever he wasn't around Angela, he did everything he could to cover his tracks. He dropped on the bed, aching to feel her with him, but comforted by the memory of what they'd enjoyed just now. His elated smile widened as he replayed her words in his mind over and over. She had never told him she loved him, not once, albeit she had admitted to being in love with him already. Though she had only done that under the influence of alcohol, it was true, but Sokka didn't doubt that she had strong feelings for him, otherwise none of this would be happening at all. It would be wonderful to hear her say the words for real one day, it was undeniable, but Sokka wasn't about to push her to do it. Her actions spoke loud enough regarding what her feelings for him were. Even if she hadn't put it into words, he already knew the truth of how she felt. He would wait as long as necessary until she was at ease again, until confessing her feelings didn't bother her as much as it had this time around. Still, if everything went according to plan, and Oze took his rage out on him when he failed on this mission, he had no idea if he'd survive long enough to hear such words from Angela. If things didn't go his way, though, and she somehow discovered what he was up to, well, no doubt she would change her mind about him altogether. She wouldn't trust him anymore, that was for sure, and if she couldn't trust him, no doubt her feelings towards him would change drastically. And of course, he would still face his potential death at Oze's hands. That was certain to happen whether she understood his intent or not. The grim thoughts made him swallow hard and drop a hand on his face. Maybe he ought to think of better things instead of worrying about the future. They would reach the edge of the Earth Kingdom's northern mountains by tomorrow, and by the time they arrived at the temple he would have to worry about everything else, but for now, he would do best to sleep and think of the woman to whom he had given his heart, hoping she might be thinking of him as well. Sokka was woken abruptly after sleeping for what felt like instants by a loud knocking on his door, along with a voice that announced that breakfast was ready. He groaned as he got dressed before fetching his food, hoping he wouldn't look too tired after the night he had spent with Angela. He sped up on his way to the ship's dining deck when he remembered Angela's warning that there might be no meat in the air temple. He had to make the most out of this last breakfast on the ship, there was no other choice. He went too far and stuffed himself after coming to that conclusion. To no one's surprise, the guards and sailors on the ship were well used to his eating antics by now. After he finished his meal, he wound up rubbing his belly as he paced the deck, a bright smile on his face as he studied the mountains on the ship's right flank. The port should be close enough by now, he reasoned. He stiffened, though, when he noticed a guard coming his way as he slowed by the ship's railing. He swallowed hard, guessing who it was even before noticing the golden trimmings of his outfit. "Gladiator," said Ruishi, and Sokka smiled weakly. "Captain," he whispered, knowing the man was glaring at him through his mask. "I commend you for remaining undetected so far. Truth be told, I'm quite impressed you've managed to do as you please for the past 2 weeks, he said, folding his arms over his chest. But I advise you not to push your luck once. Yeah, Angela warned me of the same thing, said Sokka, nodding. Assess the situation first of all, we'll be in different circumstances, so I can't be rash and thoughtless. Or at least, I shouldn't be. You'd better not be, said Ruishi, scathingly. I'm grateful for your silence, you know, really grateful, Sokka said, his voice coated with uncertainty. But you don't have to threaten me each time you see me, you know? Your attitude might look suspicious too if you're not careful. Suspicious how? Said Ruishi, snorting. Would people assume you're, well, doing you know what with we know who, because of how I'm acting? I question it. Well, maybe not, but they might misunderstand your intent, perhaps, said Sokka, stroking his stubble thoughtfully. I mean, I've always been a little closer to Angela than I should be, by all accounts, so if you suddenly get sniffy about it, it can either look like something's different, despite we've tried our best to make things seem normal, or it can look like you're, I don't know, jealous of me all of a sudden for no reason. Ruishi only glared at Sokka for that last comment, and Sokka smiled clumsily at him before shrinking in his frame. Man, I'm only kidding, no need to get angry like that. He grumbled, and Ruishi smacked him on the back of the head. Hey! I wouldn't dream of being in the situation you're in right now, Gladiator, said Ruishi, because, unlike you, I still hold some appreciation for my life. So, if you'd be so kind, get those stupid ideas out of your head. I didn't really think you were jealous, I'm only saying people might think you are because of the way you're acting around us lately, said Sokka, shrinking in his frame. I guess they could come up with other ideas as to what's wrong with you, but still. I'd say you should pretend everything's the same as it was, too. It's the best way to keep things inconspicuous. You'd think, said Ruishi, rolling his eyes. If only I didn't feel the need to keep watch on you both constantly, perhaps I would be able to do as you ask. But as it is, I don't trust either of you around each other. If you try to do anything weird while we're on our way to the Northern Air Temple, I will gladly kick you off the train tank. How many times must I dash, the train tank? Said Sokka, blinking blankly. We're going to take the train tank. Of course we are. Didn't you ever hear the air temples are located deep within the mountains, slave? Sokka struggled not to smile at the sound of Angela's voice behind them. He turned slowly, eyeing her insecurely, as his role dictated he should. The princess stood in her golden armor, caressing her dark dragon's snout gently with a hand, regarding her secret lover with feigned derision. I did know that, Sokka said, gulping and pouting a little. I just had no idea we'd need to take the train tank again. Why so gloomy? Afraid you'll be stuck in the animal wagon again? Angela asked, with a smirk. Sokka gritted his teeth. I won't be, though, will I? I mean, come on, Angela. He said, looking at her pleadingly. I know things aren't all that great, you're still mad I messed up against Toph, but come on. Angela raised an eyebrow as his words turned into a pleading silence. Ruishi stood at one side, other guards on deck were glancing at the exchange between Princess and Gladiator, he could tell, yet none gave any signs of suspicion. If anything, they seemed amused by the Gladiator's begging for mercy. Mercy the princess didn't intend to grant him, it looked like. I'm afraid we don't see eye to eye when it comes to your failures, Sokka, she said, with a curt grin. His pleading shifted to indignation as she said, therefore, it will be the mongoose dragon wagon for you. But. Oh, seriously, what the hell do I have to do to get you to stop being so mean? He growled, as she walked off to the prow, her chuckling dragon beside her. If it ever stopped being so much fun I just might get bored of it, she called out as she walked away, and Sokka fumed as she left, folding his arms over his chest angrily. Completely unfair, I mean, come on. He grumbled to himself, as Ruishi rolled his eyes and shook his head. What? You think I deserve being stuck with animals again? I think you're an idiot, said Ruishi, sighing as Sokka's eyebrow twitched. Clearly that is the popular opinion, but that doesn't mean I should be stuck with animals while the rest of you are happy and cozy in a proper wagon, fit for humans. Well, you won't be, said Ruishi, looking at Sokka matter-of-factly. Because there are no animals this time, Gladiator. It's just the princess, her guards, and you. So, no, you won't be stuck in the animal wagon. She only said that, clearly, to make you rage like the fool you are. Oh, said Sokka, blinking a few times before smiling awkwardly. I just thought that, well, good to know she was just messing with me. I wish she weren't, honestly, Ruishi whispered under his breath, and Sokka froze as the captain walked away, shaking his head slowly as he approached the princess. She stood at the front of the ship, watching the horizon eagerly. The port they were headed towards finally was on sight. The Northern Air Temple wasn't far away from this bay, but it would be quite complicated for the train tank to climb through the steep, craggy mountains that led to their destination. Azula couldn't say she looked forward to riding the train tank again, but it did seem appropriate to arrive at the mechanist's doorstep in the machine of the man's own design. Are all preparations for the train tank finished, Captain? She asked Ruishi once he stopped by her side, and he nodded. Tai Wei is ready to drive it, he confirmed. It's been a while since we last used it, but hopefully his expertise remains as it was back when we came to the Earth Kingdom around a year ago. It better, said Azula, frowning a little before chancing a glance behind her. Sokka stood with his back against the ship's railing, his eyes set on her. She smirked and raised an eyebrow in his direction, and only then did he realize he had been staring at her. Flustered, he gulped and crossed his arms over his chest hastily, trying not to make a fool of himself again. You two need to keep yourselves in check, princess, said Ruishi, an eyebrow twitching. I am to assume you kept meeting in secret through our travels. If you are to assume things, then I take it we actually succeeded at keeping it a secret, said Azula, smirking. But please, Captain, don't talk about this at leisure while others might be within earshot. Wait until we can speak privately if you have anything important to say. Well, I didn't mean to say anything you didn't know already, said Ruishi, frowning. But seeing how meeting with you in private these days has proved quite complicated, I thought I'd speak to you right now while you weren't, otherwise engaged. If your best idea was to talk to me at midnight, no doubt I would be otherwise engaged, whether sleeping or doing anything else, Azula said, skeptically, and Ruishi gritted his teeth. All the same, Captain, you needn't worry. I know to keep my distance from him. If only I could indeed stop worrying. Ruishi muttered to himself, as the ship began slowing in its approach to port. An hour later, once the ship was secured in the military dock and the train tank was brought out from within the barge, the princess, her gladiator, and her guards were ready to set out to the Northern Air Temple. Two of Azula's guards had been tasked with learning how to operate the machine for their previous trip through the Earth Kingdom, and once again they sat at the train tank's control room, ready to maneuver their way through the mountains skillfully. The rest of them were cooped up in the passenger wagon, which, in Sokka's opinion, was a little too small for his liking. He had to sit at the far end of the wagon, separated from the princess by all her guards, to his utter disappointment. He knew he needed to get a grip, but a simple conversation would be harmless, right? Well, going by the obvious glare Ruishi shot him when he noticed Sokka was glancing towards Azula, maybe it wouldn't be so harmless after all. He sighed and pouted, crossing his arms and staring at the ceiling as the machine began moving, picking up speed as it progressed through the mountains. Is there at least some food in here? He yelled through the train's rattling, and Taro snorted at his suggestion. If you try to eat anything in this bumpy ride you're just likely to puke all over yourself. He told him, and Sokka grimaced. Okay, point taken. So, no food, and no Azula. If this was an omen of what awaited him in the Northern Air Temple, this month promised to be a miserable one. He still allowed himself to glance at Azula once in a while, if just to appreciate her from a distance. She often looked at her nails, her brow furrowed. He couldn't help but notice again the small crease that appeared between her eyebrows whenever she was lost in thought. He held back the urge to smile and simply sighed, closing his eyes and crossing his arms over his chest. He rested on his seat against the back wall, recalling Angela's smiles during their time together that very morning, the way she had wrestled against him for the sheet and kissed him to deliver him an absolute defeat. It was hard to hold back from grinning at that particular memory. He was afraid he'd have to continue resorting to those good memories to bear with the upcoming month. He had no idea how he'd sabotage the bomb manufacturing just yet, but he guessed he'd find a way once he spent enough time studying his environment and his future colleague. For the time being, he had to hold on to the good times, and hope they wouldn't end as drastically as he dreaded they would. The trip was long and difficult, as the train tank had to skirt through dangerous uphill roads. There were no windows through which they could see where they were going, so the passengers were being dragged blindly to their destination, their fates in the hands of the two guards operating the machine. But at long last, the train tank slowed down, its loud, rattling noise finally disappearing as they came to a halt. "Wow, I can hear my own thoughts again," said Faley, sighing in relief. "Have we arrived?" Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Ruishi, sitting beside her, shrugged. "Perhaps we've." He started, but the train moved again, muffling his attempt to speak when the noise silenced him. Yet it stopped once more only a brief moment afterwards, and the two guards who operated the train opened the gate of the passenger wagon, ushering the group to get off. Naturally, Angela was the first one to step down from the train, and her guards followed soon afterwards. She raised an eyebrow as she regarded the area with confusion. They were inside a large room, presumably inside a mountain, judging by its rocky walls. The room itself was full of tools and all sorts of mechanical devices, including several vehicles at the opposite end of the room. She glanced back towards where they had come from, finding there was a mechanical gate closing behind them, keeping them safely inside what had to be the mechanist's workshop. "It's been a while since I last saw this one," said a buff man, admiring the train tank. Sokka raised an eyebrow, climbing off the train tank and staring at the man intently. "Welcome home, buddy. Welcome home," he repeated, looking at Taro, who had climbed right before him. "Is he talking to the train tank?" "He is. I told you once before, didn't I? The mechanist designed this machine in the first place," Taro said, and Sokka blinked in realization. "Hey, that's right," he said, turning to the train once more. He would be working with the man who had created this vehicle, then. Sokka gulped and wondered just how dangerous the mechanist might be. Angela had mentioned he was quirky, but as he glanced at the train tank he could only imagine what kind of man would be ruthless enough to design this deadly machine, with all those spikes and grappling hooks. "Come on, Gladiator. Don't lag behind," Taro told him, and Sokka nodded before bolting after him, allowing the buff man to assess the conditions of the train tank. "That guy's not the mechanist, is he?" he asked Taro, who shrugged. "I don't think so, but I've never met the man before." "I couldn't say," he admitted. "He's likely to have a team of experts working with him, though. I figure this one is just an assistant or a mechanic of some sort." "Likely," said Sokka, raising his eyebrows with interest before stopping when the rest of the group halted. They stood before a platform that another presumed mechanic had led them to, one who was talking to Angela and explaining the procedure to lift them to the temple above them. Sokka gulped as he watched her, trying to pay proper attention to what the man was saying and not just to the beauty of Angela's interested face. "So, once you step on, you pull this rope here and the bell upstairs will ring," the man explained. "You will be lifted into the mechanist's study right afterwards. He should be there to greet you. Do enjoy your stay in the Northern Air Temple." "Let's hope we will," said Angela, nodding in his direction before stepping on the platform. Shouldn't one of us try that first, princess?" asked Faley, biting his lower lip and looking at Angela uncertainly. Angela raised an eyebrow and looked at him with her trademark unreadable stares, of the kind that could make a grown man like Faley shrink in his spot. "Probably," she conceded, with a smirk, before reaching for the rope the instructor had mentioned, ringing the bell as he had told her to. The platform where she stood was lifted within an instant, and soon enough the princess was out of sight, leaving behind a plethora of guards and a gladiator who stared after her with wide eyes. Angela was lifted through the air and into a wide tunnel above her. There was a small frown on her face as she raised her head towards the small square of light up above. Once she passed through the tunnel's opening she slowed down into what seemed to be a study. The platform halted once it reached the surface, allowing her to step into the room with ease. It was an organized room, not too spacious, but still with enough room to move around despite the tall stands full of scrolls and books. There were blueprints on a nearby desk, as well as a strange set of candles and several contraptions Angela couldn't identify, let alone could she guess what their functions were. Yet she did spot a wheel engraved to the floor, with a rope set up in a pulley system of some sort, and before the ropes she saw a young man, sitting on a wheelchair, his legs bandaged, his brown hair messy, with a sprouting beard on his cheeks. Red goggles rested on the top of his head, and his dark eyes were bright and friendly. Angela blinked a few times as he waved at her before pulling on the rope so the platform would return to the room underneath them once again. "Greetings. I take it you're the Fire Nation princess," he said, and Angela nodded with uncertainty. "That I am. Are you the mechanist?" she asked, and the young man laughed before shaking his head. "That would be my dad," he said. "I'm Teo, and I'm here to help lift you guys because Dad's a little busy. The heating system he built for the bathhouse got busted and he's rushing all over that right now, but he should be here any moment." "Huh. Such lousy timing. I'm sorry he couldn't be here, I thought he'd be done by now said Teo, grimacing a little. "He'd been nervous about your arrival ever since we got word that you were coming, so he's probably a mess right now because he couldn't be here right on time. I do hope you'll forgive him. I suppose there's not much harm done, you're here to lift us anyways," Angela agreed. "Besides, at these heights you're bound to need that water heating system rather urgently." "Yeah, the temperatures here aren't very friendly," said Teo, smiling again as the bell rang for the second time. He pulled the other rope now and he waited briefly for the next arrival. "When the wind blows it can get very cold, but you get used to it after a while." "I hope that's the case," said Angela, as Ruishi emerged from the platform now. She nodded towards him and Ruishi stepped into the floor, and he glanced at Teo in confusion and surprise. "And where's the mechanist?" he asked the princess. "His son says he'll be here soon, hopefully," said Angela, and Ruishi nodded. "Greetings, sir," said Teo, smiling at Ruishi as he lowered the platform once again. The process continued for a while, and soon the room was far too crowded, as men in red filed out of the platform one by one. Teo made certain to greet them all as they came in, though he took a little longer to greet the one person who seemed out of place in this assortment of royal guards. "Oh. You've got to be the Gladiator, huh?" he said, smiling at Sokka. The Water Tribe man maneuvered his way off the platform amongst the guards. He glanced about himself with uncertainty, placing the voice at last when he spotted the man on the wheelchair, and he nodded as an answer to his question. "And you would be?" he said, and Teo smiled. "The mechanist's son, Teo," said Teo. "He should be here any moment now." "Hopefully not that soon," said a guard, Jianghuo, grimacing as the group struggled to keep some space between them. "Is there anyone else left down there?" Teo asked, and Sokka nodded. "Just one more, Taro," said Sokka, as he passed through the guards, hoping to make room for the last arrival. Angela's curiosity had gotten the better of her. She was scanning the blueprints on the table when Sokka not so accidentally wound up beside her. She held back from smiling as she sensed him near her. Sokka rested against the table as discreetly as possible, pretending he only stood that close to her because the crowded room didn't allow anyone proper personal space. Yet he found Angela's hand brushed against his knuckles softly, perhaps just testing the waters for now. The guards were right there, yet everyone was pressed together to a point where physical contact between most of them was practically unavoidable. None would have a clear view of how Sokka's fingers slid between Angela's, his thumb stroking the back of her hand. Angela glanced at him from the corner of her eye, giving his hand a soft squeeze before releasing it. He smiled at her ever so slightly, and she couldn't help but smile back. "Welcome, sir," Teo exclaimed as the last man was finally brought into the office. Taro had a hard time finding the young man amid the rest of his fellow guards. "All right, so what now?" said Feli. "We should probably relocate to somewhere more spacious, this is too cramped to," said Angela, but before she could finish her sentence, the door swung open brusquely and slammed against the leg of one guard. "Ow!" The guard, Chiang, shouted, rubbing his calf as he jumped on one foot. Everyone turned to the door to find the new arrival was a man in his late 40s, standing on the room's threshold. The top of his head was bald, yet plenty of hair grew on the sides and back of his head. It stood on end, defying gravity in an incomprehensible way. His beard was a lot more conventional than his hairstyle, and there was a monocle before his left eye. "Oh. I am so very sorry, I had hoped you might not be here yet, but alas," he said, slapping his forehead with a hand as he addressed the guard he had struck with the door. "Are you all right?" "I will be, as long as no more doors slam against my leg," said the guard, grimacing. "Truly, I am sorry for the blow, and also for my tardiness," he said, looking now at the group with panicked eyes. "I had hoped to be here by the time of your arrival. Is the princess here?" "Back here," said Angela, sliding through her guards as they squeezed together to make room for her to pass. "Oh. Welcome, welcome," said the machinist, smiling at the sight of her. He stretched a hand in her direction, but he soon withdrew it and chose to bow instead. Angela's eyebrow rose slowly as she watched him fall to his knees and stretch out his arms in her direction. "It is an honor to have the crown princess of the Fire Nation amongst us." "Indeed, it should be, though I must say that you needn't press your face to the floor to pay your respects to me," Angela commented, folding her arms over her chest as she continued to watch the machinist with confusion but also some amusement. "Clearly you're not educated in Fire Nation etiquette." "And no, I'm afraid not," said the machinist, smiling awkwardly and standing up again, making curt bows in Angela's direction. "Do pardon me for my ignorance, I'm afraid things have been a little stressful lately, and that makes me act, erratically," Angela suggested. "Clumsily, probably," said the machinist, looking at the guards now. Angela didn't ignore the fear in the man's dark brown eyes. His nervousness had deeper roots than he wanted to let on, clearly. "I do hope your trip was pleasant." Oh, do pardon me, I should have introduced myself, I'm." "They must have guessed who you are already, Dad," said Teo, chuckling as his father blushed lightly. "I supposed they must have, huh? Well, thank you for visiting. I do expect you'll have a good month amongst us. I have made fully certain that the hot water will be running perfectly in the bathhouse, but if any problems arise, let me know." "We certainly shall," said Angela, watching the man with interest. It seemed he was now at a loss for what to say. His son sighed and maneuvered his way towards him on his wheelchair, careful not to bump into the guards in the process. "I think we should give them a tour of the temple, Dad," he suggested, and the machinist brightened immediately by the idea. "Yes. That would be appropriate, of course," he said, turning to the princess again and smiling. "You should grow acquainted with the place as quickly as possible, after all. Follow me." Angela smirked and did as the machinist told her, filing out of the room right after him and Teo. Her guards followed, and amid them walked Sokka as well, all of them silently grateful to step outside of the study's reduced space. "I do expect our proper entrance platform will be finished by next year," the machinist told Angela. "But for the time being, I'm afraid this is the best we have." "I suppose the air nomads weren't interested in having people entering their temple on foot," said Angela, and the machinist nodded. "They left quite a lot of interesting things behind, I must say," he said, raising his uneven eyebrows as he smiled. "But no proper entrances for us non-flying folk, no. Still, we have figured out our own way to inhabit the temple, despite not being airbenders." "It's good that you have," said Angela. "It wouldn't be the first place I'd have considered to install a colony, but it is quite an impressive location, I'll admit." She spoke the words as the group reached an open courtyard, finding that the landscape offered the sight of a massive mountain range contrasted against a white, cloudy sky. From this place it was easy to see the structure of the Northern Air Temple. Towers seemed to sprout from the mountain itself, Angela noticed, affording the temple the magnificence of a palace. The walls were of faded white, the roofs of green, gabled bricks, the windows large enough for the airbenders of old to jump out of them and fly towards their destinations, whatever they might be. The guards spread through the courtyard, some curious over the architecture of the place, others interested in the flight of birds that hovered around the mountains. Teo joined them, leaving Angela to listen to the mechanist's explanations about the temple while Sokka lingered close by. It is quite remarkable how the air flows so easily through the structures, said the machinist, before gesturing at several pipes crisscrossing through the building. Angela was quick to guess those tubes hadn't been there 100 years ago. It's what allowed me to come up with a system of quick traveling through the temple by using hot air. It propels the platforms, like the one you used earlier today, and that way we can reach places faster than by walking. We don't fly like they did, of course, but it's still something, isn't it? It sure is, I must say, Angela whispered, before noticing that a certain member of her retinue was studying the pipes with interest. You powered these pipes with hot air yourself? He asked, looking at the machinist with interest. And then you can give people lifts through the building, just like that? No need for stairs. Why, no need for them at all, said the machinist, and Sokka whistled in approval. Are you? He's the Gladiator. The very person who's supposed to work with you this month, Angela said, and the machinist stroked his beard. You know, you should spread this system through the world. It would come in handy for a lot of people, said Sokka, chuckling. You could call it, I don't know, yes, lifters. Because the platforms lift you to the next level, right? They should also take you to lower levels, so they're not just for lifting, Angela said, curtly, and Sokka froze. Well, but lifter sounds cool, doesn't it? He asked, and Angela raised an eyebrow. I think I haven't stressed enough times that you're no good at naming things, so please just stop trying altogether, will you? She said, as Sokka huffed. I do come up with good, names, said Sokka, getting sidetracked upon noticing the machinist was approaching him, an intense look in his eyes. Can I help you? Why, I sure hope you can, said the machinist, smiling. You are the one who will be serving as my personal assistant and development partner for a month, then. Well, I must say, you seem to be rather smart, Sokka said, raising an eyebrow when the machinist fell silent in his scrutiny. Well, I do hope you are smart, but I was actually thinking you're quite tall, said the machinist. Sokka blinked a few times, remembering Angela had mentioned the man was quirky. Thanks, I guess, said Sokka, smiling and shrugging. Water tribe people tend to be taller than most, huh? Oh. You're from the water tribe, then? Asked the machinist, his small eyes wide. Well, that is impressive. I had never met a water tribesman before. Do you hail from the North Pole? The South Pole, actually, Sokka said, and the machinist nodded. No wonder you are strong and tall if that's so. Well, then, what experience do you have with inventions, if I may ask? Not that much, though I do craft my own smoke bombs, said Sokka, biting his lower lip. Also, I made a dragon armor, if that counts for something. Dragon, said the machinist, stunned by the revelation before smiling and nodding. It would seem you shall be a fine assistant, I'm certain. Sokka smiled at the man, finding he wasn't half as unpleasant as he had dreaded him to be. Granted, his uneven eyebrows were strange, and he had a bad feeling about that wooden contraption strapped to the man's left hand, but he already had the feeling that the machinist was a decent man. A strange one, no doubt, but decent all the same. Very well, then, if you'd like to see the rest of the temple, said the machinist, only noticing then that they had gotten sidetracked. Angela's guards were still gazing at the landscape. Or perhaps you'd rather watch the gliders instead, like the rest of your group. Gliders? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow, and the machinist nodded. I came up with many ideas to compensate for our lack of airbending while living here, he said, as the three of them approached the group at the far end of the courtyard. There were a few gliding devices left behind by the previous occupants of the temple, so when I saw them I naturally tried to recreate them. Only, of course we probably can't use the gliders as well as the airbenders used to, but it has become quite the popular means of transportation around here. It looks nifty, if you ask me, said Sokka, nodding approvingly. You're really one for cool inventions, huh? As long as I have proper inspiration, I suppose I am, said the machinist, smiling. Angela raised an eyebrow. What was the inspiration for this, I wonder? She asked, gesturing at the gliders with her head, and the machinist pointed at his son, who was currently talking to Ruishi as he spoke spiritedly of the people gliding over the white clouds. When my son lost the ability to walk, I thought I had to find a cure at first, but that never worked out, he explained. Eventually, when we got here, I thought that perhaps I couldn't help my son walk again, but he might just be able to fly instead. I designed the gliders to fit his chair, first of all. Only when that was successful did I start crafting gliders for everyone else. And to this day, Teo is the best in the whole colony when it comes to soaring through the clouds. You must be very proud, said Sokka, smiling as well. The mechanist grinned right back. Defying all expectations, Sokka soon concluded that this experience in the Northern Air Temple would not be quite as dreadful as he had imagined. While the mechanist was indeed quirky, as he continued to prove while the group visited the installments throughout their colony, he was definitely a good man at heart. Knowing how much he cared about his son, and how hard he was working for his sake, had been enough for Sokka to warm up to the man quickly. The tour through the temple continued soon after the quick stop to watch the gliders, and the princess, her guards, and the gladiator were intrigued by everything the Northern Air Temple had to offer. Despite the obvious destruction that had been necessary for the mechanist to install equipment and create new buildings, most of what they had believed important to the air nomad culture had been preserved in a single room. There were many scrolls stored inside it, and Angela couldn't help but feel curious about their content. She didn't attempt to sneak a peek, though. She should have plenty of time to spare for reading those through the coming month. The bathhouse was wide, and of course, for public use. Angela wasn't too pleased to discover that, but the mechanist assured her that the place could be vacated for her comfort whenever she demanded for it. There were several other courtyards throughout the temple, and to the surprise of the visitors, there was a small marketplace as well. Upon glimpsing meat being sold in one of the stands, Sokka nearly broke down in tears of joy. How did you acquire the meat, though? Angela asked, as the mechanist led them to the dining room in the main building. From my understanding, this isn't the finest place for cattle. Oh, it isn't, said the mechanist. The family that owns that store actually travels on a weekly basis to buy it in the nearest Earth Kingdom town. Which is why we don't have a lot of it, but we make do with what we have regardless. Well, it's better than nothing, Sokka declared, happily, and Angela glared at him. And you'd better not eat all of it, got it? She said curtly, and he smiled guiltily. I'll try not to, he said, scratching the back of his head. An avid meat eater, is he? Said the mechanist, smiling. Hopefully what we have will be enough for you, then. Though I admit, I do feel like we're desecrating this temple whenever we eat meat, but... Did you read on airbender traditions? Angela asked the mechanist, who shook his head. Not me, I admit. I actually had little knowledge of them, but Teo and the others took their time to read several scrolls, said the mechanist. Of course, if I had read them earlier I might have found some very necessary warnings about a few dangerous places, like that volatile gas reserve below the temple. Angela and Sokka fell silent upon that new revelation. The mechanist noticed their wary disbelief and swallowed hard before pointing at his eyebrows. I could have sworn they wouldn't grow back after I went down there with a torch, but fortunately I was wrong. Volatile gas? Underneath our very feet? Angela asked, and the mechanist nodded. I do believe it's harmless, so long as you take care not to use fire down there, he said. So don't fret, I'm certain we'll be fine. Now, shall we head to dinner? Angela watched the mechanist speed ahead, her eyes still wide. Sokka swallowed hard and patted her shoulder as innocently as he could. He's been here for a while, if nothing critical has happened to them because of that gas then it might not happen to us either, right? Said Sokka, and Angela swallowed hard. I might be a little paranoid after that particular revelation, but I do hope this month ends quickly, she said as they followed the mechanist. Dinner helped appease Angela's concerns, despite herself, but mostly because she had a reason to be dissatisfied again. The food's quality was, as expected, far below her standards. Whoever was in charge of cooking had taken no consideration of who they would be cooking for, and so, the dishes weren't particularly extraordinary, let alone tasteful. Unwilling to make a scene, though, Angela didn't complain, but the distaste was plain in her face as she nibbled on boiled cabbage. Sokka's palate wasn't quite as sophisticated as that of his sponsor, and neither were those of most the guards, yet several of them, like Ruishi, didn't seem too fond of the meal courses either. It was easy for most of them to ignore the tastelessness, though, for they were quite invested in their conversation with the mechanist's son, who accompanied them at their table. The mechanist had picked up his plate and ran off, presumably to his office or perhaps to patch up anything else that might have been malfunctioning as of late. "So, you can teach us how to glide?" "Really?" Fei Li asked, his eyes bright with enthusiasm as Teo chuckled. "It's not that hard," he said. "I'm sure you guys will be great at it in no time." "That would be really cool," Sokka exclaimed, beaming as he reached for a bowl of rice. Azula's pointed glare made him flinch. What? "They can glide all they want, I have nothing against it," she said, gesturing at her guards with her head. "But you, Gladiator, have work to do. You're not about to learn how to glide unless you finish your job earlier than expected." But. "Oh, meh, always the party pooper," said Sokka, rolling his eyes before continuing with his meal with a prominent scowl. "You're welcome to join us too, Princess," said Teo, smiling at Azula. "I'll consider it, I suppose," said Azula, surprised by his offer. "But I'm not all that desperate to fly, I must say." "Why's that? Are you uncomfortable with heights?" Teo asked, and several guards, and Sokka as well, snorted at the notion. "On the contrary, the princess flies a lot more often than anyone else in our nation had in, well, around 30 years or so," said Ruishi. "Oh? That sounds cool. How do you do it, though?" Teo asked, excitedly. Azula smirked. "If I do join you once you teach my guards, you'll find out for yourself," she said. "Well, now I'm very curious," said Teo, chuckling. "I do wonder what that means." "But say, Princess," muttered Fei Li, biting his lower lip. "If we're going to learn this, do you think we can, perhaps, loosen up with the etiquette a little bit? I mean, it's probably not going to be comfortable to glide in our uniforms, so." Azula raised an eyebrow and regarded the soldier with her piercing stare. Fei Li swallowed hard, unsure if he had stepped into dangerous territories with that innocent request. "Well, I suppose it wouldn't harm anyone if you don't wear your uniforms for once," said Azula, shrugging, and Fei Li sighed in relief. "We will be staying here for a while, so there's nothing wrong about making ourselves comfortable for as long as we're here." Her approval surprised the guards in a good way, despite it was over a trivial matter. Azula returned to her meal, seemingly impervious to the smiles on her guards' faces. But Sokka didn't miss out on it. He smiled too, albeit knowing he wouldn't have a chance to join the others in the gliding experience they looked forward to. The guards had expected Azula to refuse the request, since she had been withdrawn and seemingly not in her best mood during the journey to the Northern Air Temple. Finding her lenient and easygoing with their requests was rather encouraging for the relieved guards. It wasn't infrequent for Azula to show some glimpses of kindness to her subjects, Sokka thought, but she only did it in small doses, so long as what they wanted seemed reasonable enough to her. It was likely that her reputation compelled people to see her as a lot more ruthless than she truly was, though. She was successful at practically all her endeavors and known for keeping her distance from most people. The only one who had grown genuinely close to her was Sokka. She had dared open up to him, perhaps because their bond as gladiator and sponsor required it, and Sokka knew how lucky he was for it. He could barely conceive the idea of being as intimidated and scared of Azula as everyone else seemed to be. Though that didn't mean he had no fears regarding the princess, but he wasn't afraid of her, he was constantly afraid of hurting her somehow, for he had done so in the past. That she had taken the risk to get involved with him in spite of that amazed him. She was far from a forgiving person, yet she had given him a chance he wasn't certain he deserved. Not when he dreaded things might go downhill between them yet again when this month ran out. Once she was done eating, the princess pushed away her empty plate before standing up. Some of her guards made to stand as well, but she lifted a hand to stop them. "No need for that, especially if you're still eating," she said, looking at Shuren, a guard who had dumped some food on himself when he attempted to stand up hastily. "You'll be heading to bed now?" Ruishi inquired, and Azula nodded. "I will see you all again tomorrow, well, most of you, for certain," she said, her eyes turning to Sokka, who was nibbling on a fruit pie as she looked at him. I expect you'll be quite busy by then, won't you? The malicious smirk that accompanied her words made the guards shrink, though it didn't deter Sokka. He frowned and looked at her defiantly as she raised an eyebrow. I will be, but I'm still free to eat for now, right? He asked, and she shrugged. As long as you don't steal food from everyone else's plates, I suppose you are, she said, nodding. Do enjoy yourself for now. You won't have much time for it later. Sokka gulped as Azula walked away. He leered at her back as she left, trying not to make it too obvious that he was actually enjoying the view instead of glaring resentfully at her. Some guards seemed sympathetic towards him, so Sokka assumed their pretense of animosity had held up as he returned to his food. He finished most the available dishes himself as people started to leave the dining room's long tables to head to bed. Some residents of the temple approached him once he was done enjoying his meal, and they took the plates in order to wash them in the next room. After that, Sokka wandered through the halls, trying to remember where he'd been told his room was. To his surprise, the hallways were mostly empty. It seemed people would turn in early around here. That made enough sense if he gave it some thought. The temperatures in the area would drop after the sunset, and while the temple wasn't freezing thanks to the hot air system, it was still noticeably colder than it had been in broad daylight. He finally found his room and decided to take his time settling in. He had been granted a room to himself, fortunately enough, for some of the guards had no choice but to bunk together. They didn't seem to mind, but Sokka wouldn't have been too thrilled to share rooms with any of them. He had no problem with the soldiers themselves, albeit he only interacted with a few of them, but he would rather none of them took notice of his secret nightly escapades, and sharing a room with one of them would hinder said escapades greatly. He frowned as he thought about that, once he had filled the meager closet with what clothes he'd brought with him. His stolen guard uniform remained in the depths of his pack, and he wondered what to do with it. Perhaps there were loose floorboards under which he could hide it. Still, stomping on the floor to find the ideal hiding spot wasn't advisable, at least not while everyone else was already sleeping. Either he'd have to hide it later, or he could, perhaps, wear it now. A small smirk appeared on his face as he told himself he'd just do surveillance for tonight. He would figure out the easiest way into Azula's quarters, and only if the temple was truly deserted would he consider paying her a visit. Upon finding that, indeed, the passageways were all practically empty, Sokka snuck as quietly and inconspicuously as he could towards Azula's room. Sokka cleared his throat as he stopped at her doorstep, glancing around himself warily in case there was anyone nearby. It didn't seem there was, though. Given Azula's status, she had been granted the most comfortable accommodations in the tallest tower of the temple, and she had the entire floor to herself. Azula was tying up her hair into its nightly ponytail when she heard the soft knock on the door. Her eyebrow raised slowly as her heart rate picked up speed. Could it be him, or was it something a lot less welcome at this untimely hour? Yes. She called out, expectantly. She heard someone clearing their throat behind the door. I came to make certain everything was all right, Princess, said a well-known voice, in a deeper register than usual. Azula snorted. He was wearing the Dem uniform again, no doubt, or else he wouldn't talk as he just had, as though attempting to sound like her guards usually did. Why, your concern is rather touching, she said again, turning to look at the door with a smirk on her face. But rest assured, guard of mine, I'm perfectly fine. Really? Because I thought that, perhaps, I ought to inspect the room. Why, you know, for leaks and such. This is an old building, and I wouldn't want my princess to sleep in quarters below her station. Leaks. She repeated, smiling. And what would you do about leaks if you found them, if I might inquire? Everything within my power to repair them, of course. Said the falsely deepened voice at the other side of the door. Azula rolled her eyes. Do you have even the smallest bit of knowledge as to how to fix a roof, I wonder? She asked, approaching the door. She could sense Sokka hesitating at the other side. Well, we'll only know if I try, now, won't we? He said, the false deepening of his voice fading away quickly. Azula laughed. You're an idiot, you know that. She said, with hushed voice. Sokka chuckled as well. Nobody saw you on your way here. Not at all. The halls are so empty it's almost spooky, he said. Really, now? Here I thought you were a little braver than that, said Angela, smirking. I'm brave enough to sneak my way up here through those spooky halls, aren't I? Said Sokka. Are you going to let me in, princess? I'll think about it, she said, smirking with malice. Really, now? He said. Come on, Angela. I seem to remember I told you we had to be more cautious here, she said, and Sokka pressed his head to the door. And as I said, I was cautious and made sure nobody saw me. He mumbled, and Angela laughed softly before opening the door. That's not all there is to caution, you know. Sokka nearly stumbled when the door supporting his weight gave way, and Angela watched him regain his balance with amusement. I told you that we shouldn't just do this as freely, and yet here you are, trying to. She started, but Sokka crossed the threshold, closed the door quick and silently, and threw his arms around her. She forgot the rest of the sentence she had been uttering as she felt him laugh happily upon having her in his arms once more. Sokka. Hello, he said, grinning before removing his helmet. Angela smiled. Hi. You shouldn't be here, she told him, and he chuckled again. Nope, I shouldn't, he agreed, as he loosened the guard's uniform quickly. So, you should probably head back to your room as quickly as possible. She said, smiling as he shrugged off the red robes. Yeah, I probably should, he agreed, before reaching for the back of her neck with a hand, pulling her close for a deep kiss. Angela sighed in bliss, wondering if she was really smiling as stupidly as she thought she was. Her arms moved around his neck, pulling him closer as his hands took to trailing the outline of her body over her sleeping gown. Did I ever mention that you look amazing with that ponytail? He asked, his voice deep and husky. Angela laughed against his lips. You might have, actually, but there's nothing wrong with saying it again, she said, as he surrounded her waist with his arms and lifted her. Well, you really do look amazing with that ponytail, he said, carrying her towards the bed, where he laid her gently, his lips still moving against hers. I really don't know how you've gotten away with everything, damn you, said Angela, her fingers sliding through the short hairs at either side of his head. You get to eat meat, to work with an alright collaborator, and now this. Not so hard to figure it out, princess, said Sokka, smirking. When there's a will, there's a way. Angela rolled her eyes and kissed him hard, silencing him effectively. There were better things for them to do than talking right now, after all, and she couldn't wait to get started with them. Whether she had showed it or not, she had rather ached to have him with her like this through the day. Despite how reckless it was, she couldn't bring herself to sacrifice the opportunities they had to be together, because no matter how many they had, they just never seemed to be enough. She succumbed to his touch as easily as she always did, and it took no time for them to join together as one. They were fast asleep right afterwards, in a jumble of limbs, sheets, and blankets, their bodies pressed together as they shared their warmth in a cold night that didn't feel all that chilly for the two of them. Chapter 103, Northern Air Temple 2. Ruishi took a deep breath. He stood before a closed door, in the top story of the tallest tower in the Northern Air Temple. He wasn't certain of what he'd find within the room, and he dreaded what would happen if his assumptions had been baseless, but he doubted that would be the case. He had stopped by at the Gladiator's room to find it empty, and unless Sokka was sleepwalking now, there was no other place he'd be but here. Therefore, Ruishi knocked on the door. Hard. And he knocked again after standing by without an answer after a short while. Princess. He called, breathing slowly, trying his best to keep his composure. Inside the room, Sokka sat up with a start, leering at the door in dread until he heard the captain's voice. He sighed in relief, his loose hair framing his face, and he rubbed his eyes, for he was still somewhat drowsy. His companion wasn't in better shape. In fact, she had only reacted to the knocking with a frown and an annoyed groan. She turned on the bed, burying her face on the foot of the mattress, at a lack for pillows since they were where they belonged, at the other end of the bed. Sokka smiled, only noticing now that they'd wound up upside down through the night. It was no surprise that he would have lost all sense of his surroundings while he was with her. All the same, he stretched towards the pillows with difficulty, sitting on the bed as he was, and slid them under Angela's head. She had seemed uncomfortable, and the pillows proved enough to stop her from groaning and fidgeting. "I think I've got to go now," he said, leaning down and whispering into her ear. Angela groaned again and shook her head. "Why, you just got here?" she muttered sleepily, and Sokka smiled before kissing her cheek. "I think I've already spent most the night here, in fact," he said. "I should probably go before." "Princess," said Ruishi's voice through the door again. Sokka huffed. "Can I come in?" "Why?" Angela growled, and Sokka arched an eyebrow in disbelief. "Shouldn't you have told him no? I mean, if he comes in right now," he said, gesturing at their naked bodies. Angela blinked a few times before speaking a little more clearly now. "No, you can't, Captain," she said, her eyes opening briefly as she turned in bed and angled her body towards Sokka. "What time is it, damn it?" "I think it's still a little before dawn breaks," said Sokka, gazing at the window. Angela exhaled loudly, frustrated. "I should kill him for waking me," she grunted. "But, sleep first." "I think he came by to make sure I went to my room on time," said Sokka, gulping. "He must have suspected we would do this." "I doubt he needed much guesswork to come to that conclusion," she sighed, closing her eyes again. "You always go to your room on time anyways, he didn't have to come." "He probably thought it was better to be safe than sorry," Sokka reasoned, sighing and leaning down to kiss her again. "I should get going, I suppose," she mumbled now, but one of her hands found his forearm and held him in place for a moment. Sokka smiled. "You don't want me to leave?" he asked, softly, and she groaned. It's cold." "It'd be warmer if you were still lying down here," she muttered, and Sokka took her hand into his to kiss her knuckles. "Just stay under the covers and you'll be okay," said Sokka, fixing the sheets and blankets to cover her naked body properly. "I'll see you for breakfast." "Probably. And then tonight," she whispered, and Sokka smiled. "Work hard today, all right?" "I'll do my best," he said, hoping his words and nod would conceal his lack of conviction. She held his face in place as they kissed as passionately as they could while she was still so sleepy. The exchange was nearly enough to convince Sokka to stay instead of dressing up and leaving as he had intended, but Angela pulled away once she was breathless and pushed him off the bed. "Get going," she said, sighing. "Or I won't let you go at all." Sokka smiled as he gathered his clothes and dressed up again. He only took his time to detail the room now, and he couldn't help but blush as he recalled it had been the home to air nomads many years ago. No doubt these installations hadn't been built by such a spiritually inclined culture for what had transpired between them last night. He kissed Angela's head before setting the uniform's hood and helmet back in place. The princess had shrunk within the warm covers, hoping to retain some heat now that her sleeping companion was gone. It was easier to notice how low the temperatures were when he wasn't near her. "You still there, Ruishi?" Sokka huffed as he grabbed the doorknob. When he heard a low, exasperated groan at the other side, he had his answer. "You can go back to your room already, I'm leaving now." "Fine," Ruishi growled, against the door. "But you'd better not stay in there despite your saying otherwise. I've already done more than enough for you two reckless fools." Sokka grimaced, wondering if Ruishi truly meant those words. He wasn't surprised, let alone affected, upon hearing someone refer to him as a reckless fool, but for Angela to be included in the same lot as him? Sokka only left the room when Ruishi's footsteps disappeared down the hallway. It would be for the best if he didn't show the captain his disguise for sneaking undetected into Angela's room at night. Knowing Ruishi, he'd wrestle the uniform right off him to prevent Sokka from incriminating him or his fellow guards in the crimes he continued to perpetrate with Angela. Still, wearing the uniform from now on wouldn't be wise, Sokka reasoned. Angela had given her guards permission not to wear it during their stay in the temple. After all, hopefully their escapades wouldn't be at further risk because of that. The mattress in his room was cold and lacking in quality, compared to Angela's. Maybe the bed wasn't so lousy, but it was impossible for him to give it the credit it was due when his lover wasn't with him. He sunk into the mattress, thinking of her, as per usual, and he let himself doze off. Only to wake up several hours later, when the sun was high enough to shine through his window. He groaned and cringed, unwilling to get out of bed until he remembered he wasn't home, let alone was he in the barge. He was in the Northern Air Temple, and today was the fateful day when he'd begin working on Fire Lord Oze's bombs. The thought was so discouraging he didn't want to climb off his bed and get ready for the day at all. Yet his stomach was rumbling, and the thought of food was powerful enough to make him move. He groaned with annoyance as he sat on the bed, his hands sliding through his loose hair. The first day here had been quite wonderful, but he was afraid the rest of the month wouldn't be all that amazing. He dressed up more warmly than usual, wearing a long-sleeved shirt underneath his regular outfit, and left to fetch breakfast hastily. To his relief, he found there was still enough food left for him, though he was surprised, and undeniably disappointed, to find Angela wasn't in the room. He took his seat at the table, frowning a little as he wondered where she might be. She wasn't the only one absent, though. Only half the guards seemed to be eating at the moment. Were they sleeping in, or was Sokka the one who had done that? Ready for today? Taro asked as he took his seat beside the gladiator. Sokka gulped down a mouthful of rice before nodding weakly. As ready as I'll be, I guess, he answered, earnestly. Say, where's everyone? The princess chose to take a morning bath before her breakfast, Taro said. And many guards were done eating by now. You ought to hurry up with that, by the way. The machinist was asking for you not so long ago. He should be waiting for you in his study. Huh, all right, said Sokka, nodding and eating a little faster, yet not too fast. The more he delayed this, the better it would be for everyone in the long run. Still, his plate was empty eventually and his hunger sated for the time being. There was no putting off the inevitable anymore. He would have wished to at least see Angela before heading to the mechanist's study, but he suspected she would berate him for being late if she found him dawdling. He bid farewell to Taro and made his way out of the dining hall, a very unpleasant, sinking sensation in the pit of his stomach. He didn't notice he was going in the wrong direction right away, confused by this different and new environment. It took him a moment to figure out his bearings again, and once he had, he finally set out on his way again to the mechanist's study. But he stopped on his tracks when he caught sight of Angela at the other end of the hallway, her fingers sliding through her damp hair as she returned from the bathhouse. She had been enjoying the mountain's landscape through the temple's large windows as she walked, but she stopped as well when she caught sight of Sokka. She held back a smile, but he didn't do the same. Hey, he said, and she nodded in his direction. Morning, Sokka, she said, curtly. Her eyes flicked left to right quickly as she assessed their surroundings. The only people around weren't likely to notice the exchange between Gladiator and Princess, busy with their own matters as they were. All the same, acting too warmly towards Sokka in broad daylight wasn't advisable, despite of how she had ached to feel his lips on hers as soon as she saw him. Was the bathhouse any good? He asked, and Angela shrugged. To be perfectly honest, the heat system isn't much of a novelty for me, she answered. I can heat up water just fine through my bending. Makes sense that it wouldn't surprise you, said Sokka, with a small and uncertain smile. Still, I'll make sure to enjoy it when I try it out. No doubt you shall, said Angela, as Sokka grinned more broadly now. Angela bit her lower lip as her eyes strayed towards a closed door next to her. The passers-by were gone now, and the hallway was as good as empty. Anyways, you've got to fetch your breakfast, so have a good meal, said Sokka. Angela nodded and stepped towards the door. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Angela? That's not the dining hall. It could be a shortcut that leads there, though, she said, shrugging innocently as she opened the door ever so slightly. Old buildings like these can hold all sorts of secret passageways, you know. Right, but I don't think this would be one, said Sokka, blinking blankly as Angela entered the room. He grimaced and approached her, stepping into the room cautiously. Angela, you should be careful not to get yourself into trouble by snooping arrow dash. The princess closed the door so very gently before grabbing the gladiator's shirt and pushing him to the wall. To her delight, his arms were around her waist in no time, and their lips crashed together pleasantly as they greeted one another in that cold morning. Her hands moved to his face, keeping him in place as she deepened the kiss, her tongue seeking his daringly. He responded in kind, his eyes closed in unrepentant bliss as his hands caressed her over her clothes. Morning. She gasped, parting from him to give him a mischievous smirk. Sokka chuckled. "Morning to you too, my princess," he said, pressing his forehead to hers and beaming. "You should have told me you were going to bathe early in the morning. I would have gladly joined you. And everyone would have thought our simultaneous absence was too suspicious. That's why I didn't," she said, smiling, and Sokka chuckled. "Though granted it would have been a lot more enjoyable if you'd been there with me. Did you get enough sleep?" "I'm not sure, but I hope so," said Sokka, with a weak grin. "What about you?" "Not much, but it's not that important if I slept properly or not. I'm not the one who has work to do today," she said, looking at him meaningfully. "And speaking of which, you should get going. The machinist must be expecting you." "Well, he was late to greet us yesterday, so I'm sure he can wait like 10 minutes. Maybe 20. Said Sokka, with an eager smile. Azula rolled her eyes and shook her head. "None of that right now. You need to go," she said, leaning in to kiss him again. "I'll see you again tonight." Fine, said Sokka, sighing in defeat, but he cupped her cheek and kissed her deeply once more, unwilling to part with her that quickly. She moaned softly by the time they parted after this latest exchange. "Tonight, for sure. As long as it's not risky," she said, smiling and nodding. "Good luck today." "You too, with whatever it is that you'll do," said Sokka, grinning and pecking her lips once more before pulling away from her and straightening his clothes. His hand reached out to open the door, and with that, their charade began again. "Seriously, this weird room, a secret passageway? You know, you need to lay off the conspiracy theories once in a while, princess. It's not good for anyone to suspect even rooms of being stuff they're not, you know." "Stop being ridiculous, I was merely exploring the place," Azula said, sternly, as she closed the door behind them. "It's only natural for old and large buildings like this one to have hidden passageways." "If you say so," Sokka said, looking at her skeptically. Azula rolled her eyes. "How about you get to work already, Gladiator? You have no time to waste looking into what I'm up to. The sooner you finish your mission, the better for all of us," she said, curtly, before taking off towards the dining room. Sokka gazed after her with a small smile before steeling himself. He had to find the machinist and start with this for once and for all. He found the mechanist's office without further distractions. After drawing in a deep breath, Sokka opened the door, and as soon as he grabbed the doorknob he heard the unmistakable rattling of objects that were collapsing on the floor messily. He opened the door quickly now, his eyes peeled as he found the machinist grimacing, scrolls and books scattered around him. The man's small eyes shifted towards the door, embarrassment emblazoned on his face. Welcome," he said, and Sokka raised an eyebrow before stepping into the room, stretching a hand to pull the machinist back to his feet. "What's going on?" he asked, looking at the scrolls on the floor with confusion as the machinist rubbed the sore spots where the books had hit him. "Oh, nothing. I was merely looking for something I'd misplaced, last week's lunch," the machinist explained, with a weak smile. Sokka's jaw dropped. "I thought I'd left it near this shelf, but... Why you misplaced last week's lunch?" How on earth?" said Sokka, with a grimace. "I often forget to eat, you see," said the machinist, smiling with resignation now. "My work just seems to consume me, and I can't take breaks for food or rest, so I forgot to eat my lunch a few days ago and I remembered to clean it up just now." "Wasting good food like that?" said Sokka, looking at the machinist in disbelief. "That should be a crime, you know." "Then I'm glad it isn't one just yet, or I'd be doing time already," said the machinist, as he scratched his bald spot. "Ah, if only it were like that one time with the eggs, that lousy smell made it so easy to locate the food plate. But not this time, it seems." "Maybe someone took it away while you weren't watching," said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "Else the whole place would reek of whatever food you forgot to eat for a week, don't you think?" Probably, said the machinist, nodding in agreement and stroking his beard. "Ah, well, if that's so then I won't worry. Anyhow, could you please help me rearrange the scrolls?" "Excuse me for the bother, but..." It's fine," said Sokka, leaning down to pick them up just as the spark of an idea reached the inventor. "Oh, wait," he said, biting his lower lip. "Actually, don't put them away just yet." "I shouldn't?" Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow as he picked up a few scrolls in his hands. "No, in fact, we'll be working together for some time, won't we?" said the Mechanist, smiling. "I'm thinking it would be helpful if you familiarized yourself with all the projects I've made through my career." What?" said Sokka, blinking blankly as the Mechanist took a scroll and opened it, showing Sokka its contents, a design of the heating machine in the bathhouse, along with all sorts of notes scribbled through the page, including mathematical calculations that left Sokka speechless. He'd never seen anything like that. "I think it's convenient that we both know how the other works before we undertake this difficult mission," said the Mechanist, smiling. "So, if you agree, you can look through the scrolls and see what sort of projects I've undertaken in the past. Perhaps, if you see the way I work, it will be easier to fulfill the Fire Lord's expectations. Don't you think?" Sokka frowned as he studied at the scroll the Mechanist was still holding open. While, granted, he might need some help when it came to understanding the more complex equations, he wasn't sure that the Mechanist's idea would be all that helpful. How would his understanding of a water heater's design help them design bombs? Yet, if this was what his current boss was asking of him, he shouldn't refuse. It wasn't bound to be a dreadful task to fulfill. If anything, it promised to be rather educational, and more importantly, it would help Sokka achieve his goal of stalling the bomb development. And if he wasted their valuable time by reading scrolls instead of working hard because the Mechanist wanted him to, then it might not seem as though he was sabotaging the situation for good. It was too convenient an opportunity to let it slide. Actually? Yeah, said Sokka, smiling a little. Truth be told, it looks like you have a different way of doing things than what I'm used to. I've never seen calculations like that. Don't worry, I'll explain all of it as carefully and thoroughly as I can, said the Mechanist, beaming as he led Sokka to the office's desk. Sokka smirked to himself as he followed the Mechanist. His first day and he was already on the right track. Or perhaps it was the wrong one. At least, it was likely to be wrong in the eyes of a few, such as Princess Azula. Do I need to take a guess as to what you're going to say? Said Ruishi, sighing as he and his current companion halted their walk in the highest courtyard of the Northern Air Temple, next to the tower where Azula's quarters were located. Azula sighed, folding her arms over her chest as Ruishi rested on his elbows against a railing in the empty courtyard. It was apparent that the railing was new, and not at all of Air Nomad confection, both because the Air Nomads would not need it, and because the metallic materials it was fashioned from seemed too modern compared to the rest of the buildings. A light breeze blew through the princess's hair as she approached her guard, an uncertain frown on her face. I need to stop acting like there's something going on, Ruishi said, with an almost sing-song voice. If I go to your room in the middle of the night for no apparent reason, people will find my behavior far too suspicious. I wasn't going to say that, Azula grunted, rubbing the bridge of her nose with her fingertips. If anything, you might have saved us. I know I was in a foul mood about it, but little else can be expected when you wake someone at 4 in the morning. I was only trying to watch out for you, said Ruishi, curtly. I had no guarantees that you two could be responsible on your own. And if you think I saved you, then I guess I wasn't that mistaken. It's true that we were fast asleep, Azula muttered. And we were both a little more exhausted than usual. So maybe your intervention did help this time. However, you would rather I don't intervene, wouldn't you? Ruishi asked, with a raised eyebrow. Azula grimaced. I'm afraid I can't promise I won't. I know why you do it, and in all honesty, I don't blame you for it, said Azula. But it is true that if we keep acting differently, it will be easier for others to notice there's something out of place. Then stop meeting with him like that and I might not have to show up at your doorstep as I did, said Ruishi, shrugging, and Azula huffed, exasperated. You do realize that it won't make a difference if we stop by now, don't you? She asked. The damage is done, and it will stay that way until the day I die. There's nothing else anyone can do about it anymore. I'm aware, but if you two keep meeting up like this, word of what's happened is at further risk of getting out, said Ruishi. In all honesty, I thought you'd be less reckless. But then again, you've never had much common sense where he's involved. It's not that simple, said Angela, gritting her teeth. Ruishi looked at her skeptically. No? Why is that? Does he make you that happy? He asked, only regretting his words after he'd finished uttering them. Angela's nails clawed into the railing as her entire body tensed up. Ruishi's words had a simple, talkative intent to them, and she knew it. But even so, her heart sank upon hearing them. Indeed, Sokka made her happy, and indeed, she was clinging on to that happiness as she would to dear life. In fact, she was setting that happiness as the highest priority around, instead of keeping her head level as she had been taught to. Her father had told her, from a young age, that most emotions were unreliable and pointless. Love was something for fools to long for, not for a princess of her caliber. She was meant to be perfect, to obey his every order, to live an exemplary and royal life. All that had gone down the drain ever since Sokka had showed up. And he had done his very best to convince her that feelings weren't a waste, that those feelings she had buried deep inside herself weren't wrong. It had taken her some time to start embracing that concept. In fact, it had taken the discovery of a new kind of fire for her to accept Sokka's ideas. But upon accepting them, it appeared she had lost sight of everything else. You needn't be so upset, I was merely asking. Never mind, said Ruishi, grimacing as Angela took a deep breath. I'm sorry, Captain, she whispered, startling him. It's true that I've put you through too much with my selfish urges. I ought to make amends for it somehow. I said it didn't matter, Princess. I understand that. Well, I understand that I don't understand, to be perfectly honest, he said, frowning. You don't have to understand. In fact, in your line of work, it would be best if you never did, said Angela sighing. And considering all the services you've provided, I guess the best thing I should do, after having tormented you as I have with my selfishness, is to find a way to spare your life if worst comes to worst. What do you mean? Said Ruishi, immediately alert upon hearing such ominous words. I could recommend you for a promotion, Angela said, tapping the railing. I could have you raised into my father's imperial guards. If things between me and Sokka were ever discovered, which I hope they aren't, then you can feign ignorance and I can pretend it happened after you were promoted into superior service. This way you wouldn't be held responsible for my but, no, said Ruishi, his eyes widening. Angela frowned and looked at him skeptically. No. She said again. What do you mean, no? Captain, this is the only possibility I can think of to keep you alive despite the circumstances. You'd be a fool not to. I don't wish to stop guarding you, said Ruishi, and Angela huffed. Is there just no pleasing you, Captain? She asked, burying her face in her hands. The only other way in which you'll get away unscathed is if I become Fire Lord, since, if I do, I'll have my way with my every controversial decision. But considering the circumstances, I'm not going to become Fire Lord until my father dies, so it means I'll have to wait until I don't know, around 50 or 60 years old. Sounds likely that we'll be able to keep a secret for that long, huh? Well, that is, unless, said Ruishi, frowning. Angela's eyes darted towards him with a glare. Don't even say it, she said. I'll hear nothing about assassination attempts on my father. I'd never have any part in something like that. I didn't think you would, said Ruishi. But it's either keeping your father satisfied or finding your happiness with your slave. You can't have both things, princess. Angela frowned, and Ruishi glanced at her warily. Was that the mask of determination, or was it merely frustration over not having her way with this matter? He knew firsthand that the princess wasn't used to being denied whatever she set her mind to, and one way or another she'd find a way to obtain what she sought. Still, could she figure a safe way to keep the gladiator by her side while remaining loyal to her father? Ruishi feared it would prove impossible. I guess I can't, she muttered, with a deep sigh. Yet Ruishi didn't think this was genuine resignation. She was merely thinking, hard, of a solution, a way to preserve her happiness, despite it might get them all killed. Don't misunderstand my intentions, princess, he said, lowering his eyes. Despite it all, I guess I am glad that you've found happiness, even if I'm not that pleased about who you found it with. It's only. That's not as important as safety, Angela mused. Your job is to keep me safe and sound, not to keep me happy. Well, that's why the Gladiator is doing the second thing and not me, said Ruishi, and with a harsh glare from Angela he swallowed hard again. I guess that was slightly out of line, wasn't it? This entire conversation is out of line, technically, said Angela, matter-of-factly before huffing and shaking her head. I'll figure out ways to reduce the potential casualties, Captain. If someone should take the fall for what I've done, it's me and me alone. You alone, said Ruishi, raising an eyebrow. But the Gladiator. I will not have him die either, in case you thought I would, said Angela, rolling her eyes. Ruishi nodded. I didn't think you wanted him to die, but I'm afraid that avoiding that fate won't be easy for him, said Ruishi. Both because of his line of work and because of what you two are up to. I'd think he's aware of it, isn't he? That he just might have to die for you, so to speak, because of this. Of course he is, said Angela, sighing. Then he cares enough about you to not be deterred by death, even, said Ruishi. But that's still foolish of him either way. It would be, but fortunately for him, I care enough not to let him die, said Angela, curtly. One way or another, I'll find a solution, Captain. Until then, please continue to fulfill your duties in the ways you believe necessary, and keep in mind to avoid detection if you show up to wake us again. Understood. Understood. Still, Princess, said Ruishi, looking at Angela apprehensively. I'm sorry if I said anything I shouldn't have. I know that you cherish this a lot more than I can understand, and I will learn to accept it in time. It's a little difficult at times, but you needn't force yourself to accept, let alone to like, what's happening. If I were in your position, Captain, I can't say I would have been as patient and loyal as you've been, Angela whispered. I beg to differ, said Ruishi. You have always been loyal to your father to no end. Had you been a royal guard, surely that loyalty would have been as mine as towards you. Really? Said Angela, looking at Ruishi with a skeptical smile. You seem to hold me in far too high regards, Captain, considering I might be the death of you. Ruishi started to smile as well, but before he could answer Angela's words, a loud cry echoed through the air. Incoming! Both Angela and Ruishi jumped back when a glider came flying straight towards the courtyard. The man manipulating it wasn't a stranger, though. Fei Li seemed to be having the time of his life thanks to this new flying contraption, despite he took a rough landing and fell over himself, the glider spiraling out of control and crashing against a tree. Angela and Ruishi blinked blankly as they watched him struggle to make sense out of his surroundings, a goofy smile on his face. Ruishi naturally stepped towards him to help him find his bearings, and another flying contraption landed in the courtyard just as he reached Fei Li. Angela raised an eyebrow as the mechanist's son handled his wheelchair's controls skillfully, landing properly as he skidded to a halt. Sorry about that, Princess, Teo exclaimed, removing his orange goggles and smiling at her apologetically. We were practicing down below, but he got a little adventurous. No surprises there, not from Fei Li, of all people, said Angela, with a weak smirk. You seem to be as good at gliding as your father said you were, Teo. Oh, he said something about my gliding skills, said Teo, his eyes brightening. Angela nodded. He claimed that you were the best glider around, in fact, Angela said. If the other refugees do it as poorly as Fei Li does, then no wonder he boasts of your skills at the craft. Oh, not at all, the others are pretty good too, said Teo, smiling. It takes a while to get used to it, but once you get the hang of gliding, you can fly like a bird no problem. The princess doesn't need gliding for that, pal, said Fei Li, stumbling as he stood up with Ruishi's help. His smile still hadn't waned. She flies just fine by herself, you know. Hey, it's true that you said something like that yesterday, said Teo, raising his eyebrows and looking at Angela inquisitively. What exactly does he mean by that? How do you fly? Angela raised an eyebrow, wondering if it would be adequate to put on this show right now. She had meant to go scouting the mountains with Xin Long as soon as she had finished talking with Ruishi, but there was no urgency to their scouting trip after all, was there? Considering how delighted her dragon was by chasing small critters at the base of the mountain, it didn't seem there should be. Well, I did say I would do it, she said, shrugging, and taking a few steps back. Teo raised an eyebrow. You shouldn't stay there, by the way. For your own safety, keep some distance from me when I'm about to fly, Teo. Oh okay, then, said Teo, nodding and wheeling himself away, followed by Fei Li and Ruishi, who seemed rather perplexed by Angela's demonstration. Angela took a deep breath but smiled a little all the same. She alerted Xin Long that she'd need him soon, just before bringing her hands to her chest, still breathing slowly. She eased herself into complete calm and took one step forward, stretching out her arms and unleashing an inferno of blue flames that catapulted her into the open sky. Whoa! Teo exclaimed, amazed as he inched further away from the flames. Even Fei Li and Ruishi watched with unabashed awe as the princess's silhouette vanished behind a trail of blue blazes. Angela smirked to herself as she sped up, watching the gliders that flew around the mountain as they maneuvered away from her. Some of them were her own guards, well aware of the fact that blue flames were their princess's trademark fire-bending style. Others were refugees, confused and surprised as to how there was a firebender flying through the skies powered by nothing other than her bending skills. She scoured the skies, hovering well above the other gliders as she kept her arms stretched out firmly. Fire power continued to pour through her extremities, adding speed to her flight. She passed near the other towers of the air temple, leaving only blue fire in her wake, but that alone was enough to catch the eye of a certain water tribe man. He lifted his gaze from the desk he was sitting at upon noticing the haze of blue through one of the windows in the mechanist's office. A smile spread over his features when the figure flew past the window again, now at further distance from the tower. Naturally, it could only be Angela. Showing them what flying looks like, huh? He asked softly, still grinning despite he could only see the lingering flames she had left behind after herself. Did you say something? The mechanist asked, startling Sokka. And no, I was just thinking aloud, Sokka said, smiling awkwardly at the man. Oh, talking to yourself is very helpful, yes. If you need any help deciphering my handwriting, let me know, said the mechanist, and Sokka nodded as he returned to the scroll he had been reading, the one that detailed the design of the finger-safe knife sharpener. Angela continued to fly until her limbs started to weaken. Wasting all her power in a mere flight demonstration wasn't that wise, so to everyone's surprise, she stopped boosting herself through her bending and allowed gravity to reclaim her. Naturally, all the people with gliders and the ones in the courtyard were aghast upon seeing her plummeting to the ground suddenly. Ruishi breathed out in relief when a dark, serpentine shape came flying from below at full speed, flying straight towards Angela so she would land on the dragon saddle. The landing was quite brusque, but Angela smiled and patted Xin Long's hair gratefully as he flew with pride back to the same courtyard Angela had set out from. Great job, Xin, Angela told him, as they slowed upon descending in the open area. To no surprise, Teo's eyes were wide as open doors now, and so was his mouth. Not only was he already astonished by the sight of the flying princess, but he was in complete awe now before the majestic dark dragon she was riding. That was amazing, he exclaimed, breathless and disbelieving. It's a dragon? An actual dragon. You can see him for yourself, can't you? Angela said, smiling. I would like to ask you not to be so dramatic in your flight displays, princess, said Ruishi, a grimace on his face. For a moment there. You had thought I would drop to my death? Angela asked, with a weak smirk. You're not getting rid of me that easily, I'm afraid. But that was seriously fantastic, princess. Teo exclaimed, still excited as Xin Long approached him, intrigued by his wheelchair. I had no idea there were still dragons around, but I guess gossip doesn't travel that fast outside the Fire Nation, huh? Said Fei Li. She has had a dragon for around a year now, Ruishi said, and Angela nodded. She tamed the only one to be found in around 30 years or so. Seriously? Said Teo, looking at Angela, awestruck. Then you're a dragon rider. Just, whoa. And now you understand why I know my ways around flying as well as I do, said Angela, nodding. It's both thanks to my bending technique and Xin Long. Awesome, said Teo, grinning, and Fei Li stepped forward. But it wouldn't hurt to learn one more way of flying, would it, Princess? Fei Li said, grinning as he gestured at his glider. Angela raised an inquisitive eyebrow. Well, it might not be such a bad idea, actually, said Angela, with a smirk. It didn't take long for the princess to learn her way through gliding, albeit she found this system far too slow for her liking. It made for enjoyable flights and sightseeing from above, yet the gliders weren't as easy to control as her own fire or her dragon. Drafts of any kind could make the glider lose its way through the air, prompting Angela to conclude that, while not an entirely bad system, she would rather stick to the ones she was used to. Her guards, on the other hand, were enjoying themselves fully with this new activity. Even Ruishi was convinced eventually into taking one of the gliders and trying his luck with it. The only guard who was forced to stay in solid grounds, after a failed attempt at gliding, was Taro, who was short of breath far too easily in these heights. He was left to watch the others, sometimes accompanied by Xin Long and sometimes by himself, if the dragon decided to have fun by chasing and toying with the gliding people. Most the day passed them by and, busy as they were flying, they barely registered it until the skies began to darken. Still, nighttime arrived much faster in these regions during fall and winter, as Teo promptly explained. Most the guards, and the princess as well, were slightly put off by the drastic differences between their home and this environment. Not only was it colder, but it was dry and far too elevated. It wouldn't be easy for them to adjust to their temporary living circumstances. Some people got used to it faster than others, Teo explained over lunch, with his usual friendly smile. Hongji, for instance, had to take like 2 years to adapt to the new environment. But most of us were faster than that, so it might be you guys will get used to it for this month too. Perhaps we will, a guard answered, Tai Wei. We did adjust to being the princess's guards quickly enough, after all. Yeah, that was such a challenge that this will be easy as pie in comparison, Fei Li said, with a smirk. Teo raised an eyebrow. Why's that? He asked, looking at the princess. Again, she sat at the far end of the table, and a smirk spread over her face as she ate her tomato carrot and cabbage salad. The princess tested us all in many ways before we could become her guards, said Ruishi, and Teo whistled, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. So, you guys weren't just assigned to her? He asked, and the guards shook their heads. Members of the royal family are allowed to handpick their royal guards once they're 17 years old, Angela explained. I naturally decided to assemble my guards as soon as possible, but not just anyone would do. I had a few tests for them to pass in order to prove they deserved to be my guards. Wow, said Teo. What sort of tests? First of all, there was the mandatory fire-bending test, Angela said. I would have no guards below average in that area, naturally. But then there were other tests. Individual tests, Ruishi added, with a small grimace. Next to him, Taro smiled awkwardly. The princess needed to know if we were trustworthy, see, he said. Because of that, she gave us a lot of, well, unexpected commands. She ordered me to sing the Fire Nation's anthem to the Fire Lord every single time I caught sight of him, said Fei Li, his eyes widening at the memory. She didn't tell the Fire Lord what was happening, though, so he thought I was mocking him and I damn near paid an awful price for that. I was to deliver a very insulting speech she had written for the Ember Island players, said Taro, gulping. I was to memorize it and speak it when their group was invited for the festival's week. They had a performance. I was nearly run down by angry actors and playwrights, and she had forbidden me from explaining who I was, let alone who had sent me to deliver the speech in the first place. Now, Taro, I needed to make certain you could survive an angry mob. Angela said, a devious smirk on her face. Taro actually smiled and shook his head. Fortunately I did, though I still don't know how, he confessed. My test was to learn how to operate every system of her barge, said Tai Wei. With a time limit of 2 days, and only so she'd test me on what I'd learned on the very next day. I had never studied anything as desperately as I did that time. More guards shared their stories, and each one brought a prouder smirk to Angela's face. It seemed the memories of her first days with her guards were rather amusing to recall. Some men had failed her tests, of course, and thus they weren't here today. The ones that were had managed to obey her every order, no matter how reckless or dangerous it was. She had needed to know she could rely on them, after all, and they had proven themselves without fail. "And what about you?" Teo asked Ruishi, still chuckling after the last story, from a guard who had been forced to communicate through nothing but animal noises for an entire week. "Me," said Ruishi, raising an eyebrow. "Well, since I was deemed the best firebender after the first test, the princess figured I ought to be the captain of her guards, but prowess alone wouldn't get me the role. So, she gave me an array of commands, including finding out if that rumored manuscript by Fire Lord Sozin existed and, if it did, I had to bring it to her. I had to test her food for poison before she had it, and that was just. It wasn't half as bad as you say it was, Captain," said Angela, rolling her eyes as Ruishi looked at her skeptically. "It was so spicy I could have bent through my mouth without meaning to," he explained, as the other guards chuckled and Angela smirked. "It was but a small bite and I could barely take it. That much spice ought to be poison on its own, but apparently it wasn't for her." "You exaggerate, Captain, honestly," said Angela, as Teo laughed as well. "And of course, she tested my common sense by giving me commands I should not follow, only to see whether I gave more importance to loyalty than standing my ground. And I guess you did as she expected you to, didn't you?" Teo said. "Well, I protested when the command was far too illogical, no doubt, but if she insisted, I would have to do it regardless," said Ruishi, shrugging. "We swear our vows to the Fire Lord, but our loyalty belongs to the family member we're serving. We must be ready to sacrifice everything for them, even our very lives." "Well, but the princess wouldn't have you do that, would she?" said Teo, with an insecure smile. Ruishi raised his eyebrows. "Perhaps not," he said, his gaze shifting towards Angela, who was frowning a little. "But even then, I would be ready to give my life if need be." "And so are the rest of us," said Tai Wei, sitting upright beside him. "As we're meant to be, of course. Else we wouldn't have passed her tests, right?" Angela smiled a little upon hearing that, though Ruishi's intervention was slightly off-putting. It was true that he was expected to give his life for her if need be, but surely he had always imagined himself dying for her in a battlefield, or saving her life from assassins. If anything, dying because of Angela's clandestine relationship surely was the most shameful and least honorable possibility of all. Despite her insistence to maintain her relationship with Sokka, she couldn't deny how unsettling a prospect that had to be for her guard. "Heh, you guys must be far more intimidating than you look like, then," Teo said, with a grin. "I guess I've just seen you all in your more casual behavior." "Indeed, and be relieved that's the case, Teo," said Angela, nodding. Just then, she felt a small pang of pain on her lower abdomen. A certain kind of pain she knew quite well, and that was unrelated to the guilt she felt for causing trouble for her loyal captain. She kept a straight face, despite the unpleasant sensation, before moving to stand up. Her guards nearly bolted to their feet as well, but she commanded them to remain seated through a hand gesture. "I will take my leave now, there are some air nomad scrolls I'm curious about," she said, before looking at Teo. "Though I will request your assistance in vacating the bathhouse for my use again, if you would be so kind." Oh, yes. "Sure," said Teo, surprised. Nobody ever took 2 baths in a single day in the Northern Air Temple, but the princess hailed from a rather different culture and lifestyle, after all. "I'll get to it right away." Angela breathed out slowly as she followed Teo outside, ignoring the stares of her guards, especially that of Ruishi, which was clouded with concern. But if her suspicions regarding the origin of the pain in her abdomen were accurate, then it meant the captain of her royal guards would not be facing deadly peril for his performance as her protector just yet. Sokka was worn out by the time he finally asked the mechanist for a break at night. His eyes were dry, his fingers itchy after having handled so many dusty scrolls and scrapbooks. His stomach had been growling so loudly the mechanist could hear it, and when his vision became hazy, he forced himself to ask his current boss if he was allowed to stop for the time being. The mechanist answered positively right away, and Sokka scrambled out of the office at haste, desperate to have a bite of whatever food he could find. He was too late to catch up with the others at dinner, so he ate alone, helping himself to whatever food he could still find in the communal kitchens. He thought the machinist might join him, but the man was a workaholic. It didn't seem he left his office unless it was to work on further projects outside it. Sokka didn't miss the man's company that much, though. Spending an entire day cooped up in an office, reading technical papers non-stop, and needing the man's help to understand most of them, had been far more taxing than he had expected. What he did miss, though, was being near the princess. Meeting Angela again was certain to brighten his spirits after such a draining day. He washed up quickly in the bathhouse, but he would have enjoyed the soak in the hot water a lot more if he hadn't been thinking of the water heater's design, which he had analyzed earlier that day. Numbers and equations kept rushing through his mind, and a moment that should have relaxed him didn't take away any of his stress. The temple was deserted, even more than the previous night, by the time he left the bathhouse. He pondered his options briefly, unsure if Angela would be waiting for him indeed. She might be sleeping already, so he resolved to stop at her room, and if she didn't answer he'd leave. He was tired as well, but spending some time with her was certain to help him forget all about the endless string of formulas scrolling through his mind. He took a deep breath and stopped at her door, knocking softly but loudly enough for her to hear in case she was awake. "Hey, Angela," he whispered, biting his lower lip. There was no answer. His heart sank. "Are you awake or?" "I guess not." He sighed and pressed his head to the door, a grimace on his face. Perhaps he'd had it coming, since he'd spent every night without fail by her side during the past weeks. His luck had never lasted this long before, and he had known his good streak would end sooner than. The door swung open and he nearly fell as he lost balance. Angela jumped back, startled by his clumsy stumble, and she looked at him with wide eyes as he regained his footing. "Are you all right?" she asked him tentatively, as he stared right back into her eyes. For a moment Angela feared he'd start crying, given the expression on his face, so she wasn't all that surprised when his arms surrounded her in a tight embrace, a sigh of relief leaving his lips. "Hell, I missed you," he said, smiling as he held her close. Angela rolled her eyes but smiled as well, patting his back and nodding. "It sure looks like you did," she said, pushing him away briefly just so she could close the door. "Was it that bad?" "It was exhausting," Sokka answered truthfully, with a grimace. "I think my brain is about to explode after all the information I could barely process. But I'm with you now and that makes everything so much better." His smile became a lot more heartfelt and innocent now, and Angela had a hard time holding back a smile of her own as he leaned down to kiss her softly. "I really needed to see you," he said. "Things make more sense when you're around." "I suppose, but," said Angela, swallowing hard. Sokka frowned and looked at her insecurely. "But? Did I wake you?" he asked, flinching. Angela shook her head and he sighed in relief again. "That's not it," she muttered. "It's only that, you might not get what you were looking for tonight." Huh," said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "What exactly?" "Let's just say I confirmed a few hours ago that I'm not pregnant," said Angela, with a curt grin. Sokka blinked a few times, staring at her in confusion until the facts clicked in his head. He lifted a finger and opened his mouth, still looking at her warily. "Does that mean you're, not feeling very well right now?" he asked, with an insecure grimace. "I figure the way you confirmed it was through, well, blood." "Yep," said Angela, nodding. "I suppose I should praise Mai's tea once we return. It's a remarkable brew, considering we've been quite persistent with sex the past few weeks." "It's kind of hard not to be, though," said Sokka, with a small smile, but he shook his head eyeing her with concern. "Still, though, if you're in your days then, do you need anything in particular? Should I leave you be? I know it can be tricky to deal with the nasty time of the month, so if you'd rather I leave you alone." "You know it's tricky?" Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. "How do you know that?" Grew up with a sister in a very small igloo," said Sokka, with an awkward smile. "When you live in such cramped spaces it's hard to keep secrets from one another, and Katara wasn't that secretive about her periods." "Oh. Well, that does explain it, surprisingly," said Angela, with a smirk. Sokka smiled as well. She had a knack for being a little more aggressive than usual those days, he confessed. And I learned the hard way not to comment about it because she'd freeze me for being an inconsiderate jerk, and in the meantime, Gran would just sit in the corner whispering to herself about how glad she was for menopause. Angela couldn't help but laugh softly as Sokka smiled. He was glad his strange recollections of his youth in the water tribe would amuse her. So anyhow, I get that you might want to be alone for tonight, he said, with a weak grin. We'll do whatever makes you more comfortable. That's awfully considerate, coming from an inconsiderate jerk, said Angela, smiling at him. Though, would you want to stay? I mean, we really shouldn't have sex in these circumstances, so. Well, that's not all there is to this, you know, said Sokka, placing his hands on her shoulders. Sex with you is the most extraordinary experience ever and it makes me feel alive and elated, no doubt, but what really matters when we're together is that I'm with you, you know. Angela raised her eyebrows, blushing slightly, and Sokka smiled, stretching a hand to caress her cheek. Any time I can spend with you is precious, even if we're just sitting around talking, he said. If you thought that all there was to this was sex, well, I'm afraid you're wrong. As I said, it's mind-blowing and I seriously love it, yep, seriously. I mean, it's just amazing. I'm glad to hear that, said Angela, with a crooked grin. Sokka chuckled. But if that's not a possibility, then I'd gladly do anything else, he said. If you want me gone, I'll go, but if you want me to help you somehow, I gladly will. That's quite generous of you. Still, I think you should do what you want to, she said. Sokka smiled. Ultimately, it's up to you whether you want to stick around or not. Up to me? Then I'll definitely stay in your room, he said, grinning. Forever. And I'll never go back to work. Yep, that's exactly what I want. What in the name of? Said Angela, as Sokka's smile waned and turned to a grimace of despair. He walked towards a chair in the room and sank in it, rubbing his face with his hands. All right, was it that bad? The guy's crazy, said Sokka, sighing. He barely seems human, if you ask me. He's so obsessed with his work that he can't even be bothered to eat, and I'm sure he doesn't ever sleep either. I seriously don't know how he does it. The real problem is, though, that it looks like he expects me to be as tireless as he is. And since he never takes breaks, I never take breaks, and since he never ate then I didn't get to have lunch. It's been a very long, tiresome day and I really wish I didn't have to return to that office anytime soon. Food deprivation. Your worst nightmare, no doubt, said Angela, smiling as she walked towards the mattress, settling on it as she stared at Sokka. Did you make any progress, though? No, said Sokka, and Angela was surprised he even looked guilty as he confessed the truth. Not in regards of building bombs, at least. I mean, I learned a lot of things. I think. I mean, I'm not sure if I'll remember most of it tomorrow, because there was too much going on. Why, you see, he had the great idea to make me read up about every project he's developed, so that I'd learn about his style and the way he works. He had to explain most of the projects thoroughly, because a lot of stuff was completely new to me, and the more questions I asked, the more confusing everything was. In the end I just feel like I need a few days to digest all the information. It was educational for sure, but yeah, in regards of the bombs, there was really no progress. Sorry about that. Well, it's only the first day. Perhaps he expected all his work to inspire you somehow, said Angela, with a skeptical smirk. Still, I figure you've made up for the lack of food. I got some dinner scraps, yeah. I cleaned up too, because my entire body was prickling after spending all day handling those dusty scrolls, said Sokka, shaking his head. Not a fun day, at all. That's a pity, said Angela. But it does make some sense. You can't start working with a serious project like this if you have no grasp on the theories to sustain it, and no idea how to design a project. So perhaps this drag of a day won't be so bad in the long run. Perhaps, said Sokka, nodding and sighing as he slumped on his chair. He raised an eyebrow and looked at her. Did you have a more entertaining day, or did the monthly visitor ruin it for you? It wasn't that bad, Angela admitted. I tried out the gliders, flew with bending and with xin long. Oh? Tried the G-gliders, said Sokka, his eyebrows twitching. Azula raised an eyebrow. Did you read the glider's design project too? She asked, and Sokka shook his head. Not yet, so I'll probably run into it tomorrow, he said, hanging his head now. Azula looked at him questioningly. Are you going to keep doing this forever? She asked. I mean, does he plan on ever getting to the actual bomb work, or will he have you reading all his scrolls until it's time for us to leave? I don't know, honestly, said Sokka, gulping. The idea was both horrifying and helpful, since it would be a great way to sabotage the mission, but reading more of those scrolls would make his brain collapse of information overload. I'd expect him not to, but for now, that's all he's tasked me with. Azula's voice sounded menacing for a moment, but she shrugged carelessly afterwards. Perhaps it was only because you were starting today. Surely by tomorrow he'll have enough sense to give you real work. Yeah, maybe, said Sokka, nodding, as the princess dropped on her bed. Sokka gazed at her before approaching her, stretching a hand to stroke her cheek. Don't worry. I'll probably have real stuff to report to you from tomorrow onwards. You'd better, said Azula, looking at him with a raised eyebrow. So, are you just going to stand there? Not if you want me to do anything else, said Sokka, grinning and sitting at the edge of the mattress. Azula groaned and shifted towards him, settling her head on his lap and closing her eyes. Sokka's fingers laced through her smooth hair and she hummed in approval. Yet he took notice of a small detail as she rested on his legs. There was a small crease between her eyebrows, caused by a soft frown. What's on your mind? He asked, softly. Azula groaned. Is it the pain? Bothering you too much? Not that much, she whispered. That's not that I'm thinking about, though. Care to share? Sokka said, his knuckles caressing her cheek. Azula sighed and turned on his lap, opening her eyes again. I think today was the first time in ages that I spent most the day around my guards, she muttered. Sokka raised an eyebrow. And after being at the receiving end of Ruishi's countless, and well-founded, reservations, it was hard to keep from worrying about whether or not I'll cause their deaths simply because I wanted to be with you. Sokka frowned as well now and Azula sighed once more. Do you ever feel like a completely selfish prick? She asked him, with an ironic smile. Because somehow I couldn't stop thinking I'm one through the day. I guess I do know the feeling, Sokka confessed, gritting his teeth. Things wouldn't be all that bad if we were the only ones to face consequences for it, huh? I'd rather you didn't have to face any either, Azula whispered, and Sokka smiled. But apparently the only way to avoid that would be for my father to die suddenly. If I succeed him as Fire Lord, I could see to it that you remain safe and sound. Fire Lord? Sokka asked. Does that mean we'd be allowed to, I don't know, even get married just because you're Fire Lord and you call the shots when it comes to everything? Don't get your hopes high, Azula said, leveling a significant stare at Sokka, which he answered with a guilty grin. That sort of thing isn't going to happen. I won't have my father die just like that. So, if we're to get wait a minute. Did you just say we could get married? I was just talking nonsense, it's all, said Sokka, with an insecure smile. I know I'm getting ahead of myself and daydreaming too much, so don't take me that seriously. Right, said Azula, looking at him skeptically. So, you really don't think that sort of thing can happen, he said, with a sigh. Your father will rule for many more years, and while he does, we'll be putting everyone else in mortal peril by doing what we're doing. Exactly, said Azula. And while I don't want us to stop this, I just keep thinking I should protect them somehow. If someone should take the fall for this, it should be me. There's no way you're dealing with the consequences by yourself, said Sokka, cupping her cheek. We're in this together and you know it. I'm not going to turn my back on you just because you think you can take on everything on your own. That's quite gallant, truly, said Azula, smiling a little at him. But I'd still rather we avoid that sort of thing, both for our sakes and for my guards. They're good men. They don't deserve to die because of us. Nobody deserves to die because two people start a relationship, but this isn't a normal situation, huh? said Sokka, sighing. Is there anything you can do to protect them? I suggested granting the captain a promotion, if possible, but he doesn't seem fond of the idea, Azula said. At Sokka's questioning stare she explained, a promotion into my father's Imperial Guards, so he wouldn't have to face consequences if we're ever discovered. And the others? Sokka asked, and Azula shrugged. Truth be told, their ignorance of our relationship will only enrage my father further. He'd take them for unreliable and useless guards, since they couldn't protect me from you. Azula mused. I guess the best thing I could do, for their sakes, would be to dissemble my guard in its entirety. I could make a case, perhaps, that I won't need them because I have a dragon now and because I'm one of the most skilled firebenders in the world. Would your father accept that? Sokka asked, and Azula shrugged. He might still demand that I take guards with me for long trips, probably, but this way they won't be responsible for my personal safety and protection under all circumstances, she said. It's the best idea I have at the moment. I'm glad you've thought of something already, said Sokka. But you don't have to make your ideas a reality just yet, fortunately. You're not pregnant, so that's one less thing that could give us away. If things start looking too dangerous in the future you can dissemble your guards, or, if you come up with a better solution, we can take a less radical route instead. I figure you wouldn't want to lose them. No, I wouldn't. But it's slightly nerve-wracking to carry out a secret relationship when you have almost a dozen bodyguards watching your every move, said Azula, with a sarcastic smirk. Sokka chuckled. Still, you're right. There's one less factor of risk now that we know I didn't conceive anything. It may keep us from having sex for around a week, but despite that, it's a true relief that I'm not pregnant. I guess it is, said Sokka, with a sad smile. Azula raised an eyebrow and looked at him skeptically. You guess? She repeated, and Sokka gulped. What's that supposed to mean? Well, I just had thought about a few things. Again, I know I daydream too much, he said, with an awkward laugh. Azula pushed herself up and looked at him skeptically, prompting Sokka to blush a little. What exactly were you daydreaming about now? She asked. Please tell me it's not about oral sex again. And no, of course not. Sokka exclaimed, blushing more. Azula smirked. Then what was it now? She asked, and Sokka scratched the back of his neck. Well, when we were still on the ship, I'd spend the days thinking about the hardships we might have to deal with if worst came to worst. So, I thought, that if you had been pregnant despite everything, maybe we could have orchestrated a plan to make sure the child could be born safely, without your father's awareness of what was going on. Okay, how? Said Azula, looking at Sokka with confusion but with genuine curiosity as well. Sokka breathed deeply. First off, you'd have to find an excuse of some sort to relocate to some distant place in the colonies, said Sokka. Something that allows you to be far from the public eye and from your father, so he won't know what's happening for good. You'd take me with you. Song should come too because she has midwife experience, and I had thought Ruishi ought to be around for the sake of security too. He already knows about us, so it wouldn't surprise him much to hear that, well, that I would be carrying some hypothetical baby, said Azula, raising an eyebrow. Sokka smiled and nodded. Exactly, he said. So, the plan would be for your excuse to last for like, a year or two, perhaps. That way the kid would grow big enough to stop needing you around all the time, and by then we'd be able to return to the Fire Nation. And once we returned, how would we explain this sudden kid that showed up with us? Said Azula, with a raised eyebrow. Sokka smiled awkwardly. I thought we could pretend we had found it during our travels somehow, perhaps claim its parents abandoned it. If the baby were a firebender, you could even have it as a protege of yours. I don't know how it works exactly, but maybe you could have a room set up for the baby in the palace. And if it were a non-bender, I could pretend to adopt it, despite it's truly my child, and that way we get to keep our kid around anyhow. Well, a fake adoption sounds better than pretending you fathered some illegitimate kid while we were gone, said Azula, with a curt grin. Sokka shuddered and pouted. Yeah, fake adoption all the way, he said, as Azula chuckled. Still, the kid might look like either of us, she said. Wouldn't that be suspicious? Likely, but we could just pass it off as a coincidence. Maybe, said Sokka, with a half-smile. Azula shook her head but smiled as well. So, I'd have to be isolated for 9 months or so, she said. Not really, only when you start showing, said Sokka, reassuringly. Some women in my tribe announced they were pregnant, and it would be months before you could actually notice for yourself. You wouldn't have to be in hiding for that long. Still, it would be well over 3 months, Azula said, with a raised eyebrow. But Sokka caught her meaning immediately. No need to worry, you could write an authorization letter for either Ruishi or Song to sponsor me in whatever fights I might have, said Sokka. It'd be better if Ruishi did it, since he's not a slave. So, you really thought of everything, huh? Azula asked, with a small smile. Sokka chuckled guiltily. I'm not sure if I should be amazed or if I should tease you for having so much leisure time. Well, I did have a lot of it on the ship, said Sokka. It's been a little hard to indulge in weird fantasies today, sadly. You're really something else, you know, Azula whispered, stretching a hand towards his. Sokka blinked, staring at her in confusion. You're probably the only person in the world who can create an actual fantasy out of a very risky and unwanted situation such as a child born out of wedlock. None of these possibilities even crossed my mind. Granted, they're far-fetched possibilities, perhaps too unlikely to be realized, but despite it all, it doesn't sound so bad. I'm glad it doesn't, said Sokka, grinning as he rubbed her knuckles with a thumb. I know there are other, final ways to deal with accidental pregnancies, but you'd like to be a father, wouldn't you? Azula asked. Sokka sighed and shrugged. It's not like it's my ultimate life goal, of course, he said. But well, ever since I was a kid, I just imagined myself as my father's successor as chief of the Water Tribe. And because I wanted to be like him, then I imagined myself as a father too. Azula gritted her teeth as Sokka smiled weakly at her. He stretched back, lying on the bed now, still holding her hand. It was a stupid dream, though. I just wanted to be like him, there was nothing else to it, Sokka whispered. So, you don't want children, or do you? Azula asked, leaning down on the bed as well and resting next to him. Is it an optional thing, perhaps? It's really not that important anymore, said Sokka, smiling at her. I was a silly kid back then, and I had no idea what I was dreaming of. I mean, I never even thought about what sort of responsibilities came with being a father, and I didn't even care about what my wife would be like. All I knew was that I'd be a father and that I'd tell my son all about my adventures as I brought the Fire Nation down all by myself. There was a lot I didn't understand back then as I do now. And what's that? Azula asked, and Sokka turned on the bed, rubbing her cold arms with his hands. That I'd love to have a family, but that starts with you, he said, grinning. I didn't understand what being in love was, let alone what a relationship would be like, so I simplified everything in my mind, assuming that being a fun father would be the best thing ever. But now I think that, if we can't have kids because our circumstances won't allow it, that's fine. I don't need that sort of thing. You're my top priority, and you always will be. But, said Azula, looking at him in confusion. That's not fair to you, is it? I mean, you must have dreamt of a good life with a normal family, a normal wife, normal children. And you think that'd be better than what we have? Said Sokka, with a smile. Maybe I used to think that it would be better to have a normal, boring life, but now. Boring? Azula asked, with a chuckle. Sokka snickered. Yeah, boring, he said. I mean, look at you. You're extraordinary in every way, and I didn't ever think my future wife would be anything like that. Don't tell me, said Azula, with a raised eyebrow. As long as she could cook, do chores, and deliver children, anything was good. Hey, that was 5-year-old Sokka's train of thought. I'm no longer that simplistic, said Sokka, and Azula snorted. Right. I seem to remember you claimed to be a simple man who ended up getting caught in complicated things, she said, looking at him skeptically. The simple man doesn't mind the complications anymore. In fact, the simple man has been won over by the complications, said Sokka, grinning. You think it's remotely possible for me to just go back to a normal, stable, simple life after all we've been through? I suppose not, Azula relented, with a smile. Sokka pressed his forehead against hers. I love you, Azula, he whispered, causing her chest to burn with that pleasant fire once more. That's the one certainty in my life as I am now. Would I like to be a father one day? Sure, but if it's not with you then I don't care for it. I didn't realize, when I was a kid, that the one thing that matters is who you build your family with. But I do understand that now. So, if I felt guilty and broke things off between us so you could go start a family with someone else. Azula started. It would be the biggest waste because I already said I don't want it if it's not with you, said Sokka, and Azula chuckled. Is that so hard to believe, huh? Actually? Yes, she said, with a crooked grin. You keep saying you don't want it if it's not with me, but even if it could be. Sokka, I'd make the worst mother you can imagine. I'm terrible with children. Meh, you're awesome at everything you do, said Sokka, smiling at her. I'm sure you would do great as a mom as well. Well, I am certain you're wrong but do indulge in that belief if you want to, said Azula, smiling a little. You give me more credit than I'm due. Not true. You deserve it all, said Sokka, surrounding her with his arms and holding her close as he smiled happily. I just figure that, well, I had a bad relationship with my mother, Azula whispered. If that's any precedent, then chances are I would be no good with a kid of my own. You think that has any relation with how you'll deal with your own kids? Sokka asked. Possibly. Who knows? Azula said, shrugging. Sokka rubbed her back gently. Well, if anything, you know just what sort of things not to do with your own kids, said Sokka. Considering what little I know about your mother. You're biased by what I've said, no doubt, said Azula, smiling weakly. Perhaps she wasn't that bad, and it was me who. You were not the problem, Azula, Sokka said, kissing her forehead. Azula gritted her teeth. I'm dead certain of that. Well, you trust me too much, if that's the case, she whispered, but she scooted closer to him, breathing him in and surrounding his waist with her arms. And most people would advise you not to make that mistake. I'm not a good person, never have been. You seem perfectly fine to me, though, said Sokka, with a gentle smile. So, either I'm right and you have a warped perception of yourself, or you're right and I don't see it because I'm as bad as you are, which would explain why we get along so well. Don't you think? His hypothesis prompted Azula to laugh against his chest, to Sokka's satisfaction. He grinned and sighed, his fingers sliding through her dark tresses once more. Then if we're that bad, we really shouldn't make a family, she said, with a weak smile. Sokka snorted. No, none of that, said Sokka. Our children will be the spawn of our wicked plans, and together, all 7 of us will take over the world and... Wait a minute, 7. Azula repeated, looking at him skeptically. Sokka chuckled. Hilarious how that's the part that bugs you and not the world domination. He said, grinning mischievously at her. Azula raised her eyebrows. Do you have the slightest clue of how painful it must be to give birth? She asked, and after smiling innocently, Sokka shrugged. I can't really imagine it, but I have heard a lot of painful stories about it, he admitted. Azula looked at him matter-of-factly. Then you should know I'm not going to put myself through that process 7 times. Not a chance, she said, and Sokka chuckled. No, it's only 5. See, we'll be a 7-member family. He exclaimed, and Azula covered her face with her hands as he continued to laugh. It's not that bad, see? You need to stop being ridiculous, said Azula, smiling and shaking her head. 1 kid would be more than enough already. And heck, it's not like we can even. I mean, I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but... I know, we can't, Sokka said, nodding and smiling regardless. But heck, talking about it won't hurt anyone, will it? Having an imagination is a healthy thing, princess. It might hurt in the end, though, said Azula, looking at him warily. If you keep saying things like these you might even get me on board with the idea. Wait, what? Even though you don't like children? Said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. Azula smiled. I do like the idea of dominating the world, though, she declared, and Sokka rolled his eyes as he laughed, rolling onto his back once more. I should have known, he said, and Azula grinned before inching closer to kiss his cheek. You're a true hazard in more ways than I realized, she whispered. First you seduce me, now you're almost making me wish we could have children. Seduce you? That's what I did. Sokka asked, with amusement. Azula shrugged. Can't think of a better word to describe it, she said, wrapping an arm around his chest. Yes, she could think of a better word, but she chose to keep herself in check this time. It was a good conversation, love confessions could spoil it altogether. Well, then, since you've planned it all so neatly, did you even pick out names for our 5 brats? Names? Sokka asked, and Azula raised an eyebrow. Actually, I didn't. Oh, really? Azula asked, surprised. Sokka blushed before revealing the reason why. I just knew you'd reject all my ideas, so I figured it was better if I didn't try to think of names to begin with, he confessed. You've always said I have a horrible sense for naming stuff, so I thought it would be wiser not to set myself up for failure for once. How thoughtful of you, said Azula, with a weak smile. She caressed his chest gently. Still, you shouldn't be banned altogether from the naming of our fictional children. You can still give your opinion. But not give ideas, now, can I? Sokka asked, and Azula smirked mischievously. He rolled his eyes but chuckled. Yep, I figured as much. At best, you'd name our son Sokka Jr., said Azula, chuckling. At worst, well, I don't even want to imagine it. A son? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. What about a daughter instead, Azula Jr., huh? Heck, a little Azula. You know, this really is starting to sound like a wonderful idea. A wonderful, impossible idea, Azula added, but Sokka's delighted smile didn't fade from his face. Can you imagine that, though? He said, looking at her enthusiastically. For our daughter to be just like you, but of course, tiny-sized. With your beautiful hair and eyes. And with a knack for making fun of her father. Azula asked, with a smirk. Sokka chuckled. That part of her personality might kick in once she's a little older. Hopefully, he said. Azula smiled. I can't believe you're actually saying all this and as good as falling in love with the idea of our children, she said, amused. Sokka chuckled. It's just, wouldn't it be great for us to have a family? Obviously, not just yet, he said, reassuringly. But the idea of having that sort of life with you is beautiful to me. I guess I just... He bit his lower lip and fell silent for a moment. Azula looked at him insecurely, analyzing his expression briefly in order to guess why he hadn't finished that last sentence. You miss your family? She asked, softly. Sokka was startled out of his daze by her words. Well, yeah, I do, he confessed. The past years have been crazy, and I'm obviously thrilled by where we are now, but my old lifestyle wasn't as bad as I used to think it was. You thought it was bad? Azula asked, frowning. I was under the impression you loved everything about your hometown. I love my hometown, but that doesn't mean I loved everything about it, said Sokka, grinning weakly. I just had a very different life back then, and I really wasn't happy about it. Probably because all I wanted was for my life to actually get started already. I felt like I had spent 21 years of my life cooped up in a tiny space, isolated from the world, when I should have been out there fighting for the causes I believed in. I loved my family, and my friends, but I was still frustrated. I wanted to give purpose to my life. The idea of dying there, whether of old age or anything else, without having achieved a damn thing, bothered me a lot during some nights. Of course, by the time I was spending the nights in the amateur arena's barracks instead, I started to wish I had actually stayed in the tribe forever, or that I might actually die on the next day and be done with it. Azula tensed up next to him, and Sokka gulped, noticing only now that his flow of conscience had gone down a very dark path at that last part. But heck, see how much better things have gotten. he said, with a smile. I don't wish for those things anymore. It's been a very long time since I last felt so hopeless. Glad to hear it, said Angela, surrounding his chest with an arm and snuggling closer to him. Sokka hugged her too, kissing her brow. And I know it means next to nothing at this point, especially since I had no remorse to spare back then, but I'm really sorry for what you went through. I wish I hadn't made you a slave as I did. But if you hadn't, then you would have killed me, said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Those were your two choices at the time. And if you hadn't chosen what you did, we wouldn't have met again. You really don't hold it against me? Angela asked, looking at him skeptically. Are you that good-natured, or are you just that in love with me that you've been rendered blind to my mistakes? I'm not blind to anything. I think, said Sokka, smiling. I don't hold any appreciation for the amateur league, but in a way, if that was what I had to deal with in order to achieve what I have. I do hope that's not just in regards of betting me, said Angela, with a smirk. Sokka chuckled and shook his head. I mean it also because of the people we've helped, he said. The lives we've saved. The chance I had to keep your father from attacking my tribe, if I hadn't gone through the hell I did, none of that could have happened. My family might be dead by now, along with the rest of my tribe. So, yeah, I hated my time there, but by now I've learned to accept it and leave it in the past. A wise idea, though I guess it can't be that easy, said Angela. Sokka smiled and cupped her cheek. You've made it a little easier than it should have been, to be perfectly honest, he said, pressing his forehead to hers. Thanks to you I've remembered what it feels like to wake up looking forward to what a new day will bring. I used to be like that when I was younger, but as I got older everything became bleak and overwhelming. The only thing that kept me going was the idea of destroying the Fire Nation, and now you've given me back my will to live while teaching me to stop despising the Fire Nation. I owe you a lot more than you realize. I had no idea things were that way for you, said Angela, frowning. I seriously thought that all you wanted was to go back home. I never thought you'd been miserable while you were there. Those were just the frustrations of a foolish boy who had no idea what he was asking for, said Sokka, with a smile. I did feel like I had barely lived at all, though. Like I was wasting time. If I think about it now, I had several great experiences in my tribe that I still treasure today. I love and miss my family, yeah, but, honestly, I'd never felt more alive than I have since you took me as your gladiator. Even when we were at our worst. You still felt more alive than ever back then? Angela asked, astonished. Sokka chuckled. I had something to live for, believe it or not. I made it my life's mission, at the time, to make up for how I'd hurt you, he said. Of course, I probably haven't managed to make up for it all just yet, but indeed, it's a life's mission. I'll spend the rest of my days trying to fix what I broke, if that's how long it'll take. You really think that after everything that's happened between us, you still haven't made amends for all that? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka shrugged. Well, you did say back then that you couldn't forgive me. He said, with a weak smile. No, I actually said I could, but I would rather not, Angela said, looking at him earnestly. Sokka returned her gaze skeptically. Doesn't that mean that I hurt you so badly that you couldn't heal that easily? You don't seem to have understood much of what I said that night, said Angela, with a weak grin. The real problem wasn't whether I could forgive you or not. The problem was that I was terrified of winding up with a broken heart once again. I didn't want to risk being with you only for it to backfire in the worst possible way. The idea of our relationship failing was utterly terrifying. Sokka fell into a stunned, amazed silence as the princess smiled a little, caressing his face with her fingertips. At this point, you've been forgiven for so long I often forget you hurt me in the first place, said Angela. Granted that must sound weird coming from me, I've spent my entire life protecting myself from everything that might hurt me, but you made it impossible for me to keep my distance no matter how hard I tried. Else we wouldn't be lying together here right now, don't you think? Heh, I guess so, said Sokka, with a gentle smile that grew sour quickly. But I still regret it. When you made me a slave, we were enemies. When I hurt you, We were already allies, so it's still. You're too used to hating yourself for your mistakes, Angela whispered, dropping her head on his chest and caressing his arm. The real problem now isn't for me to forgive you, but for you to forgive yourself. So, you think I should just get over it? Said Sokka, with a weak smile. I think that, just as you can put your time in the amateur arena in the past, you can do the same with this, said Angela, looking at him gently. Sokka's breath hitched as he lost himself in her golden gaze. At the very least you can try to. If you can forgive me for all the wrong I've done to you, then it's time you learn to forgive yourself too. We've both made mistakes, whether to hurt ourselves, each other or others around us. Obsessing about fixing every single one of those mistakes, though, might not help at all. I guess so, said Sokka, nodding. Angela leaned closer and kissed his lips softly. He hummed into the gentle pressure of her mouth on his. So, stop thinking about grim things and keep dreaming about our nameless children, said Angela, smiling. That might make you feel better. Sokka smiled back and cupped her face in a hand, kissing her more deeply now. His arms slipped around her, holding her close as they pressed together on the bed. Only the occasional pain in Angela's womb kept her from taking their exchanges further. Their conversation had stirred feelings within her that she wished she could convey to him through their bodies, feelings that she knew to associate to her golden fire now. Sokka pulled away briefly, smiling gently at her as he tucked some strands of her hair behind her ear. Angela smiled back, pressing their foreheads together. I didn't get to say it before, and I had meant to. Sokka whispered, and Angela looked at him questioningly. But even though it might sound weird, even if you probably will think I'm crazy, I can't help but feel like my life really began when I met you. Her eyes widened when he finished his sentence, her lips slightly parted. She was still holding him close, and he was still offering her a warm smile, but she was frozen where she lay in his arms. Sokka laughed softly and pressed a kiss to the corner of her mouth before hugging her tightly. Moments later, she was clutching at his clothes, burying her face in his shoulder. Why you idiot? She whispered, swallowing hard. Sokka kissed the top of her head as Angela pulled as close as she could to him. Who the hell says stuff like that, you? I guess I do, said Sokka, with a guilty smile. You okay? Like hell I am, she said, breathing heavily. I never imagined anyone could feel that way about me. It's overwhelming, all right. Sorry about that, said Sokka, with an awkward smile as he rubbed Angela's back gently. I guess I should have held my tongue after all. I just really wanted you to know that. But we can get back to talking about Angela Jr. as you wanted us to. Weren't you going to hold back from choosing their names? Angela asked, smiling despite herself. Sokka chuckled. Well, that's your only suggestion so far, so I'm keeping it until you come up with something better, he said, and Angela smiled as she lifted her head towards him. Sokka's eyes widened when he noticed the tears blinking in Angela's eyes. Before he could say anything, though, she cut the small distance between their lips, kissing him deeply but slowly. Sokka frowned but dove into the kiss all the same, his hands rising to her face to keep her close. The impact of his words was far stronger than he'd expected it to be, but there was no surprise there. He knew better than anyone that Angela hadn't been at the receiving end of love as often as she should have been. She often acted as proudly as a princess of her station should, but she harbored too many insecurities deep inside of her. He was certain he didn't know nearly enough about Angela's worst fears and anxieties, despite he had come to know her as well as he had. Angela, he whispered, when she pulled away. She swallowed hard and smiled at him, blinking the tears away successfully. You are an idiot, yes, she said, cupping his face and caressing his cheek with her thumb. But I'm your idiot, Sokka finished, with a smile. Angela laughed and nodded, pressing her forehead to his. Mine indeed, she said, hugging him once more and burying her face in his shoulder. As I am yours. Sokka's eyes widened again, but now his face broke into a full smile as he hugged her tighter. He hadn't expected this response to his words, let alone to hear Angela say something like this. She seemed at ease with showing her feelings physically, but putting them into words was a challenge for her more often than not. He knew as much, so he hadn't expected such a sweet reply from her at all. "And I'm the luckiest man in the world for that," he whispered in her ear, kissing it as she laughed softly, seeking his hand with hers and intertwining their fingers. They spoke more through the night, mostly about the children they never expected to have, their worries nearly forgotten as they lay together in bed, their bodies pressed intimately together, their hands still linked. It seemed like only a few minutes had passed after they fell asleep that a knock sounded on the door. Sokka sighed, knowing it was his cue to leave. Angela was still sleeping, unfazed by the sound at the door. He smiled and brushed her hair with his free hand, but her grip only tightened around his other hand when he tried to pull away. He chuckled. "Come on, Angela. I've got to go," he said, smiling, and leaning in to kiss her forehead. She growled a sleepy refusal and threw an arm around his waist, and Sokka sighed. "Ruishi will be mad if I don't go. Stay, a little longer," Angela whispered, and Sokka was about to answer when he heard the door swinging open, startling him as he lay next to Angela in bed. He glanced at Ruishi guiltily, finding the guard was breathing out in relief. "Here I dreaded I'd find you both naked," he grumbled. "It's time to go, Gladiator. You don't have time to waste." "Angela," Sokka whispered in her ear, and she groaned again but released his hand regardless. He smiled and kissed her forehead. "Thanks. I'll be back here before you know it." "You'd better," she said, regaining some of her consciousness as he sat up on the bed. Angela pushed herself up with an elbow and cupped Sokka's face in her hands. Ruishi grimaced and blushed before turning around promptly, thoroughly embarrassed despite knowing all too well that a kiss was nothing in comparison to everything Sokka and Angela had done together so far. It was still awkward to witness their exchanges, though, and Sokka seemed to be aware of it, unlike his drowsy princess. "Angela, we've got company," he whispered, and Angela groaned before glancing to the side, finding Ruishi's back turned towards them. She gulped. "Oh. Oops. Sorry, Captain." "It makes no matter, let's just go," said Ruishi, rubbing the bridge of his nose with his fingertips. Sokka smiled kindly at Angela and kissed her brow one last time before standing up from the bed. He didn't miss out on how she rolled into the side of the bed he'd been lying on. A smile graced Sokka's face as he followed Ruishi to the door, and he gave Angela one last glance before leaving the room. She hadn't fallen asleep again yet, her eyes fixed on Sokka's figure until he closed the door. She smiled despite he had left, thrilled by everything they had shared through the night. No doubt she was being selfish again for feeling so pleased by yesterday's outcome, considering Sokka had done nothing for the mission her father had given him, nor did he have any intentions of doing anything, as she already knew, but the bond between them had never felt as real as it had tonight. She couldn't help but be fascinated by that. She let herself drift off to sleep again, smiling. Her inner fire continued to flare warmly within her chest, in the way it always did because of Sokka. Chapter 104, Northern Air Temple 3. The old man was cackling as he placed his steaming teacup atop his tiles on the Paisho board. Angela scowled as her uncle smiled, with a glint of malice in his eyes he wouldn't dare show in public. "You have been beaten," he declared, proudly. "Again." "I have not been beaten at anything, you plump, pompous fool," Angela exclaimed, but Iroh only laughed, the sound resounding through the dark room. "You are now a tea drinker. You have a cup every day, my brother told me so." Angela's eyes widened. Her father had told her uncle? Wait, how did her father find out in the first place? This was wrong, it was completely wrong. "Why, you don't understand, I'm doing it because..." She started, but her hands flew to her mouth. No, she shouldn't talk. She couldn't talk. There was no telling what would happen if her uncle knew she drank the tea to avoid conceiving a child. But it was no use. The tea was no good, she realized, when she gazed down at herself to find she was sporting a large belly. She was with child, despite all the precautions they had taken, but there was nothing to be done about it now. She had to hide the pregnancy somehow, or at least pretend it wasn't Sokka's. "I'm holding it for a friend," she said to no one in particular as she stood in the middle of the palace courtyard, with turtle ducks around her, flying on gliders. How could she be holding the baby for a friend? The creatures glared at her judgmentally. What a ridiculous explanation. The next time she tried to come up with an excuse for her escapades with the Water Tribe boy, she had to do better than that. With the blink of an eye, though, the child was there. What a relief, Angela thought, that there had been no labor, at least, not that she could recall, and so she held the bundle of blankets close to her chest, but when she pulled one of the blankets away from the baby's face, so she could gaze upon her newborn, she realized that hiding the identity of the child's father would prove far more difficult than she had anticipated before. "It has a wolf's tail," she exclaimed, horrified. There it was, a baby with a mostly shaved head, with only enough hair on the top of his head to tie it up in the same way Sokka did. There was no mistaking it. Oze would know it was Sokka's son right away upon seeing the red, crying baby, and once he discovered the truth he would find Sokka and kill him, or dismember him, or set him on fire, or all at once. The flashes of Sokka's eventual fate passed through her mind, and then it was Oze charging towards her, wolf's bane in his hand, ready to slay his treasonous daughter for disappointing him as she had. Angela woke with a start, breathing heavily as she sat up on the bed, her eyes wide in panic as the nightmare's influence upon her faded away gradually. Reality returned slowly, and Angela sighed with relief as it did. All thoughts of gliding turtle ducks would soon disappear once she calmed down. It was just a dream, there was no baby and she was safe, in her room in the Air Temple's tower. She brought a hand to her forehead as she calmed down slowly, the ridiculous dream too vivid to go forgotten easily. "A baby with a wolf's tail," she said, shaking her head. Sokka would have a kick out of that. No doubt he would have found it hilarious, and she would have gladly told him about it, but Sokka wasn't here yet. Angela frowned and turned to gaze out the window next to her bed. It was already deep into the night. Sokka's visits came at a later hour every day now, and he was far too exhausted to do much other than have a brief conversation and hold Angela as they both slept. It wasn't like Angela had meant for them to do anything else, for she had made certain to keep the physicality of their relationship to a minimum during the last week, but by now she suspected they could return to their previous romps at last. She had been drinking the tea dutifully, as Mai had told her to, and had even expected Sokka eagerly tonight, thinking he would be thrilled to know she was ready to resume their nightly activities. But he hadn't showed up yet, and the damn tea had probably triggered the absurd nightmares that had startled her out of her sleep just now. She shook her head and slid her fingers through her hair, trying to stop worrying about the weird messages her subconscious was sending her way. She wasn't pregnant, that was a certainty by now, so why on earth would she dream otherwise? It was unsettling, no doubt, especially when the image of a baby with Sokka's hairstyle was stuck in her head. She snorted at the thought and shook her head again before dropping on the mattress, her eyes on the ceiling. She had no idea what time it was, so perhaps Sokka wasn't all that late after all. The nights were far lengthier than days in these mountains, especially during this time of the year. Angela gritted her teeth and wrapped her blanket around herself a little tighter, as she stoked her inner fire to flare and offer her further warmth. She could bear with the low temperatures, but after a week of nothing but low temperatures, she found she missed the Fire Nation's heat much more than she had expected to. Her week hadn't been particularly eventful. The first 2 days in the Northern Air Temple had seemed quite hectic, but the next ones weren't much to speak of. She had spent most of those days in her room, reading some Air Nomad scrolls Teo had lent her. It was rather curious to read about their take on the world, despite it was outdated by over 100 years. Their way of living proved surprisingly interesting for Angela, surely because she had grown rather fond of flying after finding Xin Long. The scrolls with airbending forms stirred her curiosity, and once she wasn't in any real pain, she actually tried her hand at incorporating the katas to her own bending. The result wasn't outstanding, but, if anything, it had served to amuse Angela for a couple of hours. She had fallen asleep while reading scrolls of what she could only describe as lousy poetry by some self-absorbed guru. Perhaps her absurd dream was the poetry's fault and not the tea's, or perhaps she ought to blame it on the combination of both things. She picked up the scroll she had been looking at, rolled her eyes at the words scribbled on it and set it aside on her nightstand. She would return the reading material that didn't interest her to Teo tomorrow, and she was most certainly giving this one back to him as soon as possible. The night skies were overcast with dark clouds. Normally, the clouds were below the Air Temple's level, especially below her tower. She wondered briefly if they heralded a storm, perhaps a snowstorm. She had never seen snowfall before in Even during her brief visit to the South Pole she had seen no snow, regardless of the cold temperatures. Her thoughts served to distract her from her disturbing dream for a while, but it came back to her again and she huffed in annoyance over it. Her uncle's words at the start, his declaration of triumphing over Angela, it was only a dream, but it was enough to make her blood boil again. She couldn't let him win against her ever again, whether at Pie Show or in the battles between her gladiators, or when it came to tea. She'd had more than enough of the old man as it was. She wouldn't let him hear of her new habit if she could avoid it. Just as she decided to rest for a little longer, guessing she'd wake up whenever Sokka knocked on her door, the welcome sound of knuckles striking wood startled her. She smiled and climbed off her bed, the chilly air enveloping her body as she stretched a hand towards the doorknob. "It was about time you got here, I was starting to lose my mind after." Angela started, but as she swung the door open she found she wasn't quite facing the person she had been expecting. "You were starting to lose your mind?" Ruishi repeated, a raised eyebrow. "Was the gladiator bothering you so much you wanted me to remove him from your presence?" Angela blinked blankly a few times as she stared at Ruishi in complete confusion. He mirrored her expression with his own stare. "Why are you here so early?" Angela asked, and Ruishi tilted his head sideways slightly. "It's not early at all, princess," he said, crossing his arms over his chest. "It's the same as always. A few hours before dawn." "Is something?" "Wait, did he not show up?" "He didn't," Angela whispered, frowning. She had thought she hadn't slept that long, no wonder she had enough time to dream up such nonsense. "I dozed off for a while, I didn't realize how late it was." "I was certain he'd be here," Ruishi said, though he didn't seem disappointed in the slightest about it. "I checked his room first, as always, but he wasn't there." "He wasn't?" Angela repeated, frowning slightly. Ruishi watched her carefully as realization dawned upon his princess slowly. Her brow drew together in an irritable frown, and suddenly Ruishi wished he hadn't come up here at all. "Why, you don't think he was up to something stupid, do you?" Ruishi asked, and Angela shook her head. "No, it's not his fault." "It's the machinist," Angela whispered. "The man has no concept of human needs, seems like. Sokka has told me about it before, he doesn't seem to remember Sokka needs food or sleep whenever they're working. So, chances are that he's forced Sokka to pull an all-nighter." "Really?" said Ruishi, frowning. "Then the Fire Lord's request must be well on its way to completion, right?" "I would not be so certain of that," said Angela, crossing her arms as well. "Sokka hasn't reported any progress on that front. If anything, the machinist is wasting Sokka's time with this all-nighter, most likely." "Why, though?" said Ruishi, and Angela shrugged. "He's probably fickle, that's bound to be it," she said, as she grabbed the doorknob again to close the door. Ruishi raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you going to do something about your father's fickle associate, then?" Ruishi asked, and Angela nodded. "I will. By morning," she said. "It would be slightly odd for the two of us to knock on the mechanist's door before dawn. We should be asleep, not uncovering conspiracies we only figured out because Sokka didn't visit me tonight." "True," said Ruishi, nodding as well. "I suppose we'll deal with it by daytime." "Indeed." "Good night, Captain," said Angela, closing the door and sighing deeply once she did. She hadn't expected this new factor to present itself, but she knew she should have predicted it from the start. Her only question was whether Sokka and the machinist had decided to join forces to rebel against the Fire Lord's wishes, or if they were sabotaging the Fire Lord independently. The inventor acted aloof and distracted, as though all he cared about was his work, but Angela had heard him speak fondly of his son. She had seen most of the man's inventions to improve life for his family and friends in the Northern Air Temple. He was relied upon, an unlikely leader who probably didn't know how to handle the responsibility of taking care of so many people. He wasn't a true-born leader, he was far more nervous and fragile than Angela had expected him to be. He would shatter under pressure, undoubtedly, but if there was no pressure upon him, he would seek to rebel in subtle ways, without anyone's awareness. But he wasn't as subtle as he believed. Angela's suspicions had been on the rise ever since Sokka had first told her of the task the machinist had given him. After at least 2 days of hearing that he was still learning the basics with the inventor, the princess's guesses were as good as confirmed. She hadn't expected the mechanist's techniques to be this refined, though. Tiring out Sokka so he would fail to give his best to fulfill the Fire Lord's demand was quite an underhanded technique, but it would be effective all the same. The same frown Sokka always teased her about was present on Azula's face as she slid under the covers once more. Her eyes gleamed with determination even as she lay in bed. She had understood Sokka's intentions from the start, but she knew she couldn't turn a blind eye to them anymore. She was committing treason on enough fronts to cover for the mechanist's crimes as well. The guards ate breakfast silently in the dining room, an unequivocal sign that something wasn't right this morning. Teo wheeled his way to his spot amongst them, as ever. He smiled at Fei, who had become his favorite guard quite easily due to the man's easygoing behavior and contagious enthusiasm. "Everything okay?" he asked the firebender, who gave him a guilty grimace as a response. "I'm not entirely sure. Heck, I think, well, the princess is not happy, is all," said Fei, biting his lip before returning to his bowl of rice. Teo raised an eyebrow. "That does sound scary, but what's she up to? Where's the captain?" he asked, glancing around himself to confirm that the raven-haired leader of the guards was nowhere to be seen, the same as the princess. "Why, you see, to put it simply, I'm not sure, but, well, the fact of the matter is," Fei said, grimacing and avoiding Teo's stare hopelessly. Fei had no idea what the princess would do to the mechanist for whatever slight he had committed against her, and, frankly, he wasn't sure he wanted to find out. And he most certainly didn't want to be the one to break the news to Teo that his father had gotten into serious trouble with Azula. "What is it?" Teo asked again, frowning, but his question was left up in the air when a new arrival stumbled his way into the dining room. Sokka's footsteps were unstable, his legs giving way underneath him as he stretched out towards the nearest dining table, the one where the guards sat. He crawled towards it, his eyes set on the prize, food. The guards looked at him with unease when the gladiator slid between two of them, ready to stuff himself with whatever was within his reach, no longer making any distinction between vegetables and meat. All that mattered was to fill his stomach as quickly as possible. "Gladiator," said Tai Wei, his eyes wide. Sokka didn't answer, devouring a bowl of noodles desperately as he was. The bags under his eyes suggested he hadn't slept at all during the past days. "Are you all right?" Taro asked Sokka. The gladiator only answered after finishing the bowl. "I will be." "Heh," he said, smiling. His brain was finally starting to feel less foggy. "I just need some more food and I'll be perfect." Upon seeing Sokka's sorry state, Teo's questions were answered. He glanced at the gladiator guiltily, but also worriedly. No doubt the princess was giving his father the scolding of the century for this, but just how far would she go with the punishments she would certainly deliver to the mechanist? The thought made Teo shudder. She had been quite amicable, at least compared to what Teo had expected from her. While she kept her distance from people and wasn't quite friendly, it was possible to hold conversations with her. She was interested in hearing what Teo had to say, and she was a remarkably inquisitive soul. Teo frankly had grown to like her, despite she had a reputation of being unapproachable. But depending on his father's condition after this, Teo would know whether Princess Azula's dark reputation had any foundations in truth or not. "What happened?" Tai Wei asked, once Sokka had eaten enough to answer questions. Well," Sokka said, gulping down the last of a dumpling. "It's a little complicated. But she's not in a good mood, I can guarantee that." "Well, we had already guessed as much," said Tai Wei. "What is this about, though?" She's not very happy about our lack of progress," said Sokka, reaching for a bowl of rice now. "So she's, giving the old man a piece of her mind." "Yikes," said Fei, grimacing. "And you got away unscathed?" "Really?" Taro asked, surprised. It was Sokka's turn to grimace, dread plain in his blue eyes. She said she'd deal with me later," Sokka muttered, and the guards looked at him sympathetically. It was no secret that there had been tensions between the princess and her slave as of late. No doubt he wouldn't be able to escape the princess's bad mood. She ordered me to eat as much as I could and get some rest today, but she warned me that I wouldn't get away with this. With what? Taro asked, and Sokka sighed. With not doing what I was tasked to, he muttered under his breath, Azula's ominous words playing back through his head along with her angry glare. Sokka had been dozing off while reading about the design of the time candles when the door of the mechanist's office had swung open violently. He had woken up abruptly as Azula and Ruishi entered the room, and when the mechanist had failed to deliver a report that would satisfy Azula, Sokka knew his days of reading were at an end. It would be a relief, in a sense, for he was tired of the endless, complicated papers that he had been reading through the week. Yet it meant, as he knew, that he wouldn't get away with the lack of results anymore. The knowledge was enough to make him shudder in dread. Crossing Azula was never a wise course of action. He hadn't known for certain whether Azula was putting up an act with her display of cold anger towards him or not. He had been at the receiving end of her rage plenty of times, but while this felt different on some level, Azula had given him no signs of complicity upon her arrival to the office. Not a wink while the mechanist wasn't looking, nor a smile, let alone the soft grazing of her fingers against his. He wanted to trust her, to believe she was truly that great an actress, but he couldn't avoid the unease brought upon by his insecurities mixed with his guilt. He knew he would be at the opposite end of the princess's wrath eventually, but it was happening much sooner than he'd expected. He obeyed her orders, though, and he ate until he'd had his fill. He bid good night to the guards, despite it wasn't even noon, and he left to his quarters. He had the feeling he would sleep all day after the night he had. But as he undressed and settled into bed he heard a soft knock on his door. He thought to himself that he shouldn't get his hopes up, but he wanted it to be Azula, despite what that might mean for him in the long run. "Yes," he said, with a thread of a voice as he sat up. The door swung open after his reply. What he wished for and dreaded simultaneously came to fruition as the princess stole into his room stealthily, glancing around herself carefully to make certain she hadn't been seen. Sokka was immediately relieved to see her behaving that way, despite he knew he shouldn't let his guard down just yet. "Hey," he said, smiling awkwardly at her. Azula nodded in his direction as she closed the door quietly. "How are you feeling?" she asked, and Sokka's unease decreased further. She didn't look angry, despite she didn't look too happy either. Perhaps it had just been an act after all. "Better now." "The food helped," he said, smiling comfortably. "You should get rest too, though," Azula said, stepping towards Sokka. "We both know you're no good unless you've tended to your bodily needs properly." "True enough," he said, with a crooked grin. "Thanks for saving me from the mechanist's office, by the way. I was starting to think I'd die in there." "It did seem he had meant to starve you to death," said Azula, taking her seat at the edge of the bed. "And I can't have you dying just like that, can I?" Sokka smiled as Azula stretched a hand to touch his cheek. He reached up to take it in one of his own. "Sorry I wasn't with you last night," Sokka whispered, frowning and turning his face into her hand. "Considering you were being tortured and famished by the mechanist, I can't say I'm that angry about it," said Azula, and Sokka smiled a little. "You should have tried to get out of it somehow. The man claimed that if you'd expressed directly that you wanted to eat or sleep he would have let you go." "I suppose he would have, but I wanted to be done with all that reading as soon as possible," said Sokka, sighing. "I think I'll have a headache for 3 weeks after this." "Well, fortunately you won't be doing that anymore," Azula said. "I've ordered the mechanist to start working on my father's project immediately, and to remember both his and your physiological needs once in a while. He seems to suffer as well from the lack of sleep and food, but he doesn't pay any mind to it, for some reason beyond my understanding." "Really?" "He didn't show any signs of being affected by it," said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Azula smiled weakly. "I suppose you don't know what signs to look for, then. Or you were too hungry to think straight," she said, leaning close and kissing his forehead. "Get some rest now, all right? I need to give you another proper beating tomorrow, looks like." "Is it going to be a beating like the last one you gave me?" he asked, with a crooked smirk. Azula gave him a meaningful look. "Not likely," she said. "Unless you're talking about the part where Xin Long was tossing you around. I'm willing to repeat that if needed." Do you have to do it at all, though? Sokka asked, with a grimace. I mean, this isn't really my fault, or is it? It's your fault for not putting your foot down and stopping the situation before the Mechanist got carried away, Azula said, with a sarcastic grin. Sokka groaned. Face it, Sokka, you could have gotten food or rest if you'd tried. That man's anything but scary, yet for some reason you decided standing up to him wasn't worth it, so yes, you need to be punished, whether you like it or not. Well, I sure don't like it, said Sokka, pouting. The princess smiled and leaned in to kiss his brow again. Sokka reached up, though, and caught her lips with his. His arms surrounded her as he fell back on the bed, bringing her with him as he sought to make up for the lack of kissing between them for the last 2 days. But to Sokka's disappointment, Azula pushed off him as soon as he was lying on the bed again. I need to go now, and you need to sleep, she said. Again, Sokka groaned. I need to sleep, but maybe I need you too. He whined, and Azula rolled her eyes. Not right now, she said. I can't just vanish coincidentally on the very same day when you're supposed to be resting. And I do mean to have you rest. I've kept you up for enough nights as it is. Doesn't feel like enough of them to me, said Sokka, with an innocent smile. Azula shook her head and he sighed in resignation. Maybe tonight, if you're fit for it already. But right now, you're sleeping, she said, brushing a few loose strands of hair away from his face. Got it. Fine. But can't you stay a little longer? Sokka asked, taking her hand in his and looking at her pleadingly. Azula snorted. Do you want me to tuck you in and sing you a lullaby too? She asked, and when Sokka smiled mischievously she could only roll her eyes and laugh for good. You're unbelievable. You say it like it's a bad thing, he said, and she gave him an earnest grin before lifting his hand to her lips, kissing his fingers. With that, she stood up and walked to the door again. Sokka's arm fell over the side of the bed, another sigh escaping his lips as he watched her go. Sleep. We can spend more time together later, she said, with a small smile. If you're feeling any better by night I'll even tell you about my freakish dream and everything. Your freakish what? Said Sokka, his eyes widening as Azula laughed. Go to sleep. I'll explain later, she said. Sokka smiled and nodded, slipping under the covers again, his eyes still on Azula's back. She stood by the door, waiting for the footsteps she could hear out in the hallway to disappear. She was quite aware of Sokka's stare on her, though, and she gave him a meaningful look. Sleep, Sokka, she said, and he refused with a shake of his head, a smirk on his face. Can't sleep when I can be looking at the most beautiful girl in the world instead, he said, and Azula rolled her eyes but smiled, her cheeks reddening ever so slightly. Then it's a good thing that the most beautiful girl in the world will leave you to your own devices now, she said, as the last set of footsteps couldn't be heard anymore. See you later, Sokka. I love you, he said, smiling. Thanks for saving me today, or, well, for saving me all the time, really. Right, said Azula, smiling as she opened the door and stepped outside. Bye. Bye. Sokka whispered, as the door closed slowly behind Azula, leaving the gladiator with the task of recovering his energies through his sleep. Azula made her way through the temple, a frown on her face as she strode towards one of the open courtyards. It came as no surprise that people would glance at her with unease now, considering she had given the unofficial leader of this colony the reprimand of a lifetime. She had no time to worry about their feelings, though, at the rate things were going, Sokka would blow his cover and reveal his true intentions of sabotaging Oze's operation any day now. And if she was going to prevent his premature death through her own schemes, she had better get started with them as soon as possible. She met Xianlong in one of the courtyards, and together they flew into the Earth Kingdom, after Azula explained her intentions to Rui Shi and the other guards, who watched them take off into the overcast skies. There was a deep frown on the princess's face, but it was no longer caused by anger. Determination was what fueled her actions now, despite she feared this venture wouldn't be likely to pay off at such short notice. But she wouldn't be likely to succeed if she didn't do her best, to begin with. Xianlong didn't dart away into the mountains immediately, though, for he was sensing warmth within the temple itself. As he communicated his thoughts to Azula, she took a deep breath and focused on the fire as Xin Long had taught her to. Yet what she could feel under the temple wasn't actual fire, as Xin Long had noticed. It was spread out too far, and not powerful enough to be actual combustion. "It's the gas," she said, and Xin Long groaned in confusion. "The mechanist mentioned there was some volatile gas under the temple when we arrived. I doubt it'll give us what we're looking for, though. Dragons don't produce this kind of gas, or is this some strange ability of yours that you never explained to me?" Xin Long chuckled and Angela smiled, but they were on their way moments afterwards, knowing they'd likely find what they were looking for further away from here. The dragon remembered which places he had already scouted during his previous travels in the Earth Kingdom, so he made certain to head through different territories this time. The princess allowed him to lead the way, trying to sense fire down below as she sat on Xin Long's saddle. The search wasn't yielding results, though, for every spark of fire Angela felt couldn't belong to powerful dragons. Some of the fire she sensed could only be another firebender's inner fire, or even small fireplaces in cabins and houses down below. "No wonder my nation is in the land of fire," Angela whispered to herself as they continued to travel through the skies. "I can barely sense any fire underground here. It's likely so deep down that I can't quite feel it, if there's any at all." Xin Long nodded in agreement. He suspected that they had found one another as they had because of the Earth Kingdom's characteristics. Their inner fire had resonated against each other with ease because there was little fire within the land itself, and it didn't interfere in their communication. "Do you think dragons might choose to live in warmer places?" Angela asked. "Because, in all honesty, I'm not sure we'll find any around here. We ought to consider that maybe other dragons weren't confined to living underground like you believed to be." Xin Long didn't seem to agree with Angela's notion entirely, though. For, if other dragons were free to travel the world, wouldn't people have spotted them? Wouldn't there at least have been rumors of remaining dragons in the Earth Kingdom? Angela had to admit Xin Long was right, maybe this was as much of a goose chase as Zuko's search for the Avatar. The difference was, of course, that she had imposed this one on herself. Angela stretched a hand to caress Xin Long's neck, noticing the pang of loneliness the dragon felt upon sensing Angela's hopelessness. She gritted her teeth. "We won't stop looking, Xin," she said. "Perhaps they're underground somewhere, just as you were. Or maybe we haven't searched in the right places. But even if it's the search of a lifetime, we'll find the rest of your kin. If they're out there somewhere, we'll definitely find them." Xin Long cheered up a little thanks to his rider's thoughts, despite he kept in mind that it was better not to get his hopes up. He would never stop searching for more dragons, but he had best keep a realistic approach to that matter. Hope was only worth holding onto when it paid off, despite that defeated the purpose of hope in the first place. Their trip carried on until the sun started to descend in the horizon. Xin Long flew them back to the temple. Both him and his rider were quite tired and not in high spirits after a fruitless journey. At the very least, now they knew of more places where they wouldn't find any dragons. Xin Long took off to find food, lost in his own thoughts, and Angela followed his lead by heading into the dining room, still frowning. "I take it the search yielded no results," said Ruishi, raising an eyebrow when Angela took her seat at the end of the table. Her guards regarded her warily, but respectfully. "None," Angela replied curtly. She had a plate full of food before her, but she didn't have much of an appetite right now. The thoughts coursing through her mind were becoming more distressing with every moment that passed her by. She hadn't cared for the acts of the Fire Nation in the past, finding more than enough reasons justify the destruction of the air nomads, or to justify the 100-Year War as a whole. Any word against either thing fell on deaf ears, for she didn't care about who the Fire Nation leaders had hurt in order to achieve their ends. The Fire Nation's growth, and the spreading of their greatness through the world, were goals she had found honorable once. She had thought Sokka was to blame for her change of mind, but on great measure, it was Xin Long's doing instead. Sokka had certainly planted the seed of doubt in her mind, but it hadn't germinated until her dragon had accepted her fire offering. After that, his sorrows became her own. His loneliness affected her as well. She had known loneliness of her own, though it was of a very different nature. In Angela's case, she had a difficult time bonding with people genuinely until she and Sokka had connected as deeply as they had. More often than not she had felt alone despite she had a dozen guards, 2 good friends, and the admiration from all sorts of people who met and feared her. If she had felt alone while having company, it was only natural that Xin Long's pain would outdo hers by miles. With every failed attempt to find his kin, it became more likely that he'd be the only dragon left in the world. And the only ones to blame for the disappearance of the dragons were those noblemen who had slaughtered them by Fire Lord Agelin's wishes. Glory and honor were the motivating factors behind it all. But Agela had never seen the glory or the honor in the act, thanks to her father's influence. He believed the slaughter of the dragons was a waste of resources, and that was why Agela had also disliked it at first. By now, though, she had a different take on the matter. Xin Long's pain was indeed her own. She truly wanted to find more dragons, in a desperate hope to fix what her ancestors had broken, but it was a dream beyond her reach, most likely. How could she make amends for such deplorable acts? The massacre of the dragons had driven her to a brand new understanding of the world around her. By now she was completely aware of the wrongdoings of the Fire Nation. So, while she had once excused the military strategy to destroy the air nomads, by now she couldn't help but think of the dragons' massacre while pondering the deaths of the airbenders as well. The 100-Year War had been, in truth, quite a waste of resources. The Fire Nation had lost as much as it had gained, if it hadn't lost much more still. Countless lives had been wasted in a political squabble to obtain more power. But there had been more to Sozin's decision to destroy the air nomads than that, Agela recalled. The manuscript Ruishi had searched for high and low while trying to earn his place as her guard had demonstrated it. Agela had always wondered why Fire Lord Sozin had chosen to utilize the power of the comet for the destruction of the air nomads, first of all. Granted, they would have made dangerous foes if given the chance, but the same could have been said for the water tribes. The Fire Nation was barely utilizing the lands of the air nomads, just as they hardly would have done anything with the water tribes if they had been the conquered civilization instead. So why the air nomads, for starters? That manuscript had cleared it up. Reading about Sozin and Avatar Roku's bond was strange for Agela, to say the least. Yet it had explained how Sozin's war had begun, along with how he had left Avatar Roku to his death. In the cycle of the elements, air followed fire. The next avatar would have been an air nomad, and that was a threat that the Fire Lord had to nullify right away. There were many legends about how avatars could be defeated definitively. One of them said that killing the avatar while in the avatar state would put an end to the reincarnation cycle, so the avatar would cease to exist. Another legend said that the avatar needed to learn and master each element in his lifetime, or else their ability to bend all 4 elements would disappear altogether. Given that neither thing had happened before, Agela wondered where such legends had spawned from. Regardless, Agela guessed the reason why Sozin had chosen to attack the air nomads was because he knew the avatar would have been reborn there. Roku had failed to stop Sozin, but another avatar might not show him the same mercy, or behave with the same carelessness. Had Roku been slightly more concerned with the political situation of his nation, he might have known how to steer his good friend away from the warpath he had been hell-bent on. But thinking of what could have been wouldn't yield any results in the long run, Agela knew as much. She had never expected to grow so cynical about the war, and about her forefathers' struggle to grant further greatness to their nation. Yet it was too late to do anything about her change of mind anymore. She could see the Fire Lords had done all the damage they could, and there seemed to be no way to repair it. The dragons were gone, so were the airbenders, and if Sokka and the Mechanist succeeded in their mission, the Northern Water Tribe would join that list soon enough. The knife's edge Agela was currently balancing herself on was terribly stressful. She wasn't sure what was the wisest course of action anymore. She couldn't simply tell her father that she believed the war was pointless, just as she couldn't let her father's war trump everything else either. Enough massacres had taken place as it was. The Fire Nation had spilled far too much blood, both of their enemies and of their own people. But how to fix what was broken when, even as Crown Princess, she didn't have enough power to make a real difference without causing an uproar? How to remain loyal to her nation and to her new beliefs at the same time? Was it even possible to do both things? Ruishi had already warned her about her predicament a few days earlier. She had to make a choice eventually, one way or another. It was either placing the Fire Nation above everything else, as her father had taught her to, or finding a different path, a path to help others who had suffered by the hands of her own people. But how to choose between two sides of herself? How to hold one thing above the other? It was why she'd had no choice but to terrify the Mechanist into no longer sabotaging of the mission, but if she made certain that their mission was accomplished, she would become a direct accomplice to a brand new massacre. She wasn't sure she would be able to live with the weight of such actions hanging over her head. She had to prevent this somehow, and finding the dragons had been her safest bet, but if she failed, as it seemed she would, how would she prevent the Northern Water Tribe's utter destruction? And how would she save Sokka from her father's wrath? She didn't eat as much as she should have, her thoughts were too distracting and distressing. She was on her way back to her room, hoping a good night's sleep, or, all the better, a visit from Sokka, would help ease her worries, when she heard a voice behind her. "Princess Teo," Azula said, as she turned around to face the man. He didn't look half as cheerful as he always did. "Do you need something?" "I just wanted to know if my father is all right," he said. Azula raised an eyebrow. "If you fear I hurt him in some way, you can go to his office and see for yourself that he's perfectly fine," she stated. "There's no need to be so paranoid." "I don't mean physically," said Teo, frowning. "I mean, is he in trouble with the Fire Lord because of whatever he did?" "Why, not yet, I suppose," said Azula, looking at him inquisitively. "I haven't reported this to my father, and frankly I'd rather not have to do it." "But that depends on your father, not on me." She had been strict and unyielding when she spoke to the Mechanist, handling the scolding of a rebellious man perfectly. She had gone through the motions, though, saying many things she hadn't quite meant, simply to play her role as a loyal daughter to her father. The Fire Lord needed to remain unchallenged, and all his subjects had better believe as much, so they couldn't know the Crown Princess was having second thoughts about the mission her father had sent her on. "I guess," said Teo, lowering his gaze. Azula's frown deepened. She had seen the expression on Teo's face many times, in countless other people. "You have no love for the Fire Nation, do you?" she asked, and the young man flinched. Did the Fire Nation destroy your village, by any chance?" "And no, it wasn't the Fire Nation," said Teo, with a weak smile. "It was a flood. It's why we're here now." "I see," said Azula, surprised to hear a story that didn't feature her nation as the villains for once. "I lost my ability to walk while we struggled to survive the flood." "My mother died there, too," said Teo. Azula tensed. "I'm sorry to hear that," she said, and Teo raised his earnest eyes to find hers. "My father has worked for the Fire Nation for many years now. He's done everything he can, also I can have a good life here, with everyone else. So please, don't take him away." "Take him away?" Azula repeated, and Teo gritted his teeth. "People who rebel against Fire Nation authority become slaves, don't they? Isn't that what you did with your gladiator?" "Not quite," Azula confessed. "He attempted to kidnap me, I fought back. It's not quite as simple as it might look." "Oh. Well, I didn't know that," said Teo, smiling awkwardly. "Still, I just..." "You've lost enough," Azula said, and Teo nodded. "So you don't want to lose the one thing you have left. This place has become a home to me, and it's all thanks to him. He's always tried to protect me from harm, so now I'm asking you not to hurt him even if he fails you. I know it's hard to believe, but he really does his best with his work." Azula regarded Teo with uncertainty. He returned her gaze through his bushy hair, waiting for a response that would either relieve him or make him more miserable. "I'll take your needs into consideration, then," Azula said, nodding. "Sometimes parents need their children to look out for them, huh?" "Well, yes. Actually, yes," said Teo, smiling and blushing a little as relief washed over him. He had dreaded the princess would lash out at him for his bold words. "I know it's true for my father, at the very least." "Indeed. In any case, I'll try to trust your judgment," said Azula. "And hope that he indeed makes every effort needed to fulfill his task. In the meantime, though, I really could use some rest. I'll see you later." "Certainly." "Thank you, Princess," said Teo, smiling as Azula turned to leave. The princess arrived at her room while indulging in the hopes that her secret lover might already be here, waiting for her. He'd had the entire day to rest, after all, so he might have enough energies to join her by now. Her hopes went up in smoke, though, for her room was empty. She sighed and berated herself internally. Welcome as it may be, Sokka's touch wouldn't help her resolve any of her predicaments. If anything, being around him only served to confuse her further. She didn't know how to stay away from him, undeniably, but that didn't mean she had to seek him out on every opportunity that presented itself. Perhaps he was still resting right now, after all. She would do best not to bother him. So Azula sighed and dropped in bed, burying her face in the pillow and hoping a solution, any solution, would present itself eventually. But if everything carried on at this rate, their return to the Fire Nation would be a thing to dread rather than to look forward to. It was dinner time when Sokka woke up from his long day of resting. There was still too much activity in the temple to risk sneaking into Azula's room, so he figured having some dinner would be fine for now. He could take his time while eating and visit her afterwards. He arrived in the dining room to find out that Azula had retired moments earlier. Their bad timing almost made him sigh in disappointment, but he held it back. He was supposed to be dreading his next encounter with the princess, not looking forward to it. There was a nagging thought on the back of his head, though, one that he could easily associate with guilt. While Azula meant to punish him somehow for not standing his ground while dealing with the Mechanist, he knew she wouldn't be as harsh on him as she had been with the inventor. Her visit to ensure he was fine had implied as much. Yet the Mechanist had received the full brunt of Azula's displeasure, and Sokka knew just how uncomfortable it was to be on Azula's bad side. Since he still had time to burn while he waited for the temple to empty at night, he decided to pay the man a short visit. Perhaps if he apologized for the trouble and gave the Mechanist his support, he would help the man feel better about himself after Azula's scolding. If the Mechanist was anything like Sokka, he would definitely need to hear something uplifting right now. He had no trouble figuring out where to find the man. Sokka pushed the Mechanist's office door open to find him mumbling as he worked on a small contraption that sat on his desk. Hey. Sokka said. The Mechanist was startled by his voice, and he nearly dropped the utensils he'd been using as he recognized Sokka at his door. Oh, it's you. Are you feeling better yet? He asked, uneasy. Sokka smiled and nodded. I'm fine now, don't worry. I just wanted to make sure you're fine too, said Sokka, stepping inside the room. I know Azula has a way with words, she can destroy a man without even trying just by saying the right things. Oh, no, none of that, said the Mechanist. She wasn't half as bad as War Minister Chin. At the very least she didn't threaten to, well, never mind that. I'm perfectly fine right now, Sokka. You can go back to resting if you need it, I'll be fine. I've rested plenty as it is, don't fret, said Sokka, smiling. I'm glad she wasn't that harsh, then. Still, you should probably come out and eat something too, or get some rest, either thing is good. Sometimes you need to pull away from your projects for a little while to find the solution you need for them. Oh, I wish I could, but I'm afraid I can't be distracted just yet, said the Mechanist, grimacing. You needn't worry, Teo came by to deliver some dinner for me a while ago. And you haven't eaten it yet? Sokka asked, raising an eyebrow. The Mechanist's guilty expression was all he needed to know what the answer to that question was. Eat now before you leave your food lying around for weeks again, all right? Fine, said the Mechanist, sighing and taking a basket that had been sitting under the desk. Sokka approached the desk with curiosity. The model the Mechanist had been working on was resting on it. It was a large sphere, with an open space in its lower area. It was linked to a small basket with delicate ropes, and there was a candle at its center. Sokka raised an eyebrow as he analyzed it. Is this another experiment with hot air? He asked, and the Mechanist nodded as he gobbled the muffins his son had brought him. It is indeed. But it hasn't been successful so far, I'm afraid, said the Mechanist, with a sigh. It was the project I had been working on before the Fire Lord's notice arrived. What is it supposed to be? Sokka asked, as he took the contraption in his hands. A hot air balloon, if you must know, said the Mechanist, smiling a little. I have struggled with designing it, though. Every new model I've tried has been yet another failure, including this one, of course. Why? Sokka asked, and the machinist set his food aside briefly to demonstrate what he had just told the gladiator. You see, it's complicated because the balloon hovers successfully at first, he said, lighting the candle in the basket. After a few instants, the gas exuded by the flame had filled the balloon, and the entire contraption began ascending, as the machinist had said it would. But as you can see, the balloon kept floating upwards, but upon reaching the ceiling it was engulfed in flames, causing it to collapse on the floor. The machinist rushed to put out the fire clumsily, using a previously prepared wet cloth to muffle the flames, and he offered Sokka a disappointed grimace. And this has been happening constantly for years now, he said. I'm afraid I don't know what to do to stop it from going upwards, or to prevent the combustion. Huh, said Sokka, frowning. Have you tried using more resistant material? Maybe something non-flammable. I have, but that only presents further problems, since the balloon still flies out of my reach and the ropes and basket will burn regardless, so the entire model becomes useless all the same, said the machinist. And I fear that anything heavier than what I've used would still be a hindrance in the balloon's system. I've done everything I could think of, but the solution still eludes me. Sokka frowned as he studied the balloon closely. The real problem wasn't the material, which achieved its purpose of enclosing the hot air just fine. The real problem was, it's because of the fire, isn't it? He said. If you could regulate the flames somehow, keep them at the steady rhythm that the balloon needs so it can hover at a manageable level. Perhaps the model is too small. The machinist asked. Sokka shrugged. Maybe. Your idea was to make a bigger version of the balloon, then. Well, yes. The plan is to make it into a vehicle, so it helps people travel with further ease through the world, said the machinist, smiling. I see. Said Sokka, rubbing his chin in deep thought. And you need to get it right while it's a small model first of all, because you can't afford to make a full-scale balloon unless you know for certain that it can work. Precisely, said the machinist, nodding. It would be a waste of resources. Makes sense, said Sokka. So you just need to figure out a solution. I do think regulating the fire is the best way to keep things less dangerous, but maybe there's something else that can be done. Maybe something to release some of the hot air while the balloon is flying. What, release it? But wouldn't it collapse if we just release the hot air? Said the machinist, confused. Sokka nodded. Yeah, but only if you released all of it, he said, smiling. I think, maybe something like a lid. You could just lift the lid through a system of ropes while you're inside the balloon. You can release some air, and that way you can prevent the heat from going overboard while controlling the altitude of the flight. Right. Right, said the machinist, stroking his beard. Granted, it would require some sort of method to measure the system's heat, so you know when to open the lid. But it would work, right? Said Sokka, smiling. The machinist smiled back. Perhaps. We need to try it first, though. He said. It was no surprise that the man would set his food aside and dive headfirst into work once more. But Sokka didn't scold him for it this time, for he had become as interested in this project as the machinist was. Figuring out the solution for this problem posed a rather appealing challenge to Sokka. They had to build another balloon, for the first one had caught fire and was no longer usable. Crafting it didn't take long, for the machinist clearly had made enough failed models to create new ones without needing to give the matter much thought. Sokka merely helped whenever the machinist requested it, but even that didn't happen all that often. Sokka's real role in the creation of this new airship was related to designing and crafting the lid's system, along with the ropes that would hold it. A few hours later, the inventor and his new assistant were ready to try the new hot air balloon model. Sokka swallowed hard as the machinist lit the candle in the small basket. Sokka was charged with dealing with the ropes once the balloon was afloat. Be careful not to lift it too much, or too soon. The machinist told him, and Sokka nodded. Time seemed to slow down for them both as they waited for the balloon to hover higher, close to the height it always reached before catching fire. The machinist gritted his teeth as he watched the balloon with unease. Now, Sokka! He exclaimed, and Sokka obeyed, pulling the rope weakly to prevent the hot air from leaking out fully. The balloon became unstable for a brief moment as the lid fell in place again, but it returned to its flight as soon as it did. Sokka followed it through the room warily, pulling the lid whenever he feared the balloon wouldn't be able to take any more heat. Only when he heard the machinist laughing in amazement behind him, Sokka realized his idea had been, surprisingly, successful. "You are a genius, young man," the machinist exclaimed, and Sokka smiled as he pulled on the lid again. "A true genius." Now, you're just saying that," said Sokka, smiling goofily as the machinist blew out the candle in the balloon. "I have been working on this project for years, Sokka," he exclaimed. "And now, finally, today is a day to remember." "Well, I sure won't forget it," said Sokka, grinning. It was hard to believe that the very first solution he'd proposed for a problem had actually paid off. "We shall toast to it," the machinist exclaimed, jumping towards a storage room at the far end of his office. Sokka winced. "I'm certain I have a good bottle of rice wine in here somewhere." Well, sure, but just one drink, all right," he said, grimacing. His last 2 experiences with alcohol had been too chaotic, and he knew better than to tempt fate by going on another drunken spree. He kept checking the balloon's system with interest, a smile on his face. There was a pleasant feeling nestling within him, over having helped the machinist, and for having finished the design that had been bothering the man for so long. Surely a full-scale version of the hot air balloon would work differently, though. A single candle wouldn't provide enough hot air to lift a larger and heavier version of this model. "What's your plan for the real balloon, though?" Sokka asked. "You'll need actual fire for that, not just a small candle." The machinist didn't answer, but Sokka figured he was still busy trying to find the bottle he had mentioned. He figured he'd ask again when the inventor returned. A system with oil might work, Sokka reasoned. If it were necessary, the lid would help keep the balloon at the proper temperature. Still, the landing's a bit of a worrisome thing, he thought, scratching his head. He still remembered Xin Long's catastrophic first landings, and he most certainly didn't want the same to happen to whoever would operate the hot air balloon. Lifting the lid completely, or turning off the flame fueling the hot air might result in a troublesome landing. More questions arose in Sokka's mind, but the main one he had after 10 minutes of waiting was whether the machinist had run out on him or if he simply couldn't find the bottle he'd been looking for. Sokka frowned and glanced into the storage room warily. "Hey, is everything?" he started, but he fell quiet as soon as he spotted the machinist. The man was lying on the floor with the closed bottle in his hands. For a moment Sokka feared something had happened to him, that perhaps he'd hurt himself in some way, but upon closer observation, he realized the machinist was finally doing the one thing he'd deprived himself from by working as hard as he did, sleeping. "You've got to be kidding me," said Sokka, with a weak smile. "So, you only ever sleep when your projects get results, huh?" The machinist didn't reply, but Sokka didn't need nor expect him to. He took the bottle from the man's hands and set it aside before lifting the machinist with ease. He carried him to the one couch in the office, and he placed a cushion behind his head, so he could sleep more comfortably. "There. Good night," said Sokka, smiling. The machinist didn't seem to have noticed Sokka's words, nor that he had been carried to the couch. Sokka guessed his exhaustion would prevent him from waking up for at least half a day. This gave him the perfect chance to head to Azula's room, he thought, with a smile, but when he glanced at the spark candles the machinist had invented, he noticed it was already 3 in the morning. He was awake, for certain, but he rather doubted Azula would be waiting for him by now. She needed to rest, and showing up at this hour wasn't wise. He'd likely just bother her. "Darn it," he said, sighing, and sitting on a free chair. Meeting up with her to tell her all about his success with the hot air balloon would have been ideal, but he doubted she would welcome any sort of news unrelated to the bomb building as it was. Still, perhaps if he gave her the news by morning she would be pleased. Azula wanted results, and this way Sokka would prove that he could help deliver them, even if the hot air balloons weren't bound to interest her in the slightest. But despite that, she would be happy to know he had actually helped the machinist with something. At least he wasn't a complete failure of an assistant, right? Nevertheless, he still didn't want to build those bombs. The more he stalled that process, the better for everyone. Perhaps if he pretended to have grown too involved with the hot air balloon project, Angela wouldn't notice he was wasting time once more. He groaned in irritation, wondering if that would work. At the very least, he had better try to stay on Angela's good side for as long as possible. His upcoming sabotaging plans would have to be refined later. But for now, he could try to do something to make amends for his absence during the last 2 nights. Chances were Angela wouldn't care for any gestures he made towards her, but it was still worth a shot, just in case he was wrong. The princess rolled awake in her bed after a dreamless night, to her relief. It was still a few hours before dawn, but she had woken up nonetheless. It seemed her body had grown conditioned to waking up whenever Ruishi came knocking on her door. She glanced at the empty side of her bed and wondered if Sokka was so worn out he hadn't gotten up yet, despite he'd been sleeping since the morning of the previous day. She stared at the ceiling, her thoughts no longer as jumbled as they had been when she fell asleep. But surely if she started thinking about her troubles, her mind would become a mess again. She groaned to herself and sighed, running her hands over her face. Today would be yet another day of searching for dragons. There was nothing more to it. The sound of something brushing against the tower's walls startled Angela. She frowned and glanced towards the window where she had heard the sound, and her eyes widened when she noticed something had been crashing against her windowsill. "What in the name of?" she whispered, sitting up as she watched the strange balloon sliding inside the room with difficulty. Angela climbed off the bed, flinching at the unpleasant sensation of the cold tile floor of her room against her bare feet as she approached the model hot air balloon. She caught notice of 2 small papers inside the basket. One said "Pull me," tied around a rope. The other one was rolled and held together neatly with a ribbon. She frowned as she clasped the balloon's loose rope, pulling at it as the message had indicated. The balloon nearly collapsed when the hot air escaped, so she maneuvered to catch it before it could fall, blowing on the candle to prevent the contraption from being set ablaze in the midst of the strange struggle. "What on earth?" she said, staring at the hot air balloon in confusion. Only then did she notice that there was another rope tied to the balloon. One end of this rope was linked to the basket, the other end was out of sight for her, since the rest of this rope was dangling out the window. Someone had been steering the strange object from outside her room. Angela started to suspect the identity of whoever had sent the balloon brief instants before glancing through the window. Her suspicions, unsurprisingly, were spot on. Sokka stood in the closest courtyard to Angela's tower, glancing up at her room hopefully as he stood amid trees and wild flora. Even at a distance, Angela saw his eyes light up upon seeing her with the balloon in her hands. She gestured at him, trying to ask wordlessly what this was about. Sokka grinned and gestured at the basket. Angela raised an eyebrow before pulling out the small scroll. She set aside the balloon for a moment, unfolding the scroll swiftly to find a surprising sight within it. The turtle crafted. His means to fly with the hawk. "I hope you slept well." Angela read the small haiku with confusion, but despite herself, she soon started to smile. Sokka could still see her from below, so he beamed at her positive reaction. She glanced down at him again, gesturing for him to wait where he was. Sokka nodded, determined to do as she wished. It was rather cold outside right now, but he could brave through it while he waited for the princess. She showed up brief minutes later, fully clad in her daily clothes and armor, and she sped her way towards him, her arms crossed as she braced against the cold morning breeze. The courtyard in which they stood seemed to have been built for the exclusive use of the highly ranked air nomads, for it was secluded, but notoriously beautiful, regardless of its unkempt state. Seeing how Angela was the only current occupant of the tallest tower, their meeting in this garden shouldn't be spied upon by prying eyes. All the same, Angela chose to exert caution, standing at some distance from Sokka. Despite he longed to take her in his arms as usual, he understood her body language quite easily and didn't push his luck this time around. "What on earth? What are you up to, you crazy gladiator?" Angela asked, looking at him in disbelief. Sokka chuckled and smiled gently at her. "I just wanted you to be the first person to see it," he said. "See, I wanted to meet with you last night, but I thought I'd pay the machinist a visit first, to make sure everything was okay. He was working on this old project of his and I decided to help, and before I knew it, it was too late to go see you. So, I thought I'd show you why I wasn't around all night. By sending some flying object into my room? Angela asked, smirking skeptically. Sokka chuckled. You were pretty annoyed because of how much time we had been wasting, the machinist and I, said Sokka. I thought, since we've finished an old project of his, that this might make you feel a little less nervous about this whole endeavor. So, is it meant to be a token in good faith or so? Angela asked. An attempt to show me you can get the job done. Well, maybe we can't be completely sure that we can get the job done, but it's proof we'll try, if nothing else, said Sokka, smiling a little. Sorry about this first week, really. I'm sure the rest of our time here won't be that messy. The machinist seems to have become a human being again, surprisingly. He actually fell asleep after we got the first model to work properly, believe it or not. Oh, so he does sleep? Fancy that, said Angela, and Sokka laughed again. It's quite a surprise, huh? And then you decided to write a poem and send the model to my room? Angela asked, and Sokka shook his head. In fact, I decided to write the poem, and then took my time creating a second model so he wouldn't freak out if the first one had gone missing. This one's just for you, said Sokka, grinning. I built it from scratch. Well, aren't you a dedicated man, said Angela, smiling earnestly. I hoped you'd like it, said Sokka, grinning. Though, granted, now I've been up all night and I need some rest again, but... Your body's schedule is upside down now, it seems, said Angela, looking at him sympathetically. Sokka shrugged. Well, it wouldn't be such a bad thing if I put those night hours to good use, huh? Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow and smirking. I'm afraid it doesn't work that way, she said. You're here to work, whether it's under broad daylight or at night time makes no matter. So, I suggest you stop getting funny ideas about what you want to do during the night hours. I'd love to, but the ideas just keep coming no matter what I do, said Sokka, shaking his head and prompting Angela to laugh. You're just... she said, smiling and looking at him gently. Just what? He asked, looking at her eagerly. Angela shrugged. Ridiculous, probably, she said, and Sokka pouted. Here I thought you'd say something like handsome, or clever, or brilliant instead, he mumbled. Angela looked at him skeptically again. You did prove how brilliant you are with that haiku, I must say, she said, and Sokka blushed now, tapping his fingers together awkwardly. I know it wasn't that great, but I kind of ran out of things to say after finishing the second verse, he said. Angela laughed. You don't say, she said, grinning. The change of topic was quite abrupt. I know. But poetry is harder than it looks like, said Sokka, smiling a little. I do hope it wasn't so bad that you burned it or something. Oh, I wouldn't possibly dare. I need to keep your poems around to blackmail you if it ever proves necessary, said Angela, smirking. Sokka laughed. Let's see if that works out for you, princess, he said, smiling. The urge to kiss him burst within Angela once again, but she repressed it, despite herself. It helped to be distracted by something else that caught her eye, something small and white that fell on Sokka's hair. Angela lifted her head and glanced at the clouds with curiosity. Sokka followed her lead, and both caught sight of the elegant snowflakes dropping from above. Sokka smiled fondly as he stretched a hand and caught a snowflake carefully. Heh. It's been a while since I last saw snow, he said, grinning. Angela raised an eyebrow as she continued to watch the snowflakes falling around them. I'd never actually seen snowfall until now, she whispered. Sokka smiled. Can't say that surprises me, considering where you hail from, he said. Did you miss it? Angela asked, and Sokka shrugged. Kind of, but it's not that similar to the snow that falls on the South Pole. This one's more subtle, I guess, he said, lifting his head again. Though with those clouds I guess it's only likely to get worse as the day goes by. No wonder it was so cold. Angela nodded in agreement. She was starting to shiver by now, and Sokka frowned as he noticed it. He made to take off his coat so she could wear it, but she lifted a hand to stop him. No need. I'll be fine, she said, and Sokka bit his lip. We can keep talking elsewhere if you like, unless you'd rather we go our own ways, since it's nearly dawn by now, said Sokka. Azula gave him a sad look. I'm afraid we can't take chances. It's better if we go back to our rooms for the time being. But, thanks, Sokka. For the balloon? He asked, blushing a little as he smiled. And for trying as hard as you do. You just might succeed at impressing me one day if you keep this up, said Azula, smirking at him. I'll see you later. Get more rest, all right. Your wish is my command, princess, he said, bowing in her direction. Azula smiled at him as she walked away, hugging herself as she fled from the snow and the cold inside the building. Her accommodations had some undeniable perks, but she had the suspicion that the tower with the least resistance to the icy weather was this one. She closed her room's door, dropping her head against it as her hands balled into fists. She had refused to let herself think of the consequences of Sokka's actions right away, for maybe she was only making a bigger deal than necessary out of it, but those hot air balloons were meant to be used by the Fire Nation in the war. Sokka didn't realize that, of course, the Mechanist surely hadn't explained that it was yet another task the Fire Lord had given him, a task he had failed to fulfill until just now. Unless she got in the way of the final design of the war balloons somehow, taking it into her own hands to sabotage that other mission, the Fire Nation was likely to acquire weapons deadlier than the bombs the Fire Lord had requested. The war balloons could prove to be the very advantage the Fire Nation had needed to win this war. Unbeknownst to Sokka, he had as good as provided the Fire Lord with the perfect means for absolute victory after what he'd done. How could he be so blind to his own actions? I never did tell him about that project, though, did I? Azula grunted to herself. Truth be told, Sokka couldn't have known better. The Mechanist relied on countless hot air systems to make life in the Northern Air Temple easier for himself and his fellow refugees. The hot air balloons could simply be means of traveling for the Mechanist and his people, from Sokka's point of view. With a single blow, they had as good as condemned another nation to utter annihilation. If the hot air balloon designs reached the Fire Lord, the Northern Water Tribe's fate would undoubtedly be the same of the Air Nomads, and of the Dragons. They would become nothing but new stepping stones for the Fire Lords on their quest for more power. At this point, there was but one thing Azula could do to prevent the destruction she had started to dread. Chapter 105, Northern Air Temple 4. So, this is it? Azula asked, raising an inquisitive eyebrow as she studied the hot air balloon carefully. The workshop at the base of the mountain had been at the peak of its activity during the past few days. The Mechanist had decided that the building of the full-scale hot air balloon had to be done quickly as possible. His usual helpers had assisted in assembling most of the structure of the first balloon, but there were extra hands involved in the process this time around. Azula's guards, and naturally, Sokka himself, had joined the crafting session. Sokka was particularly eager to see the finished version of the hot air balloon, hoping his input for the project would pay off. Currently, Sokka and the rest were taking a lunch break. Azula had already eaten, and she had stopped by the workshop as the Mechanist tweaked the smaller details of his latest creation. He kept checking and double-checking everything, ensuring all was in place for his balloon's eventual first flight test. The snowy weather had impeded them from testing it right away. Why, it is indeed, the Mechanist answered earnestly, gesturing at the hot air balloon. We have taken care to add a proper steering system, this way the balloon won't simply drift in the currents. I fear that's still likely to be a problem. If air currents can affect my dragon's flight, they definitely can bother this contraption, said Azula, circling the balloon with a mild frown. You're right, of course, no doubt, said the Mechanist. But those details will be unavoidable risks all the same, I suppose. It's the same as with ships at sea. Indeed. It's an inevitable factor when traveling through these means, no doubt, said Azula, studying the mechanism within the balloon with a raised eyebrow. Is this combustive system what you and my Gladiator had been developing as of late? Ah, yes. I already had worked out the basic principles for it. Sokka gave me a hand with perfecting them, said the Mechanist, smiling. I see, said Azula, nodding. Did the crafting of this motor provide any ideas for the bombs my father requested, by any chance? Why? Said the Mechanist, his eyes widening. Well, no, but, was it meant to? I mean, do pardon my foolishness, princess, but... But what? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow and regarding the mechanist with a cold stare. I don't mean to upset you, or say anything wrong, but, won't this suffice? I mean, these hot air balloons, they will enable your armies to travel through the air. Isn't that better than bombs? I'd say it is, if only your design weren't so, well, fragile, I suppose, said Angela, frowning as she regarded the balloon with derision. The mechanist looked at her warily. Fragile? But we haven't even tested. Indeed, in our current weather conditions there's no way to confirm whether your grand creation works or not, said Angela, folding her arms across her chest. But my qualms are related to something else entirely. You see, I can't quite imagine how many of these contraptions would be necessary to carry a single battalion of Fire Nation soldiers. Oh, you believe them to be too small. Not only that, they're also not as solid as they should be, said Angela, looking at the balloon with a raised eyebrow. You use fabric for the containment of the gas, a very logical idea, even a cheap one, but do tell, how strong can this fabric be? Not only could it rip at random if it weren't in perfect conditions, by which I mean, some fabric might break on its own after excessive, straining use. But also, if waterbenders, for instance, attacked the balloon's fabric with ice spikes, it would collapse and likely kill the 2 or 3 soldiers riding on it. Alas, that would be the end of our great advantage over the water tribe. These balloons might look like salvation briefly, only to become a liability in the long run. We could even lose the war in the north over this, you realize. But, you mean if I deliver this to the Fire Lord, he might end up blaming you if the war were lost because of these balloons, perhaps, said Angela, shrugging. Not that I expect it to be lost right away, though. As long as I inform my father of the evident risks, we could avoid massive damage to our forces, but my point is, this won't give us the advantage we seek. At least, not with balloons of this kind. Unless you were to upgrade them in some way, so they become fit for war, they won't be much help in the battlefield. The mechanist's enthusiasm had vanished, replaced by unease and dread. Angela gazed at him, not unkindly, yet she could see fear in the mechanist's eyes. His orbs shifted side to side nervously, giving away that, perhaps, it wasn't Angela herself that he feared. Is something the matter? Angela asked, bringing him back from his daze. Oh, no, there's nothing, you're right, of course, said the mechanist, smiling now. I mean, of course. I made a mistake. A miscalculation. It's not quite a miscalculation. I'd say this is a prototype of what could become an airborne warship in the future, but it might take a lot of work to design something of that magnitude. So, while this is quite the breakthrough, I recommend you return to the task my father assigned you. The bombs ought to suit our purposes far better. Of course. Of course, said the mechanist, swallowing hard. But, say, if I were to redesign the airships, and make them suitable for your purposes, what exactly do you think it should be made of? Just so I can know once I make a new design later. A new design? Well, for one thing, it should be able to accommodate more than just 2 or 3 people within it, said Angela, with raised eyebrows. Perhaps wrap the fabric around something sturdy enough to protect it, like metal. It might be that some sort of metallic, massive version of the hot air balloons would be advised instead of this. Massive? And with metal? I can't say I'll be able to build that easily, said the mechanist. Angela shrugged. Frankly, that's of no concern right now. Focus on the bombs again, she said. You've done a grand job as it is, this is a remarkable system all things considered, but keep it as a side project. Providing for the Fire Lord should be your main priority. Angela could see there was something akin to defiance in the mechanist's eyes. She raised an eyebrow slowly, waiting for the words she knew he wanted to say. He kept quiet, though, until he nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall do as you ask, Princess. Don't take this the wrong way, Mechanist, said Angela, looking at him sternly. I'm not saying your work was worthless. I'm only saying that riding into battle on this hot air balloon would be akin to taking rafts into the Northern Water Tribe instead of warships. It's surely a fine way to travel, and it could even be widespread through the world in the future, for common use, but it isn't what we need for the war. You can understand this, right? I do, Princess. Don't worry, said the machinist, nodding and sliding his fingers through his wild hair. I ought to head to my office, then. I should get back to the bombs project, as you say. That would be ideal, said Angela, as the two of them walked to the trapdoor. One of the mechanist's assistants was waiting above to pull them up to the man's office. The machinist made for his desk after dismissing his assistant. Angela was ready to leave the office, but she frowned upon noticing the machinist was making no move to follow. You'll keep working? She asked. The machinist blinked, looking at her warily. Well, am I not supposed to? He asked, shrugging. I merely thought that, well, you wanted me to start with the bombs, right? You could still take a break, though. You've been working on the balloon for days now, said Angela. The machinist waved a hand carelessly. You needn't fret, Princess. I can handle myself, he said, smiling. All right, then. I suppose I'll send Sokka down here if that's... Oh, please, don't. He can take a break today, no need to worry, said the machinist, smiling. Angela raised an eyebrow. So, he can take breaks, but you can't, she said, and the machinist shrugged. Well, you did want him to have free time to eat and rest, he can have that for now, certainly. I will work on the bombs as long as the exhaustion doesn't get to me, Princess. Right, said Angela, eyeing the machinist with uncertainty. He was well accustomed to working on his own, she realized, but she had the distinct feeling that there was something else he wasn't telling her. Should she press the man on further? Or had she done plenty of that as it was? She nodded in his direction, respecting his decision. The machinist was visibly relieved when Angela turned on her heels and left him to his own devices, choosing to trust the man, despite it all. He had to know better than to get himself in a dangerous position with the Fire Lord or his daughter. The machinist released a deep breath once Angela left, eyeing the door she had closed behind herself with unease. What a fool he was. No, the hot air balloon wouldn't suffice, the princess had been right to say so. If his creation backfired on the Fire Nation in the battlefield, it would be the machinist himself, and his loved ones, who would pay the ultimate price for it. He couldn't allow that to happen. But he had damn near guaranteed it by sending that messenger hawk to War Minister Qin once the hot air balloon designs were complete. I'm a fool, he whispered, taking a new scroll and spreading it over his desk. A fool, a fool. He readied himself to craft a new design now, one that would address the princess's criticisms to his original version of the hot air balloons. There was no room for error anymore, and he had to work as quickly as he could. His life, and those of his son and friends, depended on it. The dining room was crowded, although barely anyone was eating anymore. The room was the most centric area for people to gather, whether to share meals or not. And since all activity in the latest days had been dampened by the weather, the current occupants of the Northern Air Temple often gathered in the dining room if just to entertain themselves through small talk. Angela guessed this would be where she would find her guards and Sokka, and thus, it was her current destination. In this weather she would have no luck flying with Xin Long, who had taken office within one of the temple's towers while the blizzard died down. Fortunately for the dragon, the temple's halls were spacious enough to allow him passage through them without any trouble. She entered the dining room to find her guards sitting around the longest table, most of them talking at ease amongst themselves, accompanied by Teo and the princess's Gladiator. Sokka, unsurprisingly, was gobbling down some vegetable snack, the only kind of snack he had found in the temple, to his utter disappointment. Ruishi seemed to be dozing off when Angela sank into a seat beside him. Oh, you're back, said Sokka, lifting his gaze towards Angela slightly nervously. She raised an eyebrow in his direction. What did you think of the balloon? I suppose it's fine, even if it's not perfect. It should serve to ferry people around as it's supposed to, she said. Sokka smiled. Well, that's good to hear, he said. Angela eyed him warily. You'd better not let that go up to your head, though. Heh, that it's simply fine. That's not something that would go up to my head, he said. If you'd called it a geniality, or said it was brilliant. Sokka, you came up with a minimal part of the balloon's structure. The machinist devised most of it, said Angela, with a sardonic grin. Well, now, he said he'd been stuck with that project for a long time, said Sokka, lifting his index finger and looking at Angela with a raised eyebrow. I gave him a good solution and he was ecstatic about it. So, it's a lot more important than just a minimal part, all right. Sure thing. Say whatever you need in order to feel good about yourself, if you must, said Angela, smirking. Sokka pouted. Feel good about myself, really, as if that were all there was to it. He grumbled. Why isn't he here, though? Is he dealing with something else? Please tell me the water heater didn't break again. No, he's in his office. I mentioned he ought to focus on the bombs project now that this one was as good as done, because we'll be here for only a couple more weeks. It's time he works on what he's supposed to, don't you think? Sure. Said Sokka, swallowing hard and sighing. I guess that means I ought to. He actually said you could take a break, but if you want to go work with him, go ahead, said Angela, shrugging. I didn't demand that he worked on it right away, but you know what he's like. A workaholic if I've ever seen one. And I've definitely seen some workaholics before. I do hope you're not implying I'm obsessed with my job, said Ruishi, raising an eyebrow and glancing at Angela furtively. She mustered her most ironic innocent facade. Why, you're the one implicating yourself, Captain. She whispered. Sokka chuckled and Ruishi smiled, despite himself. Sokka and Angela hadn't been as much trouble for him as of late. Since Sokka was working hard constantly, his sleep schedule made little to no sense anymore. Often he'd work with the machinist through the night and sleep in broad daylight, and Angela would leave him to his rest. Whenever Ruishi had checked on either of them, he'd find they weren't doing anything inadequate with one another, which meant that either they were being so stealthy they avoided his detection, or that they finally had stopped their recklessness. He hoped it was the latter, but he was still grateful if it was the former. He would keep an eye on them constantly all the same, but it was a relief that they were keeping to their better behavior these days. So, then, I can just stay here instead of freezing down in his office, said Sokka, smiling with relief. Yeah. Feel free to freeze here instead, it should be a great improvement, said Angela, frowning as she glanced through the window in the room. The snow was still falling outside, slowly but certainly. She frowned and sighed at the sight. For how long can an accursed snowfall last, seriously? It has stopped a few times, mostly at night, said Sokka. But it looks like it might stop again soon. The winds aren't so strong anymore, and it's falling way lighter than before. I suppose if there's something you'll know far better than us, it's snow, said Ruishi. Likely, said Sokka, smiling a little. There were some seriously dreadful storms in my tribe, we had to dig each other out after they were finished. Fortunately, we had good homes to protect us, well, most of us. Some of the warriors just had tents, so they had to crash at someone else's place in the meantime. Must have been harsh, said Ruishi, frowning. And despite coming from that environment you adapted to the Fire Nation, well, with relative ease. Well, I did miss the cold a lot. Especially at first, said Sokka, frowning a little. Angela stiffened. Dirt and sand were poor replacements. But then again, you don't have to worry about hunting for food when a blizzard is about to come, or count everyone to make sure nobody's outside in the middle of the storm. It's an improvement in some ways. And not needing to wear a parka day in and day out is a pretty nice thing, believe it or not. I honestly don't know how you guys wear those long-sleeved outfits in the Fire Nation's heat. We know our way around the heat just as you know yours around the cold, said Angela. Sokka chuckled. A loud snort of laughter further down the table startled them out of their conversation. Teo was chuckling as Fei cackled loudly, and other guards smiled in disbelief at whatever Teo had said. Sokka raised his eyebrows and poked Taro on the shoulder, the one sitting nearest to him. Taro put down his cup of tea before turning towards them. It's nothing, he said, smiling at them. Teo's only sharing some ghost stories they've come up with about the Northern Air Temple. Oh? Ghost stories? Said Sokka, raising his eyebrows. He remembered one or two from his tribe, though they weren't all that scary. It's just something we do for fun when the weather's like this and we can't glide, said Teo, chuckling. We try to come up with the spookiest story possible, and whoever makes the best one can sit closest to the bonfire once we can get it going. Bonfire. Sokka repeated. You guys, do that. Sometimes, when the snow stops falling, said Teo, nodding. It's a good way to warm up after a storm. Yeah, it is, said Sokka, smiling. He hadn't thought of bonfires in a long time, let alone been around one. What was the story, though? Care to share? It's just some nonsense about air nomads coming back to the physical world to stalk the living, since they took their rightful home, said Feli, smiling. Teo chuckled. Hey, now, who knows if they'd want to do that? Spirits are real, so maybe the air nomads just became spirits somehow. They might try to pull something on us, you never know. I do wonder if they'd be that vengeful, said Angela, frowning a little. But then again, if they haven't come to haunt you people yet, they probably won't do it at all. Frankly, I doubt it would be possible, said Ruishi, shrugging. If the spirits of air nomads were out for revenge, they would have destroyed the Fire Nation's armies a century ago. I suppose, as long as they act rationally. But spirits aren't said to be too rational, said Feli. Sokka sighed and shook his head. Honestly, spirits. If they're really out there, as everyone says they are, they clearly care about their business and theirs alone. That's actually pretty close to the way air nomads acted, from what I can gather, said Angela, smiling a little. Sokka rubbed his chin after that. Huh. Well, then, that means that, whether they're dead or alive, they wouldn't come chase after you guys, he said, waving a hand carelessly. Feli chuckled. Yeah, we already guessed as much. Air nomads blowing gusts of wind to lift people's skirts seemed a pretty far-fetched idea to me too, he said. Angela was smiling at her guard's intervention, but she noticed then that Teo had frowned after what Sokka had said. She looked at him intently. Is something wrong, Teo? She asked. He jumped. Is it you want the air nomads to come chase you off this place? And no, that's not it at all. It's cold up here, but I like it anyways, said Teo, smiling. It's just that thing about, dead or alive. Do you think there's any chance that? I mean, never mind. I know there isn't, but it's still pretty strange that. What's pretty strange? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow when he fell silent mid-sentence. Teo bit his lip. Well. I hadn't really thought of this much at first, but then we started doing all those air nomad horror stories and, well, see, this place was empty when we got here. Right. We knew that, said Feli, looking at Teo with confusion. All the airbenders were dead, have been for 100 years. But that's the thing, though. When we got here, all we found was an old structure, unkempt and uncared for, but nothing else. No bodies, said Angela, frowning. No skeletons. Teo shook his head. Some of the guards flinched at that. Heh, that's a good one, princess. You're probably the best there is at horror stories, huh? Said Tai Wei, smiling awkwardly. Angela raised an eyebrow in his direction, silencing him effectively. You say the structure was unkempt, then? Was there any sign of burnt walls, perhaps? Angela inquired. Teo bit his lip and shook his head. Most of the damage to the walls and structures has been done by my dad, he said, awkwardly. So, there was nothing else there. No signs whatsoever of a struggle, said Angela, intertwining her fingers as she placed her elbows on the table. Teo shook his head. Not that I noticed, anyhow. It was just abandoned. Like they'd disappeared in thin air. Well, wouldn't that be amusing, said Angela, smiling. The ultimate airbender skill, disappearing in thin air. That's one they forgot to add to their scrolls. All right, but... I mean, this place was empty for a reason, said Feli, frowning. If the airbenders weren't killed, then where are they? Didn't you hear? In thin air, said Ruishi, simply. Feli shuddered. They're all around us. Is he joking? Please tell me he's joking, said Feli. I don't think the captain ever jokes, Feli, said Taro. Fei Li looked at Ruishi with panic-ridden eyes as Ruishi did his best to feign innocence, toying with a small plum of fire in his hands. Angela smiled at the exchanges between her guards, amused to see Ruishi willing to play this strange game with the others. It was definitely true he wasn't given to that kind of behavior. Tai Wei had been mistaken, Angela realized. The one best suited for ghost stories around here was the very captain of her guards. She took her leave from the gathering in the dining room eventually, though, stopping in a balcony to gaze down on the temple. The information Teo had given away just now had been bothersome, despite she had managed to play it as though she were merely frightening her guards with it. Something didn't sit right with her about the air temple, especially now that she knew the Mechanist and his group had found no sign of dead bodies around these parts. "What's eating away at you, princess?" Angela didn't hold back a smile when she heard Sokka approaching her. The bad weather had kept most people huddled indoors during the past few days, so the two of them weren't in the same risk of being sighted together in hallways anymore. Nonetheless, they kept their distance, Angela with her forearms on the banister, Sokka resting with his back against it. "What Teo said? It's unsettling," she whispered. Sokka chuckled. "I figure it's not spirit stuff that scares you, right?" he said, raising an eyebrow. "You're too smart to freak out over that nonsense, aren't you?" "No, it's not that I expect some spiritual crisis to fall upon us," said Angela. "That doesn't seem likely, else it should have happened already. But even so, well, I suppose I ought to explain from the start." "You probably should," Sokka agreed, nodding. "I started to attend war meetings at the age of 13, said Angela. Sokka smiled. He had started sneaking into war meetings as a child, but he hadn't been allowed into a real meeting held by his father until he was 17. And I knew better than to speak my mind as my brother had. I wasn't about to bring an Agni Kai upon myself foolishly that way. So, I kept my silence, even when War Minister Qin intervened to tell my father that he had finally pinpointed the location of the Northern Air Temple. "He had what, now?" said Sokka, frowning. Angela nodded. "A couple meetings later, he revealed to us that a valuable asset had taken office there, an asset who just might be capable of providing technological advancements beyond our imagination if we took him into our system. Said asset is, as you must have guessed, the Mechanist." "Right," said Sokka. "The thing is, about 100 years before then, Sozin was supposed to have destroyed the air nomads completely," said Angela, frowning. "I've always been confused by whatever his procedure was, because I've found little next to nothing to explain how the Fire Lord split his army into at least 5 factions in order to take out his enemies. I say 5 because he surely didn't leave the Fire Nation unprotected. So, the 4 remaining factions would have had to travel through the world, reaching each temple and as good as razing them to the ground in order to destroy every airbender within." "Right. I suppose," said Sokka. "But despite the air nomads had a non-violence policy, they should have put up a fight against the Fire Nation army. Yes, Sozin's soldiers were powered by the comet, and I know for a fact that the comet provides a mind-boggling boost to any firebender's abilities, but these airbenders had some terrifying skills, if what I've read is actually true." "Terrifying? Weren't they pacifists?" said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. "We were fortunate they were," said Angela. "Had they been the ones trying to colonize the rest of the world, the other nations would have lasted 3 years at most. These people, they bend air, Sokka. They could simply cut someone's air supply if they wished to. It wouldn't have been a big effort for them. There are thousands of things they could have done to fight back, which is why it baffles me that it seems as though they didn't. In fact, it seems as though this place, the Northern Air Temple, wasn't a battlefield altogether." "Can you be sure of that?" said Sokka. "Isn't there any chance that Sozin just got the air nomads killed and tossed down the mountain? Without a single sign of firebending in scorched floors or walls?" said Angela, raising an eyebrow. "Were the air nomads such pacifists they didn't fight back against the Fire Nation armies at all? It does seem unlikely that they'd be so compliant about dying, huh?" said Sokka, grimacing. "Not a lot of people would be. But there's also the fact that Sozin wouldn't have marked down the location of this temple if he'd found it," said Angela. "We know where the Southern Air Temple is located, along with the Western Air Temple and the Eastern Air Temple. They're of easier access than the others, really, and can be sighted even at a distance. But the Northern Air Temple, the Fire Nation armies only found it 9 years ago to find it occupied already, Sokka. There are no records to indicate otherwise. The port we arrived at is fairly new, built only after we'd pinpointed this location. Chin had been searching for this place, though I do wonder what he expected to achieve by coming here, for starters. Perhaps confirmation that Sozin did kill everyone here? Heck, if there had been airbenders hiding in this temple I would have been pretty pissed, if I were your dad, said Sokka, folding his arms over his chest. Azula frowned. Maybe it was the gliders. They might have caught people's eyes, and rumors about them started to spread. She whispered. Sokka raised an eyebrow and nodded. Might have been. But he never mentioned that to you. I was mostly in training at the time. My father informed me of many things but not of everything, said Azula, frowning. I suppose that ought to change now that I'm his official crown princess, but back then he still kept certain things to himself. I don't doubt he keeps a lot more secrets from me than I realize he does. I mean, he probably knows about whatever happened to my mother. And about my grandfather's demise. But he's never meant to share that with me, and I won't force him to do so. You're too faithful to him, always on your dad's good side, said Sokka, smiling. If I were you, I probably would have asked him about it ages ago. Which is why it's great that you aren't me, said Azula, smirking. I know to tread carefully so I can stay in his good graces. It's not that hard to figure out that whatever happened that night isn't something he's willing to disclose to me. The less I know about it, the better, which I guess is what Sozin must have thought when it came to the Northern Air Temple. You think? Said Sokka. There's no chronicles, any journals by soldiers that came up here. The events of Sozin's comet's first appearance are a blur, said Azula. Most the retellings I've found of them are mixed and confused, contradictory and illogical. Some history book once credited Azulin alone for the butchery of dragons, skipping over Fire Lord Hizuo's involvement in that particular enterprise altogether. And those are facts with more available and verified information than whatever happened during Sozin's comet's first appearance. So, you have no way of knowing what happened in any of the temples, said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. For all we know, there's still airbenders hiding out there. I doubt that. They would have been sighted somehow, I believe, said Azula. Chances are they wouldn't have been able to hide for too long if they had survived. So, what do you think happened? Said Sokka, raising an eyebrow. Did the air nomads know you guys would attack, and the people residing in the Northern Air Temple flew down to the other 3 temples to help fight off Sozin's armies? I suppose that's plausible. At least it would explain why there was nobody here even though there's no sign of dead airbenders anywhere, said Azula, shrugging. Sokka sighed. You worry too much about history, Azula, he said, smiling. You should probably stop fretting about things you can't do anything to change. Granted, but I do want to discover the truth nonetheless, said Azula. It's true that my father keeps secrets from me, but this is a different matter altogether. If these Northern Air nomads could have been a risk, it would have been beyond irresponsible of Sozin's to claim he killed them all without at least leaving a secret message to the next Fire Lords with the truth. Right. Well, I can't say I mind if he didn't get these airbenders killed, said Sokka, tapping his arm with a finger. I know you guys would rather assimilate everything under the Fire Nation's banners, and perhaps you thought the air nomads were too dangerous to be left alive. But if they were alive, well, their nation would still stand a chance, so to say. Balance might still have a chance. Balance, said Azula, looking at Sokka inquisitively. He shrugged. You do love bringing that up, huh? I guess it's because of how I was raised. Lots of stories about the Avatar, Balance, a world with 4 nations. Said Sokka. Azula raised an eyebrow. All 4? No vengeful wishes to take out the Fire Nation? She asked. Sokka shook his head. Not the way Gran told them anyways, he said, smiling at her. Azula nodded, thoughtful. So, it's snowing, and it's cold. And everyone else is likely to stay cooped up in that room, so, what do you say if you stop worrying about these things, and we sneak into some? Actually, it's stopped, said Angela, surprising Sokka. He blinked a few times, confused by her statement before realizing what she was talking about. The snowfall appeared to be at an end. Hey, it did. The clouds look way less menacing, Angela, maybe we can, said Sokka, his eyes brightening as a patch of blue skies peeked out through the white clouds. Test the war balloon, she finished. Sokka swallowed hard and looked at her warily. Well, the sooner that distraction is out of the way, the better for my father's project. Let's test it indeed, shall we? Sokka beamed at her positive response and made to hug her but held back just in time. Angela raised an eyebrow menacingly and he nodded. All in its due time. I know that, he said, nodding. Angela laughed softly. Go fetch the machinist. I'll tell the others, she said, brushing his forearm softly with her fingertips. Sokka smiled and nodded, darting off to do as she had told him. He stopped to knock on the mechanist's door before pushing it open, finding the man fumbling with some papers on his desk. He gave Sokka a guilty look, but Sokka knew by now that the machinist was an inherently nervous man. Surely there was no reason to worry about it now. Hey. The snow's stopped, so we were going to test the balloon while we can, said Sokka, stepping forward. The machinist raised his eyebrows with interest. Oh, is that so? Wonderful, he said, smiling. You can go ahead and test it, then. I will be with you shortly, I just need to finish working with something. Huh? Can't it wait? Asked Sokka, raising an eyebrow. He frowned as realization dawned upon him. Oh, wait. You're working on the bombs. Yes. Well, I'm only working out the basics so far, said the machinist, nervously. Sokka grimaced. It's of no matter, Sokka, I can handle this myself. Go test the the hot air balloon. You sure? I mean, I could stay here and try to figure out the bombs while you test it. Technically, that one's your project while this one's supposed to be my responsibility, said Sokka, grimacing. The machinist shook his head. No, you should go. I give you the reins for the last part of the hot air balloon project, Sokka. Go out there and make it float. I guess I will, then, said Sokka, frowning but nodding. It's in your hands now, said the machinist. Sokka smiled at him. I'll do my best not to disappoint. Come have a look when you're free, though. You shouldn't overwork yourself with that. I won't. I won't, said the machinist, smiling as Sokka turned on his heels and left. He released a deep breath and shook his head. He was no good at lying, and no good at crafting bombs. His last experiences with explosive material had cost him part of his bushy eyebrows, after all. But he'd have to start with the project while Sokka was out testing the balloon. He couldn't reveal to the warrior that he was creating an advanced design of the hot air balloon, or else he'd know this was a far more dangerous invention than the machinist had wanted to disclose to him. Because the machinist wasn't entirely sure of where Sokka's allegiances lay. Despite they had worked together for some time now, the machinist had trouble figuring out the water tribe man. When the message heralding the princess's visit had arrived to the temple, the machinist had dreaded he'd have to work either with some brutish slave, he was spoken of as the Gladiator, and nothing more, and if he wasn't a brute, maybe he was a broken man, of the sort that seemed to be dead in life. And Sokka had been neither. It didn't look like the Fire Nation had broken his spirits. He even got along with his sponsor, his slave master, the daughter of the Fire Lord, of all people. He was outspoken, easygoing, even kind. Had he taken so well to the Fire Nation, or was he far more complex than the machinist understood him to be? Was he part of a bigger plan than the machinist could conceive, a plan that might have required for someone like him to slip between the Fire Nation's forces, unnoticed and underestimated by the Fire Lord and his people? The Gladiator wasn't a foe for the machinist, but was he his ally? Was he enduring the same pressures as the machinist was? Did he do this to protect his own? If so, it made no sense that he would accept to destroy the Northern Water Tribe. Unless he had no care for anything he wasn't directly related to, and he only wanted to keep his own tribe safe. Regardless of Sokka's loyalties, though, the Mechanist had no choice but to pull through with this project. He didn't dare pay the price for disobedience, his fear ran too deeply to rebel against the hand tightly wrapped around his throat. "He's not coming?" "Really?" said Teo, disheartened. Sokka grimaced and shrugged. "I'm sorry. I told him to drop by when he was free, but he asked me to handle this myself," he explained. "I don't know why he's skipping over something so important." "Yeah, well, it happens sometimes," said Teo, sighing. He smiled at Sokka. "No worries. I'm sure he's just busy." "Likely," said Sokka, raising an eyebrow as Teo sighed again and wheeled away towards the hot air balloon. The guards and some of the Mechanist's assistants, directed by Azula, had brought the hot air balloon out into the lowest courtyard of the temple. Teo had been as excited as anyone for the hot air balloon's test run, but now that Sokka had informed him that his father wouldn't be here, it seemed the balloon's first flight wasn't all that fun in his eyes anymore. "Doesn't look like he's fine with it, huh?" Sokka whispered to Azula, the person to whom he'd directed his announcement about the Mechanist in the first place. "Not at all," said Azula, raising an eyebrow. "But he swallows his disappointment and acts like it doesn't matter. His father is everything to him, it's clear enough, but they barely spend any time together," said Sokka. "He's always busy. Even when he doesn't have to be," said Azula, sighing and looking at Sokka. "Well, then, if he's not going to do this and he left it all in your questionable leadership, by all means, go ahead and take charge, Gladiator." Sokka's jaw dropped. He gave Azula an affronted glare, to find she would only smirk with malice in return. "My leadership isn't. Why, you know what? You'll see it for yourself right now," he exclaimed, his voice cracking as he blushed deeply. Azula's amusement increased. Sokka was only more flustered as he stormed towards the hot air balloon, a prominent scowl on his face. Azula laughed softly under her breath as she followed Sokka towards the balloon, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. The cool breeze was uncomfortable, but she would brave through it as they dealt with the last stretch of this project. "All right, so I'm in charge of testing the hot air balloon," Sokka declared, taking a deep breath and looking at the guards and assistants with unease. "So, I guess that means I'm going on the first test flight. I'll need a firebender with me, though, for convenience, so, who wants to come?" Several guards gazed at one another before shrugging. Some of them lifted their hands, others simply voiced they were available. Sokka cleared his throat, studying them closely. He got along with one guard, specifically, so. "All right, then, Taro," he said, but before Taro could so much as smile in approval, Azula intervened. "Not Taro," she declared, giving Sokka a meaningful look. "With his breathing ailment you're not taking him anywhere on that thing. He's had a hard time as it is to adjust to the thin air around here, so don't push his luck." Taro seemed disappointed, but he smiled and nodded anyways. The princess was right to look out for him under those conditions. Sokka swallowed hard and scratched the back of his head nervously. Well then, I guess," he said, gazing at the remaining guards with uncertainty. I'll do it," said Feli, stepping forward proudly. "I've got all the firepower this balloon could need, Gladiator." "Oh. All right, then, it'll be you," said Sokka, smiling and shrugging. Azula's eyebrow twitched at the temporary team-up of the Gladiator and her most reckless guard. Next to her, Ruishi seemed just as nervous about this test flight as Azula was. They could end up ruining the balloon by mistake, couldn't they? Ruishi said. Azula sighed. "I'd expect them to. Someone else needs to keep them in check," she said, glancing at Ruishi innocently. The man grimaced. "Must I?" he asked. Azula smiled. "Who knew the day would come when you'd protest my reasonable commands like this?" she said. Ruishi sighed. "I simply don't feel like babysitting the Gladiator or Feli, let alone both at once, so I can do it instead, Captain," said Tai Wei, stepping forward. "If you want someone else to help, Princess, I can give them a hand." "Huh. It's true that you've dealt with your fair share of the Mechanist's creations," said Azula, nodding. "Very well, let's give Ruishi a break for today. Go on ahead. Taiwei nodded and approached the hot air balloon. Sokka and Fei Li had already climbed onto the basket, oblivious to the fact that they'd have someone else with them on the hot air balloon. They let Taiwei in without a hitch, though, and Fei Li started with the slow and steady task of starting the fire that would power the balloon's engine. Can that balloon lift 3 grown men like them? Said Ruishi, raising an eyebrow. Azula shrugged. I guess we're about to find out, she said, watching with interest as Taiwei joined Fei Li with his own firebending. Sokka watched them uneasily, his gaze moving from the 2 firebenders to the top of the balloon constantly. It should be moving in a little while, he just had to be patient. They hadn't done all this work to no avail, but, what if the balloon was too small to lift the basket? What if they were too heavy? All things considered, he wasn't entirely sure that this would work out as well as they thought it would. Maybe, despite all the calculations, something would go inevitably wrong. Dusk was approaching rapidly as the Mechanist finally devised the proper structure for his upgraded project. Weariness was making way through him, but he was determined to ignore it for as long as he could. He had to finish this piece and send it to War Minister Qin as soon as he did. There was no time to be wasted with. His door slammed open brusquely, startling him out of his careful focus on his work. He lifted his gaze to find Sokka breathing heavily at the door, his hair disorderly, his eyes wide open. Something's wrong, he said. The Mechanist froze. With the balloon. He said, his voice hollow with dread. As if he didn't have enough bad things to deal with. You have to come, now. Sokka exclaimed. The Mechanist swallowed hard, setting out after Sokka with heavy strides. What was it? The suspension system? Or was it the size of the balloon? I did fear it wouldn't be enough to lift the basket, said the Mechanist, grimacing as Sokka led the way to the courtyard. I don't know for certain what it was, I think it's in the engine, said Sokka, walking faster. The Mechanist had trouble keeping up with him. The engine? But we went over the design at least 10 times, there was nothing wrong with the engine, he said, grimacing. It's not propelling the hot air the way we need it to, I don't know why, but it's just messing things up, said Sokka, swallowing hard as they took a left on the hallway and climbed on one of the Mechanist's lifter systems. Oh, no. Oh, no, just no, said the Mechanist, shaking his head in sheer horror. If this design was already faulty, then his preemptive message to War Minister Qin would cause him even more trouble than he'd anticipated. Sokka nearly ran through the halls, with the Mechanist chasing after him desperately. He could hear sounds out in the nearest courtyard, and he dreaded the voices speaking would be worrying over the malfunctioning hot air balloon. And then he heard a familiar voice, cheering. When the courtyard finally came into sight, the Mechanist's small eyes widened. His hot air balloon wasn't malfunctioning at all, it was airborne. And his bushy-haired son was riding on it. Sokka chuckled and looked at the Mechanist guiltily. The man couldn't take his eyes off his son, who had just spotted him down on the ground. He waved at him. Look, Dad. It works, he exclaimed. It really works. The Mechanist could barely give his eyes any credit, but soon his face broke into a delighted smile. It was all a ruse. You wanted me to see it myself, said the Mechanist, looking at Sokka in surprise. Sokka shrugged. It didn't seem fair for you to miss out on the whole thing, and we didn't know how else to get you out of that office, so, sorry, he said, but given the Mechanist's smile, Sokka guessed he wouldn't be blamed for his actions. It works perfectly, he said. Sokka nodded. It's great, he said. It can lift up to 3 people, at the very least. Teo is up there with Ruishi, he wanted to try it quite badly. You should go next, with them. What, me? Oh, I, said the Mechanist, surprised. Sokka chuckled and grabbed him by the shoulder, leading him to the landing site of the hot air balloon. Soon, it was the Mechanist floating in the wind along with his proud son. The man deserved to enjoy his invention fully, even though he seemed quite unsure as to how to do that. Nonetheless, Teo's cheerful attitude was infectious, and soon the Mechanist was delighted to be airborne. Sokka could only wonder how long it had been since they'd spent time together like that. A sigh rushed out of him at the thought, but he shook his head quickly to stop himself from thinking of Hakata. He had been far too nostalgic of his home in the last few days. The environment kept bringing back the memories he had once used to soothe himself to sleep in Huiyi, memories he hadn't needed to resort to ever since Azula had found him anew. She had joined her guards in building a bonfire in the courtyard, the bonfire Teo had told them about earlier. The snow had stopped, but the temperatures only kept dropping. The princess had sent her men to gather the wood, and they were ready to set it on fire as soon as the hot air balloon landed definitively, in order to avoid unwanted accidents. Sokka's memories only kept coming back once the fire was lit. The current occupants of the temple came by to warm up around it, and in no time the typical storytelling sessions began around the flames. He could only smile as he watched them, trying not to glance at Azula too often. She caught sight of him eventually, though, and frowned in his direction. It wasn't like him to keep his distance from this sort of situation. She gave him a meaningful look, and Sokka smiled. Maybe he ought to tell the next story, if just to placate any potential concerns she might have had. By the time he was finishing his story, though, the princess seemed to regret having coerced him into doing so. And they knew the blade of Wingfeng was haunted. Sokka exclaimed, in his eeriest voice. But instead of finding terrified expressions on everyone else's faces, he only found confusion and distaste in them, regardless of whether they were refugees or firebenders. Nothing? Really? Was it that lousy? Sokka, it was obvious the blade was haunted since the story started, said Azula, looking at him in disbelief. If you meant for that to be the punchline of the story, you should have saved it for the end. Hey, that's the way they tell it in my tribe. Sokka exclaimed, blushing and crossing his arms over his chest. Azula snorted. Well, they have poor taste for stories in your tribe, I'm afraid, she said, with a curt grin. Sokka pouted. Keeping an open ending only works when you actually have a plotline, which you evidently lacked. It would be best if you leave the spooky stories to us, Gladiator, said one of the refugees. Sokka shook his head, so flustered his ears were reddening too. The night had arrived quickly, and along with it, a chilling breeze that had most people shivering even though the bonfire still burned powerfully. The warmth was reassuring, but only for now. Retiring for the evening would be unpleasant for everyone. That tower will be unbearable tonight, said Azula, shaking her head as she glanced at her bedroom from where they were. I can't fathom how those air nomads could live here without freezing to death. Oh, I'm sorry it's such a cold tower, said the mechanist, grimacing by the fire. It's the one place where we hadn't installed hot air pipes yet. They usually help heat the buildings, so it's not as cold. Perhaps we can find warmer accommodations for you, princess. Huh. So that's how you guys did it, said Azula, frowning. There had to be a disadvantage to her privacy, naturally. No need to worry about it. I'm already installed, after all. Well, if you change your mind, I'll see to it that you have a better room. I'm sorry for that mistake. We should have thought it through, said the mechanist. Azula shrugged. You have enough to worry about as it is, so leave it be. Her words sounded ominous even to Azula's ears. The mechanist flinched, but he nodded in agreement. Azula took a deep breath and released it before making up her mind to head to her room already. The sooner she got there, the faster she could get started with heating up the room somehow. The mechanist watched Azula go, a sinking feeling of unease in the pit of his stomach. He had wasted valuable hours today because of the hot air balloons tests. He should have been working on the newer model. Whenever he had a chance to continue perfecting this project, as the princess had demanded, he had to seize it. Especially whenever the gladiator wouldn't be around to ask what the mechanist was up to. I should probably take my leave too, he said, smiling awkwardly and giving his son a proper good night for once. Teo seemed happy enough about that, which warmed the mechanist's heart. He had to achieve what he was tasked to, there was no other choice for him. For Teo's sake, for all those who lived in the Northern Air Temple, the mechanist had to give the Fire Lord what he wanted, whether he liked it or not. The rest of the group remained gathered around the fireplace for a little while longer before heading to bed, snuffing out the fire quickly. Sokka slipped into his room and glanced towards Azula's tower from his window. He could see sparks of blue glinting in Angela's room. What sort of makeshift heat system had she come up with? He smiled as he waited as patiently as he could for an hour to tick by, and once it had, he snuck towards Angela's room quietly. He arrived to find she had lined the room with lamps. He smiled weakly as he slipped through the door, as Angela fixed one of the lights near her bed. She had evidently heard the door open behind her. Her lack of reaction towards it meant that she knew it was Sokka. She was finished attaching the lamp to the wall when his arms slid around her waist. She offered him a sly grin by angling her head towards him. "Taking risks again, are we?" she asked. Sokka sighed, his grip tightening around her. "I missed you," he whispered. Angela closed her eyes and dropped against him, sliding her hands over his. "I missed you too," she admitted. "But you had enough on your plate as it was. Your work takes precedence over our nonsense, whether you're working on what you're supposed to or not." "I guess so, said Sokka, swallowing hard. Angela sighed. "You need to start doing what we came here for. And to stop thinking so much with your stomach or your penis," she said, smiling as she reached to cup his member through his pants. Sokka squirmed under her touch, but he laughed. "Hey now, I can't not think with it when you do that kind of thing," he said, grinning. "Seriously, though, the test run for the balloon is done. It's time for you to focus on the real reason we're here, right?" "I guess so," said Sokka, swallowing and dropping his head on her shoulder. "No more distractions allowed starting tomorrow, At least not until you make decent progress, all right?" said Angela. Sokka grimaced and nodded. "Your word is my command," he sighed, kissing her cheek. Angela closed her eyes, pressing into his body and biting her lower lip. "Are you staying tonight?" she whispered, wishing she didn't sound too eager as she said the words. Sokka grinned. "Well, I didn't come just to get scolded, now, did I?" he said. Angela raised an eyebrow. "I can't let you go cold, princess." "The lamps might help with that, if my warmth was what you were worried about," said Angela, shrugging and smirking. Sokka looked at her skeptically. "Oh really? You were setting those up to warm yourself up? I thought you wanted to build the most romantic setting for us instead." "The most what, now?" said Angela, looking at him in amusement. "Well, that's something that didn't cross my mind." "As if I know better than that, Princess Angela always thinks of everything," Sokka teased. Angela finally turned in his arms to face him, a teasing smile in her face. Sokka's arms remained locked around her. "She tries to, but there's a crazy gladiator who comes up with the least likely interpretation for her actions, and his nonsense isn't easy to anticipate too," she whispered, surrounding his neck with her arms. Sokka chuckled and leaned in to kiss her deeply. Angela took him in fully, showing how much she had longed to be with him again. He led her to the bed, somewhat clumsily, for he could barely see where he was going, but soon they dropped heavily, together, on the mattress. He certainly meant to provide her with all the warmth she would require in this freezing night. The news had been rewarding, a weight off his chest when the long-awaited messenger hawk arrived with the blueprints. The Fire Lord would be most pleased with these developments. War Minister Qin requested a meeting with Fire Lord Oze as soon as possible, bringing the scrolls the Mechanist had sent him. The guards had let him pass without a hitch, and Oze sat behind the curtain of fire, his golden scowl as unyielding as ever. Dark shadows were cast over his features through the effects of the flames. "My lord, I bring great tidings. I have received word from the Mechanist," said the War Minister, once he finished performing the proper greetings to the Fire Lord. "Is that so?" said Oze, raising an eyebrow. "Have the bombs been completed?" "No." "Better," said the War Minister, smiling. He needn't say more for Oze to understand the meaning of those words. A smirk spread over his face. After almost a century, the Fire Nation would gain air power once again. The explosion was so weak Angela could barely believe her eyes. Sokka grimaced at the look on her face. He was about to get it, wasn't he? "Why you kidding me?" "You have to be kidding me," she said. "It's been a week since you started working on the bombs, and this is the best you can do." Sokka swallowed hard as the Mechanist tried to hide behind Sokka's broad back. It wasn't advisable to stand in the line of fire when the princess was angry, a fact everyone was well aware of. Even Sokka was aware of it, but he was, for some reason, always in the line of fire either way. The joy of success with the hot air balloon hadn't lasted as long as Sokka had wished it would. He was forced to join the machinist in his study to design the bombs, and to his surprise, Azula had decided to oversee them on occasion, to ensure they would focus on the project at hand. They worked so hard under her watchful eye that it was only natural that they'd have a prototype to test already, which they had just tested indeed in the mechanist's workshop, to dissatisfying results. Hey, I'd warned you that I only knew how to handle small explosives, said Sokka, swallowing hard. That's all I ever learned. So, see? We designed an efficient container for it, at least, so. It's basically the same thing you use with your smoke bombs, Sokka, this is nothing new. Azula growled, looking at him in disbelief before shaking her head in frustration. We're sorry, Princess, said the machinist, grimacing. We could craft a design that might work with more explosive powder, but we can't test something like that. We don't have the resources here. So, you want to give my father some untested design, that might actually not work? Azula asked, raising her eyebrows. Sokka scratched the back of his head as the machinist bit his lower lip. Perhaps he won't mind so much that it's not tested, Prin Dash. Oh, of course he won't. Who do you take him for? Said Azula, shaking her head. She frowned before looking at the machinist. We need stronger bombs than this. Something that would actually deliver more damage than a rookie firebender in his first lesson. I understand, Princess, but... I wasn't finished, said Azula, curtly. The machinist fell silent immediately. You said there's some sort of volatile gas under this very temple, didn't you? Sokka's eyes widened. The machinist as well was taken aback by Azula's question. Why you want us to? To add volatile gas to the bombs. He said, swallowing hard. Azula studied both their reactions, noticing Sokka's easygoing behavior had disappeared for the time being. She stiffened but tried to act as normally as she could in spite of that. It's a thought, she said, shrugging. If you don't have enough explosive material on your hands, that might do the trick. It could, but... I don't know if it's safe, said the machinist, frowning. The volatile gas was awfully dangerous when I first came across it. I'm not certain it's wise to resort to it like this, not to mention I'm not entirely sure how we'd harness it. I think we'll have to ponder this some more, said Sokka, folding his arms over his chest. We shouldn't deal with the volatile gas if it's not safe, so, we'd have to think of how to make it safe. Unless we don't do this at all, of course. Do you have any better ideas than this? Azula asked. Sokka grimaced and shrugged. Not right now, but I'd rather not blast my arm off while trying to harness some crazy volatile gas, right? He said. Imagine what that could do to your troops if it were activated in the wrong moment. Azula frowned. Safety was a matter of concern indeed, but was it that likely for the Fire Nation soldiers to put themselves in danger with those bombs? As long as the gas was properly contained there should be no problem, but then again, did she even want those bombs to be built and used in combat? She had narrowly averted a dangerous problem by putting a stop to the war balloons before they could become a real menace, after all. But considering she had yet to find any dragons, and that her father would be furious if he received no good news after her trip ended. I would have to consider how to find a safe way to deal with the gas, said the machinist, sighing. And perhaps a safer design would be in order. There's no other choice, said Sokka, sighing and shaking his head. You can take a break, we've been working very hard as it is, said the machinist smiling at Sokka. Come back to me in the morning, maybe we'll have ideas by then. Yeah, maybe, said Sokka, smiling too. You should take a break as well, though. Seriously, you can go on the balloon again with Teo. You two seemed to enjoy that. Oh, maybe later, said the machinist, smiling weakly. For now, I'll ponder what the princess suggested. Perhaps I can come up with a safe way to use the gas. The machinist smiled at them as he walked towards the trapdoor. Azula and Sokka shared a glance, knowing that some unwanted tension was starting to build between them with this. Nonetheless, Sokka didn't dare speak his mind until they were making their way through the temple's halls, Azula a few steps ahead of Sokka. She could sense his unease as they reached a hallway that should be far enough from prying eyes. She wasn't surprised when his hand reached to clasp her shoulder, stopping her in mid-step. "Azula," he said, as she turned to look at him. She was already frowning. "What?" she said. Her voice was soft, unlike how it usually was when she was upset. Sokka swallowed hard. "Confused as to why I'm pressuring you so much now." "Not entirely, but," said Sokka, gritting his teeth. "You do realize that making bombs with a bigger power output would be, well, exactly what your father wants, yes, but you don't want to make such bombs, do you?" said Azula, raising an eyebrow. Sokka sighed. "Why, color me surprised. I didn't think you wanted that either, though," said Sokka, stepping towards her. "I mean, when you told me about this, you seemed even more hesitant than I was. You don't like this any better than I do, or do you? And yet you're ushering us into doing this, and trying to make those bombs deadlier still. Doesn't the cost of it bother you? As much as I get you're trying to keep your father appeased." "Keeping my father appeased?" said Azula, shaking her head and giving Sokka a stern look. "If you really think that's the main reason why I'm pressuring you, think again. Maybe you don't understand me as well as you think you do." Sokka froze at that. The hurt in her eyes was evident, even though she kept her emotions steeled all the same. He gritted his teeth. "You can't save me and an entire nation in the process," he said, shaking his head. "That's not the way it should work." "There's a lot of things that shouldn't work the way they have," Azula whispered. "And yet here we are in spite of that. The world isn't ideal, Sokka, nor will it ever be. We can't have everything we want. And how do we choose what we'll have, then? How do we decide what's worth fighting for and what isn't?" he asked. When Azula didn't seem to have an answer for that, he sighed. "I'm trying my best, whether you believe it or not, but you're an idiot," said Azula, glaring at him. Sokka frowned. An idiot who always forgets to add his life to his list of priorities," she finished. His eyes widened. "And you've been that way ever since our partnership began. Do excuse me if I get in the way of your sacrificial tendencies, Sokka. But I won't have you die on me." He held her gaze, uncertainty filling him now. He had drawn out his own plans to sabotage this process long ago, hoping to trick Azula, but it dawned on him now that he hadn't fooled her at all. If anything, he was the fool for only realizing now that his sharp sponsor probably hadn't believed his unconvincing lies not even for a second. He gritted his teeth. "You can't hold my life above that of everyone else, Azula," he whispered. She sighed and shook her head. "Perhaps I shouldn't. But there are countless things that shouldn't have happened and yet they have. And we have to face the consequences for them." Sokka frowned when Azula turned on her heels and restarted the way down the hall. Her footsteps echoed against the walls, ringing in Sokka's ears until she was gone. His hands balled into fists as he frowned heavily. If she had understood what he had been doing, why hadn't she called him out on it sooner? Why had she acted as though she knew nothing about Sokka's plans? It was confusing, but then again, there was an evident answer to that question. She had said it enough times as it was, saved his life on many occasions and often worried for his well-being. She had even looked after him when their alliance had only just started, when Toph had given him that first taste of defeat, along with the tastes of sand and blood, too. Now that their alliance had turned into a dalliance instead, it only made sense for her to look out for him far more devotedly. But he couldn't accept being safe and sound when so many others would face unimaginable pain if he didn't put a stop to Oze's ambitions. He'd never had the means to change anything until now, though he hadn't dared do anything bold while Azula kept a sharp eye on him as she had. Had he been too deliberate in his sabotaging, she would have reeled him back into her control without a hitch. Still, now that they had as good as revealed their truths to one another, he wondered where this left him in regards of Oze's mission. She knew he would rebel against it. He knew she wouldn't stand for that. What came next? The unavoidable fallout he had been dreading as soon as their relationship had taken this new turn. He gritted his teeth. Whatever happened next, though, he had to stop the bomb production somehow. He wouldn't let the Mechanist devise a way to make Angela's idea come true. She wasn't likely to forgive him for his intervention, but he couldn't stand idly by anymore. Not while he still had a say upon the matter. "Is everything all right, Princess?" Ruishi asked, upon finding Angela sitting before her dragon in one of the courtyards. Her eyes were closed as she meditated, Xin Long lying upside down in front of her, his paws dangling clumsily in the air. She sighed and opened an eye, looking at the captain with unease. "I'm not sure whether to answer earnestly or to just leave it to your imagination," she whispered. "Did you have a spat with the Gladiator?" Ruishi asked. Angela sighed. "I'm not sure it can be called that," she whispered. "Let's only say it's a difference of opinion, shall we?" "I'm afraid of asking in what regards." "Your assumptions are slightly disturbing, Captain," said Angela, glaring at Ruishi. "Not everything that happens between him and me has to be about that." "Well, then, I do hope you resolve it in due time," said Ruishi, swallowing hard. "It isn't my place to inquire about private matters of that sort. I frankly don't want to know anything about it either way." "Then spare yourself the worries and stop over-analyzing everything," said Angela, with a dry smile. Ruishi sighed. "I only wanted to speak to you," he said, frowning. "About what Teo said the other day. In regards of the air nomads not being found here. I know I shouldn't question facts, and it is a fact that their kind was eradicated, but it wasn't likely to be eradicated in the way we were told it was." "I've concluded the same thing," said Angela, pushing herself up to her feet. Ruishi frowned. "What do you believe did it, then? If it wasn't the Fire Nation?" "I'm not entirely sure," said Angela, crossing her arms over her chest. "Sokka says maybe they headed down to the other temples, the ones we knew the locations of. Perhaps they went there to reinforce their fellow airbenders, assuming they would be able to help keep our armies at bay, but doesn't it make more sense for them to send their people here, though?" said Ruishi, frowning. "We knew of the locations of the eastern, western, and southern air temples. Sending a group here to avoid a potential wipeout would have been ideal. It doesn't seem the air nomads were that clever, from a strategical standpoint," said Angela. "I've seen no evidence of there being an air nomad army, all their teachings are related to pacifism. Which is fortunate, since they could have easily killed even Sozin if they had organized their forces properly." "You were reading about them, weren't you?" said Ruishi, raising an eyebrow. Angela nodded. "Doing as much has made me question a lot of what we understood about the air nomads, or as our records hold it, the air nation. I'm not sure how they could be considered nomads when they lived in very specific places, for starters." "That's something worth questioning," said Ruishi. "But then again, they did switch between the 4 locations quite often," said Angela. "Still, I've seen nothing to suggest that this temple would ever be left empty for long periods of time under normal circumstances. The northern and southern temples were for male airbenders, the eastern and western for female ones. An odd way to organize themselves," said Ruishi, frowning. Angela shrugged. "We can't expect to fully understand another culture, especially when we eradicated it. They must have had their reasons for it. But all the same, I can't see anything that suggests they had a political structure similar to ours in any sense. So, calling them nomads, or a nation, both things strike me as weird." "What if they did return to their nomadic origins, though?" asked Ruishi. "What if they just left this place?" "Why would they have done that, though?" said Angela, raising an eyebrow. "This would have been the safest place for them in the last 100 years. "I guess so," said Ruishi, sighing. "But, doesn't it bother you that we have been lied to for all our lives? If this really isn't what it looks like, it means Fire Lord Sozin. I'm not entirely sure what it means, but even inside our nation there's been criticism about how much of our history books is real and how much of it is propaganda," whispered Angela, frowning. "Of course, not many dare say this out loud, but it happens all the same. Their claims might be founded in something more solid than we realized, after all." "So, you don't believe in what Fire Lord Sozin's records say?" said Ruishi. Angela shrugged. Then. There are far too many mysteries in this land for me to have a proper theory on everything that's happening, Captain, said Angela. That gas down at the base of the mountain keeps coming back to the forefront of my mind because I'd never felt anything of the sort. This volatile gas is unusual, and it gives me a very bad feeling for some reason. As if it were some darker secret than the Mechanist believes it to be, said Ruishi. Angela nodded. I've asked him to make use of it, but there's no telling if he will manage or not. Perhaps if he inserted a pipeline from above it somehow, but that might be a lot of work, said Angela, sighing. Still, he had better do something about it. It's a hazard to live right above a gas reserve. He needs to understand that. But they have nowhere else to go, said Ruishi. This is confusing too, though. Why would the air nomads build this sanctuary, hidden and isolated as it was, right above some volatile gas reserve? They knew gases better than anyone, going by what their art was, so why would they establish their home in such a dangerous place? Beats me, said Angela, frowning. But you're right regardless. The Mechanist had better make all the use he can out of this gas before it wrecks this mountain. There's no telling what the damage would be if that reserve blows up somehow. What are you hoping he'll use the gas for? Asked Ruishi, raising an eyebrow. For the bombs. It was my best idea, said Angela, shrugging. I told him about it already, but he claimed he needed to think of how to harness the gas safely. A pipeline really might do the trick, but regardless of if he uses this for bombs or not, he should start using it for anything. You ought to warn him, then. Whatever happened in this place? Said Ruishi, frowning and gazing around him. I have the feeling it was nothing good. Whether the Fire Nation was responsible for it or not, something doesn't feel right. It feels like an empty carcass, filled by something that doesn't belong in it. Angela frowned at Ruishi's words. A carcass, the words struck a chord inside her mind, with a disturbing thought that she wasn't entirely sure where it had come from. Gas enclosed underneath the mountain, airbenders that vanished for no understandable cause. And an empty carcass. Sokka swallowed hard, knowing he'd tread on dangerous grounds if he really did this. He had no choice, he told himself. He didn't want to hurt or anger Angela, but people's lives were on the line. Yes, she was right to say he had no sense of self-preservation. He had left it back in the South Pole, after all. With a deep breath, he pushed open the door to the Mechanist's office, treading inside with heavy footing. Hey, Sokka frowned upon noticing the Mechanist was by the window. The sound of rustling feathers surprised and confused Sokka, for he couldn't see anything that could have caused that noise. What's the matter? He asked, looking at the Mechanist warily. Is everything oh-? Sokka's eyes were drawn to the window again when he noticed a bird flapping its way up through the air. A brown bird, with a small cylindrical container attached to its back. His eyes widened. What is? Sokka asked, stomping towards the window as the bird disappeared from sight, flying fast towards the horizon. Hey, what was that bird doing here? That's a Fire Nation messenger hawk. What was? The Mechanist looked more nervous than Sokka had ever seen him, and that was saying a lot. His eyes shifted around himself, his hands shivering as he struggled to find the words to explain himself, or perhaps to find somewhere to hide. There was nothing to do, though. His secret was as good as revealed now. Why are you receiving a bird? What's going on? Is it the Fire Lord? Did he send some? Sokka started, but he caught sight of a set of blueprints on the desk. Blueprints he couldn't remember having seen ever before. And he had no doubt he had seen the vast majority of the Mechanist's blueprints already. Please, I had no choice, said the Mechanist, avoiding Sokka's gaze. Sokka frowned as he studied the blueprints with more attention, focusing on the one that seemed to hold the full design of whatever the Mechanist had created now. The design looked awfully familiar, but distant as well. Yet his doubts were cleared when he noticed the air container and what should serve as a basket for an air balloon, only, it wasn't a basket anymore. It was a cabin, and a rather large one at that. The engine seemed incredibly complex in comparison to that which Sokka and the Mechanist had designed earlier, including chimneys and a large tail. But that which caught Sokka's sight was the massive figure drawn on the very center of the airship, the Fire Nation's banner. He raised his eyes accusingly, looking at the Mechanist in disbelief. What the hell is this? He asked. Why, you don't understand, Sokka? Said the Mechanist, as Sokka's heavy frown grew more accentuated. Well, then, help me understand, he snapped, his hands balled into tight fists. What the hell is this design? What on earth have you sent them with that bird? Please, Sokka, I've never had a choice. Never. Sokka snarled, glaring at the Mechanist fiercely. He wasn't leaving this office without a solid answer, and the Mechanist seemed to know so. The fear in his eyes was as good as palpable. Sokka breathed deeply, trying to calm himself down, but his rage was far more fearsome once he had made it colder. The Mechanist flinched away from Sokka's icy eyes as the Gladiator voiced another question the trembling man didn't want to answer. What have you done? Check the description for the links to the author.